roll now. No pictures, please. Good luck.
Big value.
The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Pauli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Malletz has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Prague and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's day 3 of the main event taking place at King's Casino at the Hilton, Prague. Last night the bubble burst, so now it's time for the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Spa Day Benja.
Hello, everyone.
Every time you're on break from commentary, Griffin, you tell us, I'm off to the spa. How is it? Because I haven't got to experience it yet.
It's lovely. I don't worry. I experienced it for all 3 of us.
So yes, day 3 of this 6-day main event. 175 players returning. Tomorrow we're going to play down to the last 2 tables. On Saturday we play down to the final table, and we play down to a champion on Sunday. Live every day at 12:30 local time. Live a little bit later on Sunday for the FT at 1 p.m. Central European time. We would like to hear from you. Live chat on Twitch, live chat on YouTube. There's a thing called X, don't bother with it. There's Facebook, there's Instagram. Check out what is happening here at EPT Prague, and of course follow the live updates on Poker News, and check out the articles written by Howard and Jack on the PokerStars blog. Of the 175 players returning today, these are the chip leaders. The biggest stacks. Artur Tiriar is the chip leader with close to 1 million chips, more than 190 big blinds. Jacob Anselem, who was on the feature table yesterday, sits inside the top 5. Blinds are going to be 2K, 5K with a 5K big blind ante. 90-minute levels, and today we are going to play 5 full levels. Right now we're paying players 9,100 euros. Once we get to the final table, we are looking at 6 figures plus. More than €250,000 euros for 5th, more than $500,000 for the runner-up, and a full milli plus 30K on top for the winner, along with the main event trophy that will be presented on Sunday. Follow the tournament all the way through to the last hand here on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Another record-breaking EPT Prague main event, breaking the record set last year, 1,285 total entries. Now, around 14% of the field remains, and these are the players we've got on the main stage for our first feature table today. We've got the chip leader. We've got a former Prague finalist, Tuan Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. We've got the better half of the Sprags, Marley Spragg. And we have 2 Japanese players as well. Look, Japan, not normally this well represented on the EPT. We have seen a fair few Japanese players in this main event, and every single feature table we've had has featured at least 1 Japanese player.
From the far reaches of Europe, Japan.
So chances are we'll change the feature table at regular intervals. But we'll be watching these players for at least the first level. Might have to change this table at the first break, actually, because it's reasonably high on the breaking order, and we do expect to lose quite a few players during this first session. Quite a lot of short stacks out there, quite a lot of below average stacks in the field.
We'll see about that. The last couple of times, the post-bubble bust-out bonanza hasn't been much of a bonanza.
Yours was short? Oh, no.
No, my English is not very good.
Sorry.
No, sorry, man.
Oh, bless Marley, trying to make conversation.
I count 300 exactly, and I don't have, but...
Mine were too short, too, actually, but...
What?
So both Marley and Gonzalo Vega in the 2-seat are claiming that they have fewer chips today than they bagged last night.
Exactly. Yeah.
Me too. Mine were two chips down, too. I thought, but I assumed it was my stupid mistake, but...
I guess you can assume it's your mistake till someone else says the same thing, and then maybe you get in your own head and you're like...
then it's
About 10 or 15.
slow things down here a bit.
I just don't know how that would be
But
possible,
the last
though.
hand of the night, I bet 10K in the turn, so I'm thinking maybe I just missed, I don't know. Maybe it was just...
I mean, Marley conceding that she could have it wrong. Remember, the end of a long day, you're counting your stack, you might be off a little bit. Ultimately, the players bag their own chips, the bag is sealed, they then unbag it the next day.
I count 300, and I have, you know, 2. How am I gonna count 300 if I
It's like socks in the dryer, you know?
these 2?
Where do they go?
You know?
Right. Yeah,
The floor has been called to the feature table to listen to their concerns.
yeah.
That's what we're supposed to do.
Look at this guy's chip leader. Doesn't even know how to put his cards in the reader. Come on.
Yeah.
I had a great chat the other night with the Swedish gentleman, Frederick Anderson,
I assume mine was just
telling me about
silly
this
counting error.
big online cash games he used to play with the likes of Ivy and stuff. So he's been around.
Yeah, so... Yeah.
I count exactly 300, and I have 82. It's not
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the floor is basically explaining to Marley and Gonzalo what I just said. They bagged their own chips. They sealed the bag themselves. They opened the bag themselves today. No one has touched those chips overnight, so they must have miscounted at the end of the night.
If I was silliest mole here with my 13 bigs, I'd be like, yeah, I'm also missing 200,000. I didn't write this on this bag.
Well, looks like we are now ready to get the action started. We kick things off with level 16. Blinds are 2,000, 5,000 with a 5,000 big blind ante. We are underway with the first hand of day 3 of the EPT Prague main event.
Good luck.
They should just give chips to anyone that thinks they're missing any.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That's
I
what I
didn't
would
want to
do.
say it, but
Yeah.
Cards are so big.
nice to get that shove through there for 10 big blinds. The king 7 off.
Ugh.
I'm scared about the number.
Suzuki, a great Japanese name, and the most famous baseball player, Ichiro Suzuki in Japan. I'm a baseball guy.
I was going to say, most people would think motorbike, but no, you think baseball.
Yeah, yeah.
So hand 1 of the day, all in and 2 folds. Hand number 2.
Do you remember that guy back in like the 90s, early 2000s who would do impressions of what all motorcycles sound like, and your dad really loved it?
My dad really loved it?
Everybody's dad loved it.
Okay, okay.
He would go, Suzuki.
No, I didn't know that. I like it, though.
Such a dad clip. Yamaha.
And would you look at this with minimal fold equity at about 12.5 big blinds. Get a shove here. And really going to hope that Mulder has something like this or a little worse that might fold for.
How much?
It's going to be kind of right on the line. Ace-8 suited, I think. Ace-9 suited, you probably side call. You know, maybe your King-Queen suited, your Ace-Jack and Ace-10 os, but he just goes for it. Love it.
Spirit of the Horse. An unconventional coin flip. But we are off to the races. Suzuki with the small pocket pair. Mulder with the overcards.
Like giving versus receiving. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
Nice Christmas reference.
We're doing all Christmas. Or holiday, I'll say.
9-9-7, so now there are counterfeit opportunities. Aces, 8s, and 7s working for the Spirit of the Horse.
Oh, more outs, but spades now.
Indeed, the flush draw for Suzuki, who's still ahead right now with deuces, but has to fade. A non-spade, ace-10, 8-7, 6 or 5 on the river. Is 15 outs too many outs? No.
Not this time.
And that will see Yuto Suzuki eliminated.
Oh.
Cashing for 9,100 euros. By the way, someone in our graphics team, I'm going to blame Hugh, has misclicked.
Me?
There were not 1,985 entries in this event. There was 1,285. Sadly, it will take 30 minutes for that mistake to be rectified. So try and ignore that number for the next 28 minutes if you can.
Man, we are killing it here in Prague.
Could he also be responsible for the missing chips? I'm just saying. Like I'm seeing the trend.
Let's get as much juice out of this as we can. Almost 2,000 runners here in Prague.
Yeah.
Eat your heart out, Bahamas and Las Vegas.
Yeah, someone take a screenshot of that. They're not going to know.
700 players bought in this morning. Another all-in. Nemoto is shoved with ace-6. It's all into call for Silius Moll, who's got ace-9 of hearts.
Yeah, it's pretty tough because, yeah, Nemoto happens to have the ace-6 suited, but that's really the bottom of Nemoto's shove range here. And you still have 3 people to worry about behind. So do you want this to be your last stand? Probably not. Easier said than done throwing in those chips. You just got here, you just sat down, you know.
I mean, not being funny, guys, we're going to make it up. Why don't we make it a field of 10,985? Takeyoshi Nemoto playing 89k, 17 big blinds. Moll's still the shortest stack at the table with 12 big blinds. And we are 5 minutes into play and already down to 170 players. 5 eliminations so far, including 1 KO at the feature table.
But the post-bubble bust-out bonanza is real so far.
Indeed. Oh, there's another one, down to 169.
Moto, after shoving those 15 bigs in with the ace-6 suited, got some raising chips, got some blocker raises here.
He's made it 10,000. Marley has folded. Gonzalo Vega, queen 10 on the button. Round to the chip leader, who has ace-6, folds the small. Frederick Anderson. 10-3 off.
It's like the 7th member of Death Clock. Well, 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 Mr. Nemoto. 2 hands in a row. Kill pot.
action is going to start on Nomoto. Folds this one. Short stack Mole. King 10. Down to 165 players. That's 10 eliminations.
Tough spot for Mole here. I think you're probably going to have to fold this one a lot of the time.
Ooh.
But decides to go cheeky with a blocker open instead. Kind of like this. This is like a little tricky. You don't want to shove here because the calling range just really beats up King 10. But you hate to just open fold it. So finding this min raise off this stack is actually going to probably fold out a better hand here in the King Jack of Anderson.
Yeah, don't you kind of over rep your hand a little bit by min raising?
Yeah, it looks super strong. I mean, what are you supposed to do with King Jack?
Nice one.
You like that one? Huh?
Yeah. Must be tough when you're named after the worst part about rounders. Just kidding. Just kidding. We love Gretchen Mall.
Mole now playing 15 big blinds. First to act here. Folds. Marley passes. Vega's out. Round to Anderson on the button. Blind v blind, 2 and Mulder in the small. Pocket sevens, and his opponent has an 18 big blind stack.
A lot of different options here for Mulder. You could just open shove, but I feel like Mulder is going to lean more getting max value from a hand like this when it is so strong blind on blind. So is going to come in for just over 3x raise. Oh, and that, oh wow, and remarkably, Nomoto just going to call on a sub 20 big blind stack. This is a bit irregular. You know, you're getting a raise from an aggressive opponent blind on blind. You'd think you get a pair, you stuff it in, expect to get a fold a lot of the time, but Nomoto right on the money here, not risking his stack, and should only lose 1 street if the board doesn't get too crazy.
Well, Mulder almost a 9-1 favorite, continues, and Nomoto raises with 5s.
This hand's weird.
Wow. Mulder shoves on Nomoto, and I thought he called there.
It looked like a call, yeah. He just moved his chips forward.
Okay.
Ever so slightly. There we go. Somehow.
Well, this is a domination situation, and it is not looking good for Nomoto. 11% equity. He needs a 5 on the turn or river.
Griffin, if you watched this hand without the hold cards, would you have ever guessed that we were watching 7s versus 5s here?
No. No. But I like the way that Mulder's played it. I was thinking he would probably lean just call here because, you know, you don't want to get it in against the queen, but not a lot of chips behind if you think that your opponent could have a flush draw, etc.
Well, Nomoto has picked up additional equity, additional outs. An ace or a 6 for a straight, a 5 for a set, 10 outs, 10 cards he can hit to survive. That is not one of them. That's a set for 2 and Mulder. Spirit of the horse. And we lose Takayoshi Nomoto. Another player cashing for 9,100 euros. As a new player arrives on the main stage, Nomoto departing and heading for the payout window. Marcello Miniucci taking a seat at the feature table.
Don't take it seriously. I play?
Do you think that charter jet back to Japan is leaving today, and that's why Mulder's busting all of the Japanese players?
Mulder up to 611,000, 122 big blinds.
This is mine.
Mulder taking out both Japanese players to start the day.
Long time in Spain.
There's Miniucci.
In Mallorca.
Girl!
What a look.
Is #1 girl.
Big vibe. Not sure if I like it, but big vibe. It's like that Twitter account, what is it, Bad Taste, Great Execution or something like that?
I don't know it, but I get all my stuff from you, Griffin. If you ever sent it to me, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and I'll send you some, there's some good ones.
Well, Tiriar's open with ace-jack. Anderson has ace-queen.
And at this stack depth, you can really justify shoving or inducing here with ace-queen. Because it's the chip leader, and you expect him to be opening so wide, you probably want to give him a little rope here. And I would expect to see a three-bet around 30,000. Hope for that. Yeah, just 25 here from Anderson. Hoping to get that shove. And I'll tell you what, Artur, the chip leader here, might oblige. Pretty strong hand ace-jack. There are going to be some bluff raises here from Anderson on this stack size. This could be a really huge pot for the Swede. I mentioned talking to Frederick the other day.
Yeah.
He told me that he never plays tournaments because he doesn't have the patience for them. So it's nice to see he jumped in the main event and having a little run here and could have a decent chance at a double up.
These two almost look like we're looking at a Goofus and Gallant cartoon.
And wisely, Artur just calls with the ace-jack, and unfortunately for Anderson.
Oh, wow. The rotation has occurred in favor of the chip leader, who's now an 87% favorite.
Anderson not going to be thrilled with this particular board either. Jack X, you know, the jack really is in Artur's range.
Continuation that of 15,000. We have dropped down to 160 players. That's 15 eliminations in the first 15 minutes of the day as we see the check raise from the chip leader, 35,000 total.
Just a little bloop.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, if you're up against aces, kings, or queens, you know you want to get the max value with your ace-jack against everything else that you're ahead of. So you may as well just make it nice and small. Give Anderson a reason to continue with worse hands. And does. That's you know, like I said, Anderson, it's going to be sticky. A lot of history as a heads-up cash player. And this is heads up, not going anywhere.
Well, opportunities emerge on the turn. Both have the wheel draw now. But Anderson just 5% to win the pot outright. Need a queen on the river.
All of it.
Oh, wow. And forced to fold the turn after getting shoved on. And that will see Artur move over the million mark. The chip leader now has 1,020,000, is playing more than 200 big blinds.
Art Theory Art. Little theory sandwich.
Gonzalo Vega first to act. Folds. Round to Anderson. Now Mulder. 5-3 of diamonds in the cutoff. Folds it. Marcello Minucci, 8-5 off.
How's this camera not hitting Marley in the face?
Because we got the best in the business.
Blind v blind. Silius Mol with just 12 bigs. Ace 8.
Dead Mole's hand.
Announces all in. Queen 8 for Marley. She folds. And there is another new player coming to the feature table. The empty seat is going to be occupied by Daniel Erlandson.
After each day?
Yes.
Yeah.
Every day you're gonna get 6 additional.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Of course, with it being day 3, the shot clock was introduced at the start of play today, so everyone was given 6 time bank cards, and players just clarifying they get 6 additional cards at the start of each day moving forward.
Other levels, or
What?
if you don't use it, you can keep it for other levels. Yeah.
This comment from Bragg Balla. Why does Marley have 2 chips stuck between the felt and the armrest?
Really?
No, I don't think so. I think they're playing on the bit from earlier.
The missing chips.
Sure, but I'm saying if she does have 2 chips stuck between the table and the armrest, that would explain where they went.
I think this person's putting you on.
That's how you get to a table. You get pocket 10s.
Man, I hate getting to the table, getting pocket 10s, pocket jacks. You don't know how anybody else has been playing. You got no reads on anybody. You have no sense of the flow, the dynamic.
32?
Nobody wants to believe you because you're new. It's like when you go to prison and you pick a fight on the first day.
That's how I did it. So Erlandson, playing 40 big blinds, is prepared, I believe, to play for them all. Cutoff versus Mulder's. Actually, I guess it's hijack against +2 here, so sometimes you would see some calls mixed in with 10s here, but instead Erlandson is going to play it aggressively and prepared to go to the felt. I would say Mulder's going to lean, call, not going to want to risk 40 big blinds with little to no information on this new player.
King Jack 8 with 3 clubs. Mulder with the 6 high flush draw. Erlandson favorite for now with the pair of 10s.
Yeah, just a great start for Mulder and catching up to Erlandson here. I think Erlandson, you know, could certainly bet here, but might mix in some checks as well, which gives Mulder a free card at that flush or 6.
Check, check. Ace on the turn. Erlandson now a 3-1 favorite, has the gut shot straight draw to go with his pair of 10s. Mulder still with the flush draw.
I wonder if Mulder is aiming to misbehave at all. No, is going to check.
Aiming to misbehave.
Well, you know, you're thinking maybe my opponent could have something like 2 10s, 2 queens here. What if they don't have a club?
Yeah.
Could I just bet here? But certainly some ace-jack offs are going to be 3-betting you pre. I've now made 2 pair. Maybe even some sourdough and the like that probably won't be folding to a bet.
35,000 from Erlandson.
Effectively turning these 10s into a bluff. Even though it is the best hand right now. Erlandson doesn't know that. Doesn't want to lose its showdown to something like Queen Jack of Diamonds. Wouldn't that be brutal?
Is Mulder going to misbehave now? Nope. Lets it go. Daniel Erlandson Now playing a 50 big blind stack.
Igual que en Argentina.
Siempre en Argentina dicen yo, pollo. Hablan igual.
Sí, eso.
Igual.
Now you have a chip just there.
There they are.
See?
Oh my God.
It wasn't a troll.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Artur pointing out that 2 of Marley's chips did get trapped between the felt and the
I thought I was
table.
losing my mind. I was like, I thought I had more.
hilarious.
Oh my God. Yes.
Act like you've been here before, Marley.
And the person in chat noticed it also.
Mine were stuck in here.
Yeah,
First time chatter, Bragg Balla.
I definitely count badly.
Do we have any
Good eye.
prizes?
Yeah, do we have
I
one
think
of
I
those
was like, oh,
gold
I
pat?
was
One of those things that we
Not a
have?
gold
No?
pass. Do we have a Sharky or something?
Yes. Yeah.
Gold pass. Get out of here, Griffin. Come on.
What do we do with the shark
I'll
cage?
I'll gift him a sub.
Can we give him the cage?
Honestly.
I'll gift him a subscription to the channel. How do I do that?
I only know how to ban. Woo! Marley, you came to the wrong party.
I mean, it's a pretty solid flop for King 10.
Yeah, and Marley going to be well aware at this range schmacks Gonzalo Vega's range. Just a great name. Love a great name.
By the way, there is someone posting in the YouTube chat right now under the name Albert Einstein, displaying none of the intelligence or wisdom of their namesake.
Yeah, they're getting kind of annoying.
Yeah, Ed, don't bother engaging. Don't bother arguing. You know what to do.
All right, Einstein. $155
players now. 20 eliminations since the start of the day, and kings for Miniucci, who opens to 11,000.
Girl.
Don't get a hand, Anderson. Don't get a hand. Don't get a hand.
We're going to see a flop.
Can't get much more dominated than this, but our chip leader is not going to get a flop. He's going to be thrilled with not even a heart in hand.
No.
Should be able to get away.
Girl.
Girl, you're number one.
Miniucci checks it back. Tyria is now drawing dead.
Very cheeky, irregular check back here from Miniucci. But against this particular hand, it's going to work out damn near perfectly. Taking the bait.
Oh, wow.
Is Artur thinking, okay, my opponent's repping something like an ace, jack, high, ace, queen, not prepared to c-bet. Shouldn't have any overpairs here, shouldn't have any big hands, so I'm just going to start betting, see if I can get it done by the river. But guess what? Girl, you're getting trapped.
Trapped, you say?
Oh,
Ace of hearts on the river. And if Tyriar bets big here, Griffin, is there any chance that Minucci folds kings?
Definitely a chance. I don't know if he's really going to have this gear to be betting here. You know, you're expecting your opponent to have a lot of hands like we talked about ace-jack, maybe with jack of hearts on the turn here. Maybe, you know, 2 7s, 2 6s with a heart would be checking back the flop and calling. So I think this is just fine as played.
Marcello chipping up, playing 43 big blinds. 2 shorties at the table, Silius Mal with 15 big blinds, Frederick Anderson with 11 big blinds. Still an hour to play at this level. We are down to 153 players. A recent elimination, Dario Sammartino. Alexander asks on YouTube, is this the 14th of December? Yes, it is. Thank you for your question. Queen 8 for Mol. That's a fold. Marley Sprague, Jack 7 of spades.
Oh yeah,
raises to 11.
I mean, she's just using 2 found chips, right?
Yeah.
Playing with house money now.
There you go.
It's really only raised to 1,000.
Anderson in the small blind. Folds tray deuce. Tuan Mulder, 9-4 off. Folds with the spirit of the horse.
We've got chip in a chair. Now we've got 2 chips and an armrest.
Marley, of course, one of the many reasons famous for her great videos that she does on Twitter. Very funny.
I've really enjoyed the last couple she's put out.
Yeah.
The being on the phone with your mom.
I'm more of a fan of her early work, but
you can relate to the. Everyone can relate to the phone conversation with her mom that she had. You didn't go all in with 10s again, did you?
King Queen for the chip leader in the cutoff. Raises to 10K. Raise and take it.
nothing more fun than being a chip leader of a tournament, just raising, getting folds.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't know. It seems fun, though. I guess the post-bubble bust-out bonanza's petered out.
I was going to say 25 eliminations in 30 minutes is pretty solid. I imagine that things will start to slow down a little bit for the rest of the level. So Vega opening with ace-9, Tyriar with king-10.
Yeah, quite a light 3-bet here. Hijack to early position, but wanting to sort of establish, I think, table dominance. His chip lead going to be able to put a lot of pressure on this sort of middling big stack here. An average stack, if you will. Yes, pause for concern for sure. And this is the great thing too, though, about, you know, when you do take these light 3-bets in early positions, sometimes you can get quite better hands to fold behind. Ace Queen is going to be right on the line there, but you know what? Minucci says, girl, this ain't my first rodeo.
And that 4-bet to 74,000 is met with
Show
folds.
deuce.
Yeah, yeah.
Show deuce.
In 30 minutes you can see it.
Okay.
You'll see it on TV. Marl's TV. Nobody told these players that yesterday we did the show 1 game in the first level, the show 1 game in the second level, the show 2 game in the third level.
Yeah.
Stanislav Grodek gets in touch on YouTube. Stanislav introduced himself to me in the poker room earlier this week. Hi guys, it was great to play the main event. Pleasure to meet you in person, James. My friend Alex is still in. It was a pleasure to meet you, Stanislav, and I hope you enjoyed the experience of playing your first EPT main.
How adorable.
Gosh darn cute.
Do it again. Do it again, girl.
Just a call out of the small blind. Short stack Silius Marl, 8-6 of hearts in the big blind.
Yeah, I think we're going to want to see 3 here with a hand like 8-6 of hearts, try to flop some equity. And then get her in.
Has hit a 6 on the flop.
That is some equity.
Action check to him. Checks to the pre-flop aggressor. Chip leader Artur Toyar with top 2, a 3-1 favorite in this 3-way pot.
Yeah, you almost feel like you flopped too well here, and you should expect to see a lot of folds. So size is down, I think, because he wants Minucci to get in there with hands like this. I think Minucci's going to be more inclined to do it with something like, you know, King, Queen, Queen 10 of spades, clubs, or hearts because of the 1 out there. So it's not going to work against the Queen 10 of diamonds, but I think that's the intentional sizing by design, is to get those hands to pay a little. Oof. And this is a bit risky.
Oh my goodness.
Binks the 6 on the turn, improves to trips, and is now nearly a 9-1 favorite. Only has 49K behind, only has 9 bigs. Would expect it to all go in here.
And of course, that call does seem very loose on the flop for 25% pot. But the thing is your opponent's not always going to have ace-jack. A lot of the time, your 8 is going to be live. You can turn a heart. You know, maybe you get a check. The 6 is the dream card, though. And, you know, Artur shouldn't expect Mole to have a ton of 6s. A lot more
18?
ace-x.
18.
Well, I guess I call.
Well, you know, Mole might want to consider shoving. Let's just say, you know, Artur has something like an ace-9. No reason to bet again on the river because you're going to be chopping, you know, with that jack playing on the board. So you want to get all the money from an ace here. You don't want to allow the check back. So I think that's why we're seeing some consideration here. Do I really want to just call and have an ace check back? Do I want to shove here and get it all? Is he ever going to 3-barrel without an ace?
Ah, position. I forget about it every time.
And is just going to call.
95,000 in the middle. Mol with 31K behind.
You're dying for a check back here, aren't you, Griff?
0% chance.
You're dying for it, though.
What is it?
All in. You're getting called. You've been called.
And that is going to be more than a double up for Silas Mol. Not too much of a dent in Tyriar's stack. Mol now playing 157,000. Around 30 bigs. Frederick Anderson now the only short stack at the table with 11 bigs.
Griffin, would you call that a hat, a beanie, or a toque?
That's a good question. Toque, probably.
Toque?
Yeah.
The outer tables. 150 players remaining from that record-breaking starting field of 1,285.
Love how those clocks are built into the wall. So cool. The future is now.
Back to the main stage.
It's true. There are some great TVs at this venue. Big TVs.
This is going to be folded to the blinds after the open from Vega. Round to Marley, and she's folded her big blind. Next hand. So Stanislav didn't make it beyond the start of day 2, ran queens into aces, but says, I'm not tilted at all, had a blast, played the best I could. Next time, I'm taking that trophy home. Good attitude. King, queen suited. The Tyriar, that is a raise to 10,000. Marley Sprague in the small blind has pocket fours.
Ooh.
She's going mining.
Gonzalo Vega, queen 8 in the big blind. Calls as well, 3-way to the flop. Nine, 5,
We were all
deuce. Just the one diamond.
Yeah, no offense to Theory Art, but I am also just rooting for people to flop sets all the time.
Yeah. To remind you that it happened.
It's possible.
Yeah. And with the range advantage and the potential of some decent turn cards to barrel, that should just get through both opponents here. And it's tough when you're Marley in that spot, right? Of course, we can see the cards and we know that she folded the best hand, but it's difficult with a player behind with that range advantage, as we discussed. I mean, Tyriard could just come barreling out there on a brick turn, and you're kind of frozen up with force. So I quite like the fold, even though we do know it was the best hand.
Yeah. Roughly halfway through the level, about 45 minutes on the clock until the first break of the day. 149 players remaining. And chances are we are going to have a new featured table. The post-bubble bust-out bonanza was dramatic enough to ensure that this table will probably break during the second session of the day. So we'll have to change that table.
One last thing to add about that hand, too, is it is a good reflection of how your hand value changes when there's a third player in the pot. You know, if Vega wasn't in there from the big blind, I think Marley would continue on the 9-5 deuce flop with the fours. Good sweater for our chip leader. Suits him.
Alexander Vanis on YouTube asks, where is this played at? At the Hilton Prague. There is a King's Casino in the basement of the hotel, which is the host for this tournament.
You ever think I've never been down there?
You've never actually been in the actual casino?
I don't think so.
Huh.
I've certainly never gambled there. I know that much.
I kind of want to check it out now. It sounds, basement, sounds sexy. It's like, what's going on?
I believe the posh term for it is lower level.
Okay, there it is. So Minucci recognizing that, you know, not only is this board not great for my hand and pretty good for the big blind, but additionally, what's so interesting is Minucci has established that he's prepared to check some dry boards with big hands, right? This is the dynamic between these two players. You know, Minucci checked the kings on the 9-4-3 earlier. Eep. But still with that kind of equity, also recognizing he's not always going to just have pocket kings. Our chip leader is going to bet out.
Yeah, this conference space, which acts as the main tournament room, is adjacent to the casino itself. We will be back here next year, of course. The full EPT 2024 season has been confirmed. We're going to Paris in February, Monte Carlo in the spring, Barcelona in the summer, Cyprus in the autumn, and back to Prague before Christmas next year. Check out the dates, check out the full schedule on the PokerStars Live app. But really looking forward to EPT Paris, a new, bigger venue for next year's event. And of course, the old faithful stops, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, and then our second trip to Cyprus in October.
By the way, I was having dinner with a few poker players the other night, and they were raving about the PokerStars Live app. They are, like, love it. They really, I was thinking I wanted to mention that. So
it is industry leading. And
as long as you're not American, in which case they ignore it.
Well, this is the thing. I was going to say, when we had the NAPT and we weren't able to do it through the app, oh my God, did I miss it?
Yeah. No, they were checking, you know, everything. Updates, seeing if friends were still in, everything.
Absolutely.
Schedule. I was like, wow, you guys are so much more organized than I remember you being. And it's like, it's this app, man. So that was cool to see. Anderson now considering, should I peel against the horseman, the spirit of the horse? Not this time. This time, smells like Teen Spirit.
I don't know if it's still true or not, but about a year ago when I was trying to get Tu and Mulder to do our podcast, and I asked Sam Graff to get a message to him. I had the best fun fact ever about Tuin Mulder. Sam said, "I'll try, but he doesn't have a phone."
Sick.
I mean, can you imagine the freedom that you would have in your life if you didn't have a phone? Ah. What a dream.
You know what? We lived that dream once when we were kids.
That's true.
Want to go see your buddy? You go to his house.
Well,
knock on the door.
For the benefit of people like Tuin Mulder, PokerStarsLive.com is still a URL you can use in a traditional web browser. So if he wants to fire up Netscape Navigator and type that in, he'll be able to get information on next year's EPT season.
You're right, though, Joe. We're just so buried in our phones.
We are. I know some of those website names better than I know my own grandma's.
I have so much stuff on my phone.
Anderson, great spot to just shove, big blind fold, pick up little chips, move on to the next hand, you know.
Speaking of, what's your high score on feed eggs right now?
Ooh.
Ooh.
He's going to call the 10 big blind shove.
Anderson at risk. Mulder with live cards.
Känner du den?
Ja, här ska vi vinna. Ace on the flop.
Wow, look at those numbers, eh? 52-48.
He hoped it. He hoped
Guess folded cards.
Yeah.
Bumping up Mulder's queen-jack percentage.
There is a queen and a jack.
Ooh.
And heart's not a factor. Anderson drawing very thin now.
I'd love to see a king or 10 of hearts here. Give yourself a chance at a chop.
Ace 5 deuce.
Could be drawing dead on the turn.
Heart.
Yep. Oh, no.
No.
No, it's the 5. It's the 5. So aces and 5s. Five outs. 14% is 14%. There's the 10. So, Frederick Anderson KO'd by Tuin Mulder, Spirit of the Horse. And A5 Cubing and More asks on YouTube, do you have a video of the NAPT Mohegan Sun final table from 2012?
Huh?
Impossible to have a video for an event that never took place.
Ooh. Trick question.
He's got Hardigan.
Trick question.
He's got Hardigan.
But first out.
Their plan is Tuin.
All these other people reaching into their pocket, feeling that phantom buzzing. Not this guy. Of course, no electronic devices allowed at these feature tables, but Mulder's just fine with that.
AC King on Twitch says it's actually so funny because 2 days ago, Tuin Mulder wanted to go to the toilet and I was staring at my phone and stood in his way accidentally. And he was looking at me slightly weirded out like, man, these kids nowadays.
I can't tell if it's a bet, but I like this.
I can usually tell when it's a bit, except the guy with the what are those two chips doing on Marley's rail did.
Yeah, that threw off your whole radar. Now
Yeah.
you're not even sure what, you know? Poor guy just making an observation and writes the
A
thing.
very
You're like, oh, that's good.
Very astute
That's funny.
observation.
Yeah. And you were just like, that's clever.
Yeah, sure, pal.
Well, taking a look around the room, we're checking on some former champions playing on day 3, including Robin Ulatalo, who took down EPT London back in 2013. That same year, the Monte Carlo main event was won by Steve O'Dwyer. Another 2013 champion in the field.
Look at
Tuking. It's Tuking good.
Dimitar Danchev, who won the PCA that year.
The Scimitar.
Neil Farrell is an EPT winner. Won his title in Malta in 2015.
Look, that dude's wearing the same cool blue jacket.
Yeah, he is.
Grzegorz Głowny is a former Prague champion.
Another good jacket.
And there is another former PCA winner, Maria Lampropoulou, took down the PokerStars Caribbean Adventure in 2018.
Absolute legend.
Back to the feature table. $147 players remaining. Maximum break. Talking of the break, it's 36 minutes away. Now, key question. Is Ramon still in? And is he still wearing his Christmas jumper?
I'm going to guess that Ramon is still in.
You are correct.
But that he's wearing a different Christmas jumper.
As long as it's a Christmas jumper, as long as he is harnessing the power of the festive season, he is still festive Ramon. Maybe he's gone mustard as a throwback to last year's Prague.
Couple medium premiums, we'll call them. Pocket nines and ace jack off here.
29.
AC King, I made a reference to a different game. I'm not sure I'd class snooker as a sport.
Yeah, come on.
It's as much of a sport as poker is.
No way. Snooker? You got to physically do the thing. That's a sport.
Physically knock a ball?
Yes. How's that any different than golf?
Touche.
At least you're walking in golf.
Not always.
I'm with you. I'm not a poker as a sport guy, but yeah, snooker is a sport. Doesn't mean it doesn't have to be physically exhausting to be a sport. Need some physical acuity.
So quite a dynamic now being established between Minucci and the chip leader. This is the second time now we've seen similar size 4-bets from Minucci following a 3-bet. And again, gonna fold.
Now show the deuce.
Now,
I don't have a deuce when I 4-bet, okay? It's the second time you've asked.
here's the question, James, though. So that I would use to rebut my own statement that I just made. If snooker is a sport, is juggling a sport?
No. It's a form of entertainment.
Okay, I have to follow up. Is yo-yo a sport? Because you can like actually be in competitions with that where you're...
Yeah, you can be in a juggling competition.
Games played in pubs, generally speaking, I don't consider to be sport.
So darts isn't a sport either
No.
to you? No.
So the game where you flick the sugar packet back and forth at each other and try to score it as a field goal is not a sport? Get out of here!
For some reason, I have a feeling you're really good at that game.
It depends. I'm not good at the field goal one, but I am good at the one where you flick it and try to get it to hang off the edge of the table.
With the coin.
No,
coin?
sugar packet.
Sugar packet, okay. Brag in Prague.
Is this a hashtag fun fact or a hashtag fake fact from Zcat? Breakdancing competitions will feature in the Olympics starting in 2024.
That is a fun fact.
Jesus.
I mean, people still run around waving those little streamers, don't they?
Rhythmic gymnastics.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Synchronized swimming. Yeah, I mean.
I don't know if you know this, but everything is everything now.
All at once.
That's right. Everything is everywhere all at once.
Okay, we had the raise, the call, fold from Marley. Gonzalo Vega in the big. 10-9.
Expect Vega to complete here. And we got Battle of the Mid cards. Let's get an interesting flop. Just boring.
Yeah, 2 spades.
That's good for Minucci, but
now I always get confused. Is Louis Vega the guy who did Mambo #5 or the DJ?
Vega is the Mambo #5 guy.
Okay, so Louis Vega is the DJ. Louis Vega is Mambo #5.
Yes, but Vega from Spain was also the character from Street Fighter.
yeah,
That had the claws.
Beautiful man with the claws.
They could jump on the fence. And speaking of Street Fighter, there's a Street Fighter crossover with Vegas Infinite. I don't know what it means yet, but I'm excited to try it out.
Huh. Lou Vega is
Lou
the
Vega, yeah.
Mambo #5 guy. Right, okay. Did he, like, have any other songs?
Yeah, Mambo #4, Mambo #3,
Yeah.
Mambo #2.
Just out of interest, what other tracks were on his album? Remixes of that song?
I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of Mambo #5 remixes on the
Right.
album, yeah.
Well, a short while ago, we checked in on some former champs and showed you Dimitar Danchev. Unfortunately, I'm hearing now that the PCA 2013 champ has gone, down to 145 players. Thank you, Alex. I Got a Girl, number 78 in the UK charts. I'm going to call that not a hit. His first album contains a track called The Trumpet Part 2. He was always banging on about the trumpet, the trumpet. Oh.
What a great level for Silius Mull. Started as one of our chip-deficient players.
Yep.
And now all the way up to 167.
Yeah, I mean,
1,000
still
for 33 bigs.
the shortest stack at the table, Griff, but 33 big blinds. Nothing to be too worried about.
He's
at this point.
buzzing right now,
Yeah.
James. He's buzzing. He's loving it. He was down to 50K calling bets with bottom pair against top 2 pair, and now suddenly he's in contention here with 145 left.
Big deal, O'Neill writes in to say the Street Fighter thing is a headband, a card back, and best of all, you get to Hadouken. I'm in.
Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, that is not a bad flop for 8-4. Pair and a flush draw. It's a post-flop flip.
I can't have him making the flush here because then it's going to justify people saying that you have to call with any 2 suited cards in the big blind for like the next year, and that's annoying.
And now Mulder, considering between playing this as a call or a check raise, is going to decide to raise 3x to 20,000. And I like this. It's not just about, you know, trying to get a hand like nines to fold on the flop or the turn. It's also about clearing out equity. You know, if your opponent's just c-betting ace-jack of hearts here, it's nice to just get that out of here and not, you know, get sucked out on, which can easily happen when you just have bottom pair. And by the river, you can get a hand like nines to fold as well by playing it, taking aggressive action. You know, Minucci is a little uncomfortable in this spot. We've all been here before. You know, you're betting small, and there is the flush.
Joe is so mad right now.
Furious.
Now, if you're in Mulder's shoes, you're more focused on getting max value than potentially getting a better hand to fold.
Girl.
This is that guy who plays online. That's the horse avatar. He never has it. Nines are probably good here. I have to call this 38,000. Maybe I should raise him. Good fold.
You guys heard his inner monologue there, right? That was crazy.
You talk about this being a good level for Moll. It's also been a good session for Tun Mulder. Up to 666,000 now.
A great level for the Mulders.
Okay, I gotta ask, what is Tien Mulder doing on his break? He's not going on his phone. What are you supposed to do?
Maybe he enjoys an actual conversation with someone.
Sorry, what? I was on my phone. What'd you say? And about 33 big blinds effective here with the pocket threes for Mulder. Gonna peel it off. Go crab hunting.
I do enjoy it when we get sidetracked and the conversation takes some weird turns, but the fact that we're now debating which sports people have emphysema really tells you that something's gone too far.
I agree. Timothy took it too
far. Oh!
There we
Sorry,
go.
Guys.
No, that's fine.
That
We
was
can focus
exciting.
on the
It
poker
was
for
a
a second.
set.
We're always rooting for sets.
Sets are so fun. Oh, man.
Spirit of the horse.
And Mole, not a lot of chips to work with. Obviously has the range advantage with the early position open, but against two opponents.
Oh, any value from the ace-6, maybe?
I really got to work on my horse thing.
Yes, you sound more like my dad when I tell him that I ding the car.
I was kind of purring at one point when I was doing it too. I got nothing.
You gotta get the nose involved
Okay.
as well as the mouth.
Okay.
It's like
We'll practice it on break.
that's probably what Tuin's doing.
Wow.
Since he's not on his phone.
Touche. And now Mole's thinking, do I want some protection here? No, I don't want to get check raised here. And can you see how under-repped Mulder is here? Just expecting so many folds on the turn, so was hoping to find a check raise maybe against the big blind, betting out. And checks again now that, you know, 5s and 10s have made straights. I think once you've checked twice here, there's no reason to bet the river. You should just be bluff catching. And Erlinson really considering this, and I don't blame him, right? We, of course, can see that Mulder does have that set. So you're thinking, why would you bet here? Well, the big blind, this is all over the big blind's range here. You're going to have a ton of 10s and 5s. But with that sizing, I don't think Mulder's going anywhere. Could also, it's not a particularly large bet, so it could also be, you know, a two-pair block as well, but it's just a bluff. And max value right there for Team Mulder with that check on the turn.
Mulder wins another pot, moves over 700,000, has more than 140 big blinds, although blinds will be going up in 20 minutes' time. 145 players remain in this EPT Prague main event. Action folded to Mulder. 10 deuce on the button. Playing the rush, Griffin.
Yeah, why not? This steed is in its prime. Let it run.
Ace, Jack, 7. So King High still ahead, but Mulder wants to continue throwing chips out there. I can't see Minucci continuing. Delayed C-bet maybe?
Yeah, you know, as aggressive as Mulder is, the thing that I really notice when I watch him play is that he's not just going to give away bets. He wants to, you know, it's one of those situations on a flop like this that, you know, you're probably even getting called by the King 7. So
yeah.
Delayed continue, I think, plays a little bit better. And it's going to be very interesting to see whether he has one more on the river, because I think against this particular hand might induce a fold. Good discipline, because, you know, Minucci looks ready to pick someone off, doesn't he?
He's hovering around the 60 bit blind mark right now. And there's a new player coming to the feature table. It is one of our former EPT winners. It's former Malta champion Neil Farrell who'll be taking that seat. But a reminder that we do have to change this feature table during the break, because this table is not going to last much longer. It will break soon.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Also, Neil's relatively short. He's only got 20 bigs.
Neil Farrell. Ah. Thank goodness. It's been a long time. Vega opening King 10 offsuit. Miniyuki. Queen Jack in the small blind. Offsuit. But he likes to play. And the big blind. What say you, the brother from Get Out? Ace in a tray.
Nice.
43?
Nice. Yeah, effectively a 4x raise.
Yaddy, yaddy, yaddy.
Yeah, gonna put Vega in a coffin. Minucci can have such a capped range here from the small blind. He is suspicious, but doesn't have much of a leg to stand on. The old Quan John is not the one you want to go to the felt with. You know, sometimes if you had pocket sevens here and you didn't believe Mole, maybe you shove it in. But Queen Jack, you just give him a stare. Maybe waste a time bank card. Think about what you want for lunch.
How's it go? Pretty well so far. And you?
I'm still.
Miniyuki.
I was up against some interesting things this morning.
While we wait on this decision from Miniyuki,
Did you want?
Farath asks,
We did. Yeah.
hey, any rankings available for now? Absolutely. So, 2 pair beats a pair. 3 of a kind beats 2 pair. A straight beats 3 of a kind. Flush beats a straight.
Are you sure?
Where are we at with 3 pair? Have we adjusted that?
3 pair not possible.
Wait. Are
Yeah.
you sure that it's not a straight beats a flush?
No, a flush beats a straight. Sorry to
Okay.
think about it for a second. But anyway,
Okay.
there are your rankings for now. You're welcome, Varath. Thank you for your question.
I'm gonna mostly sleep.
No more table.
Yeah, I'm mostly gonna sleep. It should be fine. Yeah. I have a sleepy stack anyway, you know. It's all good.
So it's okay. You're lucky.
Just realised we're on a money jump.
Ooh.
Once we're down to 143, everyone will have locked up an additional, near enough, $1.5 grand. 10,480 is the next payout.
Still a long way to go till you get to that real money.
Yeah.
Griffin, did we have a chance to talk to you since you banked that tournament in Vegas?
Not on the stream, I don't think.
Yeah, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Was it a hyper turbo?
It was a super hyper turbo.
Super hyper turbo.
10-minute levels. Although the hyper turbos out here are 10-minute levels too, so you know, it's just a really fast turbo. Over in 4 hours. It's great.
You won 17 grand?
I won 17 grand.
What's the shirt say, Griff?
Blockers aren't real.
10-7 versus 10-7. Outflopping pocket fives. Blockers aren't real.
But you know what is real and what everybody loves.
Oh, I hope we get there.
Right?
I hope we get there. By the way, we have ticked down to 143. That means we have hit the money jump. Everyone's now locked up more than 10K.
Bit loose with the fives here. The 2 overs and a player behind. And has folded out the opportunity that we had, so quite resentful right now.
38. 38.
Yeah, I didn't hear him either.
That's 88,005.
Nice.
We do not get to showdown. We do not get to celebrate a chop pot.
Actually, it's bragging. Marley folded, actually, so couldn't have been a chop.
Whatever, man.
Semantics.
Don't harsh our buzz.
Sure, we all wanted the chop. That was actually one of my highlights from yesterday, when you came in from the rafters to join us for the chop pot song.
Action folded to Mulder, who's got king 10.
I'm thinking he's raising.
Raise 12.
Gonzalo Vega in the big blind. Jack 8 of diamonds.
Hell yeah.
Vega's kind of gotten the short end of the stick here in this level so far. Not any premium hands, really. A lot of raises and then getting sort of 3 bets and 4 bets, having the worst of it. So hopefully fortunes can turn here against one of the best players in the world where you're out of position.
Okay, well, pair of 8s, 1 diamond.
And all red.
It could be worse.
Yes. Decent flop here.
Continuation bet of 17,000 from Tuan Mulder. Called by Vega. It improves to 2 pair on the turn. Straight draw for Mulder.
And this is the kind of card that Mulder White might want to barrel, right? I mean, if you're up against 8-7, you don't want to lose to that at showdown. So Jack is just, it's just the card you have to bet. And it's the one that significantly improves Vega's hand strength. Another question becomes, does Vega just want to call here, which would leave 1.2x pot left, or does he want to raise? I would probably say call is the move. Only going to get called by better. Keep those bluffs in. But you do have 2 pair. 2 pair, strong hand.
In the hand rankings, it's close to the bottom, but it's good
Yeah.
enough for a win most of the time.
That's a good point. We did just go over that.
Oli.
Okay.
Vega playing around 70 big blinds right now. Mulder still playing more than 120 bigs. As we enter the last 10 minutes of level 16, less than 10 minutes to go till we hit the first break of the day. And we're going to the outer tables where we're going to check on Team Pro Ramon Callias. Gone to the flop against Henrik Veldholm. 9 tray deuce on the flop with 2 diamonds. Action is on Veldholm, and this is going to be a bet of 13,000.
Man, Ramon looks so different with that blue hoodie on.
Oh, there's a 3rd player in the hand.
Oh!
Lucas Rose. Rose calls the 13,000. Now the action is on Ramon. you're thinking, Ramon. He's thinking of raising. That's a fistful of blue. And Ramon makes it 45,000 total.
Yikes. Surrenders his cards and his chips. Here you go.
Fold. Another fold. And the PSPC 2019 champion is now playing a stack of 600,000, which means we continue to follow Ramon.
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey!
Griffin, you don't know the melody, clearly.
I'm pretty sure he called him Marone.
I did call him Marone at the end. Did you notice that?
Jesus, Griffin. Jesus.
Classic MacGruber.
No equity denial here for Farrell. He's going to get to see the river for whatever price he wants, and that price is free 99. Always make a pair when you're open-ended.
Yeah, Farrell's going to hate to see this result if he decides to check back the river, which is certainly a possibility. You know, the reason Farrell doesn't barrel this turn, I mean, we have to assume this is a raise under the gun, a call from the big blind, and a check call. You figure it's hard to get people to fold nines and the like, but a 4 would have folded the turn, and that's why you can see a little frustration from Neil. Oh, if I'd bet something on the turn, he would have folded. Why didn't I do that? Well, because you don't know what your opponent has.
It is weird how much harder it is when you can't
When
see
you can't see?
when you can't see
Yeah.
the hold cards. I guess the weirder part is that it's still somewhat difficult for me, and I can see the cards.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still not 100% sure what these players should be doing, even with all the information. Our second favorite commentator, Joe Stapleton, is back. We love you, Stapes. I could have just had the second part.
Yeah, just
I didn't need
so
to
good
know
to
the first part.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Lab Dwakin says, what's fun is when you know what your opponent has and you know they can't fold to a min raise. Lol.
Can't argue with that.
You cannot argue with
No.
that.
No.
Girl.
Girl, you number one.
Well, Ace Queen was ahead before the flop, way ahead post flop.
Post flop check back bonanza. Called it.
A prediction.
Check, check again.
Surprised Nuki isn't going for some value there by the turn. But maybe just expecting Tirard to not really have much here. Hoping to allow him to catch up, maybe spike something like a 10 or a jack on the river, depending on what Arthur has. In this case, it would have been a 10, would have been nice. Finally does go for a little value.
We've referenced a few times that we're going to be changing feature table for the second session of the day. Would you like to see our new feature table post-break?
Not really.
Well, you're gonna. Got two former EPT champions at it, Robin Ulatalo and Steve O'Dwyer.
No, allow it.
Both Robin and Steve won their EPTs in 2013. Of course, Steve has a second place finish on the European Poker Tour as well, a runner-up in London, which is the event that Robin won, albeit in a different year.
Surprisingly, no other success. Those were the only tournaments he did well in.
One-hit wonders.
Yeah.
Dwyer looks like those graybeards from Skyrim. Pretty funny. Nice one, Safa.
After the break? On new table. Okay. I'm on new table.
Ace, high, flop, and yeah, this is going to be the last hand of the session.
Suited cards, huh?
And that hand has concluded. So one level down, 4 to go. 135 players heading out on break. And a new feature table when we come back from break. Checking on the stacks of the players we've been watching for the last 90 minutes. Artur Tiriar started the session as tournament chip leader. May have dropped down a few spots, but still a big stack with 150 big blinds. Tuan Mulder playing close to 100. Not a great session for Marley Sprague. She's dropped below the 50 big blind mark. Neil Farrell with 13 bigs will be in the danger zone when they come back at 3-6.
Danger zone!
And yes, Robin Ulatalo and Steve O'Dwyer are going to be on the main stage. Our new feature table for the second level of day 3. We're going to take an 18-minute break. Very specific. Put the kettle on. Make yourself a cuppa. Sit down with a packet of crisps. And rejoin us with more action from day 3 of the Prague main event here on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. We're back soon. Peter Jorgner, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you very much. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well, and congratulations once again, to steal Joe's expression, for your second place finish in EPT Paris. I know at the time there was probably an element of disappointment, but considering where you were a year ago, to come to this point, you must realize this is a huge achievement.
Yeah, I really do, and I'm just super grateful, to be honest.
Last I saw you, you were wrestling Nick Walsh and like 3 other people in the Hyatt hotel lobby. Who won that wrestling match?
I think I finally came out on top.
I mean, you were definitely, he was definitely wrestling 2 people at the same time, and it was not easy. I mean, it was not close. I mean, they were getting their asses kicked.
I never would have doubted it in a million years. I'm guessing then that after that final table, some beverages were potentially consumed. Maybe there was a bit of celebration?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit of celebration going on.
It felt weird. I was honored to be a part of that. Thank you for accepting us and letting us hang out with you.
No, that was my pleasure. Likewise. It was a great evening.
It seemed like you had look, we've been around a lot of winners and a lot of runners up, and it seemed like this was extra special for some reason. You were really it was not just you celebrating, but your whole team. Everyone seemed really overjoyed with it. I mean, you seem like a successful guy before this happened.
Yeah.
Tell us about that.
The before story.
The origin story. Who is Peter Jorgner and where did he come from?
So I come from Stockholm, Sweden. I started my first business in 1994, and basically been self-employed ever since. And mostly in some kind of tech industry, internet, IT, and then financial technology. Married in the late 90s, got 3 beautiful daughters, and the last venture I did, we sold that company in 2018. I worked for the buyer for 2 odd years and quit in 2020. Left Stockholm for Marbella, Spain, to retire, but it wasn't that much fun for the first couple of months. But then started investing my money in different ventures, and as you know, I picked up poker like a year ago, 10 months ago. And that's been a real blast, as you might imagine.
I want to go back to 1994. Like you were what, like in your early 20s or at the oldest? I understand that you created some software, I think is what your most recent thing was. But in 94, what was going on?
Yeah, so internet came. I meant to start a web agency that was going to create internet presence for companies, but that was way early. But I worked as a consultant, and eventually that morphed into an internet agency in '96, and that kept on going through the internet boom and internet crash, and I sold that company in 2007.
So you were just early on, just knew that the internet was going to be a thing, and you decided that you were going to figure out how to get companies online.
Yeah, exactly.
It's incredible. What I'm intrigued to know, Peter, is when you say into your retirement that you discovered poker, I mean, are we literally talking about playing the game for the first time, or had it always been there in the background?
No, it's been there in the background. I think I've been playing online, but it's been like, coming home from work, 11 p.m. with a bottle of wine, winning for 1 hour, then losing for 3.
Yeah.
And then segueing into some live poker, playing home games and the local casino in Stockholm. But not a lot. It's been more of a hobby and a losing one.
Right.
It sounds like all Peter did in Paris is win his money back.
Yeah.
So when you when the passion was truly ignited, at what point did you say, I'm actually going to take this seriously? At what point did you put together Team Jorgner?
Yeah, it's actually Team Hightower. That's my nickname.
Okay.
Wow. That's a cool nickname.
It was like 2 years ago, and I went heads up against Peter Quisthammer, who was my friend at the time, still is, of course.
The good-looking Peter.
Yeah, the good-looking, handsome Peter.
Yeah. Handsome Peter, right.
Yeah. And I donked into him on the flop, and he busted me, pulled me aside and said that I was disrespecting the beautiful game of poker by not playing to my full potential. And so that kind of sparked the initial discussion. So it's now known as my most profitable hand that I ever played. And 10 months ago, we kind of stipulated that into a contract where they would coach me, I would stake them. And we started with EPT Barcelona. With the goal with me, my goal was, reaching a final table in one of the bigger tournaments, EPT or WSOP. But not in a million years we had actually thought that was going to happen this quick.
So you say it started in Barcelona. Which events have you played since then?
So I played Master Classics,
right,
and EPT Prague.
Okay, so this is your 4th event, Paris?
Yeah.
Wow. So that's incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
And this happened to be, as we said on the stream and just said again a few minutes ago, one of the biggest fields we've ever seen. 1,600 total entries. What was it like navigating your way through the early days?
Well, for the first time, I was actually quite comfortable because I was over average, like pretty much every day. I came out over average and played like 100 big blinds. And for the first time, I knew enough of the game that I started learning by looking at these really great players and how they acted at the table and the moves that they made. And I kind of picked up on what they were doing, and a few levels later, I could implement it. So that was I think the big difference in Paris versus other times when I was just outplayed and had no clue as to why I got outplayed. But now I realize it's with the ranges, positions, and stack sizes, all the bits and pieces that go into it.
What sort of, I know that you have your poker coaches. What sort of training did they put you through? What was their approach?
Yeah, so basically they put together a deck, a PowerPoint deck, and basically the first slide was demystifying poker. So they kind of broke it down into bits and pieces and then built it up again ahead of Barcelona. I think we did 5 sessions before that. And then 1 session during Barcelona, and we've done 6 sessions since, 1 today actually. And and then they've been, during the festivals, just coaching me during the breaks, and giving me a lot of. I kind of use the analogy with, the boxing coaches. You go into the corner, you sit on your stool, one is waving the towel and the other one whispering in your ear. You got this guy on seat 1, don't do this versus that guy, do more of this, less of that. Especially now in Paris, day 4, 5, and 6, they were instrumental in doing that. And they kind of put their own poker aside just to be with me and alongside me.
Well, I was going to say, because during the late stages, you spent a decent amount of time on the feature table. So I'm guessing your coaches had a lot of information to work from. And I'm guessing that the stream is useful to go back and look at key hands and key spots.
Absolutely. Yeah, very much so. And also it was an opportunity, to kind of set the other players up a little bit as well.
Yeah.
By playing unconventional in certain spots and knowing that they will watch this in half an hour, and then the next time I get the same opportunity, I'm just going to reverse the play I did before, because I knew I couldn't beat them at their game.
That's actually one of my favorite things about watching a relative amateur, a relative new person come to the game is watching the GTO wizards not know how to fight against them and sort of get a little confused by them. And that was certainly fun watching you. I guess what sort of prep went in before the final table? How late were you up the night before? Was it studying individual players or studying spots? What did you guys get into before that?
Not so much the previous night, but in the morning, because I just went to the hotel, took a sleeping pill, tried to get as much sleep as possible, and then we met a couple of hours before having breakfast, and then they had crunched the numbers during the night and watched the hands and brought the data to me. So I just got a summary on each player, each position, stack size, moves that they had made before, and the profile of each player basically. And of course I had my idea as well, and we just got to a conclusion on where we were at.
Now, we were just saying that the final table actually played a lot quicker than we thought it was going to. And there were a lot of chips still in play, but of course, when there is one player at the table who has all the chips, it does change the dynamic. You must have known that when you got three-handed, when you got heads up, that it was a big, big mountain to climb and potentially overcome. Razvan was just like, clearly had a massive advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a bit tough, and also for me not being used to playing 6 days straight, 12 hours a day. Also a bit, I wouldn't say fatigued, but that was the day before when I fell asleep at the table. But No, but it was definitely an uphill battle.
It's one of the highlights of the Paris live stream. You completely checked out for like a minute, and the dealer having to take a time bank card from you because you didn't know the action was on you.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So you seem to me like a guy that's used to winning, right? Like you've been a winner for a long time, whatever it is, from that first business back in 1994 up and through, early retirement. Yeah. How difficult was not winning for you? Or are you able to look at this as a win also?
This is definitely a win, huge win. I also think that the correct player won. He had been, consistent throughout the final days. I think I had the right approach. I spoke to him during the breaks. A really nice guy, newly married, and this is his thing. So at the time, I didn't feel sorry at all. I saw it as a win for me, definitely. Actually, a few days later, I started thinking, oh, I got really close. But I wanted to win. Don't get me wrong. I really wanted that trophy. But Sousa made me a small one, if you saw the green.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize how badly you just wanted some kind of memento of the experience, just to take something away that you could have to mark the occasion. But, there are multiple events at every EPT stop, and there are other live poker events. I don't think it's going to be long before you have something genuine to put on your shelf.
Oh, I appreciate that. That would be really nice.
And on that note, what are the plans for this year, Peter? Where are you going next?
So I'm going to ESPT in Madrid.
Cool.
I think that's a week after next. And after that, I'm planning for Cannes and Monte Carlo.
Nice.
And then WSOP, EPT Barcelona, EPT Cyprus, and EPT Prague.
Wow. Already mapped out the year. Well, in that case, we will see you in Monte Carlo, and look forward to catching up and seeing you wear one of... How many Rolex Yachtmaster 2s do you actually own?
2.
Just the 2, okay.
I put this on today just for you.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Gets the James Harskin seal of approval. Peter, it was great to meet you in Paris. Congratulations once again on an amazing result, and we look forward to seeing you again in a few weeks' time.
Thank you very much.
Joey! Out of the gun, folds 5 high.
Sailboats for Nicholas Usted, opening under the gun +1 to 125,000. Fabrice Bigot, ace-3 in the hijack.
This feels like a big no.
Bigot folding this hand.
Yeah, there's a lot of action behind. Usted raising pretty early. A nay.
Jack-3 for Jorgner. And what could he possibly be thinking about?
I don't know, but my guess is his life's pretty good. He could be just reflecting.
I mean, if he re-raises here with Jack-3, respect.
I think he's just lost in the sauce right now, honestly. This doesn't look like he's actually thinking about anything.
He does know it's his turn, right?
I think he's back now. I told you. My live reads are dead on.
Sorry. That's going to cost him a time bank card.
It's okay.
I need a coffee.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about how great my life is.
The live reads. Nice work, Joe.
At the secondary feature table, Eugene Kachalov has moved all in with kings. Danius Ulka's re-raised in an attempt to isolate, but it's not going to work. Max Greenwood's got aces.
Holy.
Owen.
The last time I saw a deck this cold, Kate Winslet and Leonardo DiCaprio were sliding off it into the ocean.
Action back on Ulk. He calls. He puts 2 players at risk, but he is way behind. So Greenwood's tournament life is on the line, but he's got 85% equity. Kachalov is at risk. He's drawing to 1 card.
Everyone pretty much flopped dead.
No one has a spade. That'll do it. A huge pot for Greenwood, and Kachalov is busto.
Pretty nice spot to pick up aces.
Meanwhile, Max Greenwood is about to double up through Sergei Chanchev. Kings against jacks with just 1 card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me? Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage. Don't worry, Sergey. He's not yelling about you. He'll see you at home.
Welcome back to Prague and the 2023 season of the PokerStars European Poker Tour as day 3 of the 5K main event continues here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. Second session of the day about to begin. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And a new feature table, Nick. First, we're going to check on the big stacks coming back from break. We had Artur Tiriar at our first feature table. He was the start of day chip leader. He's dropped down to 3rd place, but he's still a top 5 stack. It is former chip leader Omar Eljak, who's #1 on the leaderboard right now with 1.1 million. Blinds are going to be 3,000, 6,000 with a 6K big blind ante. We're about to kick off level 17 of the main event. And let's see who we have on the main stage. We teased it before we went on break. 2 former EPT champions looking for their 2nd title. And of course, looking for the first prize here in Prague of 1 million euros. Right now, we're paying players 10,480 euros. As in every MTT, all the big money is up top with 6-figure scores for most of the players who make the FT, with a 7-figure score for the eventual champion. So the 2 big names, our new feature table, are Robin Ulatalo and Steve O'Dwyer. Both EPT champions, both pretty prolific winners on the EPT. Steve's won so many high roller and super high roller events. And of course, Robin Ulatalo had a near miss in Barcelona earlier this year, Nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Pretty stacked table here. We've had a lot of really good action from the feature. Looking forward to covering this one. Just so much talent, so many new faces, lots of great poker, lots of cool action. I'm hoping for another fun session today.
Firoz Mangro is the biggest stack at this table with close to 100 big blinds. Stanislav Tishkovich, the shortest stack, but not short stacked, with 31 bigs. Just to give you an idea of where things are at right now, with 132 players remaining, 132 players coming back from the break. Average stack is 292,000, so just below a 50 big blind average right now. So we'll keep this table for at least 1 level, a total of 5 levels to be played today. We're 1 down with 4 to go. Not trying to hit a specific target, not trying to hit a certain number of players. Tomorrow the ambition will be to get down to 16. That might take more than 5 levels. Big field here in Prague. Record-breaking field for this tournament. 1,285 total entries.
Yep, and we need to play the poker. Bigger fields means more poker to hit those targets, hit the milestones, and make our way down to our final table and so forth.
Robin Ulatalo is a 40 big blind stack coming into this level.
They can choose, but they cannot put players on tables like random seat draws.
Steve O'Dwyer with 64 bigs.
Whatever they think is the best, they do.
Steve's so happy that the squeaky chairs are back for 2023. Hashtag embrace the squeak.
Cards are in the air, guys. Back underway. James, am I right in saying that Ilatello was on the final table in Barcelona at some points?
as I referenced, a near miss in Barcelona earlier this year.
Sorry. And the lettered hats have returned.
The lettered hats were definitely a feature of his appearance during the Barcelona main event. A sartorial choice that influenced our very own graphical Hugh, who now wears exactly the same hats on a daily basis.
I love it. Uh-oh. 477K to start the hand. Yelatello, the effective stack, though, James.
Yeah, and Andras Konjevich with ace-king. Re-raises. Makes it 45,000, and the action is back on Yelatello.
Tricky spot, small blind, probably not going to 3-bet super duper light here. Some players will have the correct frequency, but King Queen off doesn't play quite as nice as King Queen suited. King Queen suited might probably sneak in here once in a while still. I think King Queen's just the fold in. He does let it go. Twitch chat. Crypto's asking, is there a website that shows who's still in the tournament? Check out the PokerStars Live app. However, be aware that the app is in real time.
Correct.
And will potentially spoil your experience of watching the stream, which is on a 30-minute delay, despite the fact that we're commentating in real time. If you don't already have the PokerStars app, check it out. It's very cool, very helpful. Will keep you abreast of all the action at every live event, every PokerStars live event. And also, if you travel to an event, it's actually very useful to get checked in as well. You don't have to remember your PokerStars live card anymore. You can now sign in with your app once the accounts have been connected. Very cool little feature.
But for those of you trying to follow along at home, Nick's not wrong. The app is great, but is reporting in real time, as are the team at Poker News. So if you're following the live updates on Poker News, that will also be in real time, and spoilers could be revealed. As we see Robin Yelatello get frisky with King 10 and Ace-King suited for Steve O'Dwyer.
So O'Dwyer, 64 bigs, the shortest of all three stacks. Yelatello still, after folding the King-Queen just now, 32 big blinds. You just squeeze all day long here. It's a dream. Sorry, excuse me, 4-bet, excuse me, cold 4-bet. So 6,000, 7,000, 8.
108.
I think he said 108.
Yeah.
108,000.
Yeah, nice and chunky here.
Still got the button and blinds to act. Well, that's the button gone. Shonikov in the small. Zenis in the big with ace-queen. Ugh.
Yeah.
Raise, re-raise, re-raise. Nah.
Yeah, easy, easy fold now. Pocket 10's got to be hitting the cold 4-bet here. Wouldn't be surprised to see a fold from Mangro. And, James, I got to say, I feel like O'Dwyer's size here is designed, you know, to mostly inspire folds, right? He's quite happy just to take down that take it down pre-flop there. And quite happy just to make a statement like, I got a premium, but guys, it's okay.
Yep.
We don't have to gamble. Just give me the chips and nobody gets hurt.
I'm small. Yeah, you're a big blind, yeah. Sorry.
I forgot I raised.
Yeah.
130 players remaining now.
I'm pretty sure I didn't open to 35K.
Thanks, man.
Stanislav Tishkovich, Jack 8 of spades, folds. Round to Steve O'Dwyer, who opens with Queen 8 of diamonds. Ace-10 for Adria Diaz.
So Diaz 77 bigs, slightly covering O'Dwyer. Might be tempted to have a little 3-bet here once in a while. Might be tempted to fold. I think really all options on the table. I think probably calling is the worst option there, generally speaking. Don't want to inspire players to call behind. So I think a fold totally reasonable as well. You're not quite as in position as you'd like to 3-bet that at a higher frequency.
Round to the big blind. It's spelt Raymond Luxury Yacht. That's a fold. Steve O'Dwyer, an above average stack. Most of the players at this table, 6 out of the 8 players at this table, significantly above average. 71 big blinds or more. Tiskovic first to act. Fold to the 4-deuce. Dwyer out. 10-9 for Diaz. Eight, 7 off. Nope. Round to Dennis with ace-6.
On the button, feels like an open to me. Dennis about 71 big blinds deep. Small blind, 548K, so covering, probably just a fold.
And then Robin Nolatello in the big blind with 4-deuce.
Wow.
He folds as well.
Yep, right at the very bottom of the range there, guys. 4-deuce off. Still, even in this modern game, defending a very wide range. Still going to have some folds there, and should be fairly obvious. The absolute bottom of the offsuit range seems good.
Coming up on 2:40 local time, which means just over half an hour to go until the first mini EPT tournament of the day. The mini EPT Prague series running online alongside our live coverage from EPT Prague. 3 low buy-in MTTs every single day of the series. 3:15, 6:15, 8:15. That's Central European time. The series concludes on Sunday with 2 mini main events. Now, while there are New Year Series tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament, when we get to the mini main events, it's all about those power passes. Win a mini main, you get a gold power pass. If you're a runner-up, silver power pass.
Yeah, guys, low buy-in but high value. Lots of added value in those. Maybe you play higher. Maybe you got an average buy-in of 40 bucks, 50 bucks, 100 bucks, whatever. It's still probably worth taking a look, especially if you're just chilling with us, watching the stream. Nice to have a little game going on the side. Nice wide open here from Mangro. Nolatello weighing up the options. 29 big blinds to start the hand. I think it's going to be a 3-bet or fold, I imagine. Yeah, there's the 3-bet. 40-something would make sense here, I think. That makes sense to me. 40K to go. Yeah, takes it down. Nice work there.
Scared I'm gonna knock out the.
Apologies to the Frisky Clicker on YouTube, who sadly can't take part in the mini EPT series. Would highlight it is not available everywhere in the world. If you fire open the PokerStars lobby, if there isn't a tab that says mini EPT Prague, I'm afraid the series is not running in your particular jurisdiction.
I have sort of been following here and there today, James. How is Marley Sprague getting on?
Kind of about where she started the day, around 300,000 chips. Wasn't a great opening session for her, so now playing a sub 50 big blind stack, just below tournament average.
Oh man, still chunks though. Great to see Marley doing well. Very healthy looking stack at this stage in the tournament.
Shonikov has opened here with pocket threes. Mangro with King Jack.
Might sneak in some flatting here. Again, probably not the craziest through that ever. I think folding is also pretty reasonable. I think all options on the table there, depending on the opponent and the stack depth, etc. Mr. O'Dwyer has a beautiful hand to defend the big blind here. 5-4 suited, great little call. Nice and cheap, additional added value from the big blind ante, of course. So great price going to the flop.
7-6-4. That is a pair for O'Dwyer, who's taken the lead.
I was about to say, does Steve ever lead this board? This is one of these cool high-level tricks that people pull out once in a while, and it's just, when you do it well, it's just so difficult to play against. Is going to actually extract a little bit of value here. Ace of spades might be a slowdown for O'Dwyer, though. The intention of those bets is actually to try and keep some of the high card combos in. You see the size that he uses there. The intention is to control the size of the pot, get to a turn for relatively cheap, get value from weaker hands. He's accomplished all those, but the ace might be a card that he wants to start pumping the brakes now, just because he doesn't want to be value timing himself against ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10, all the stuff you'd expect in that +2 range. But looks like he might prove me wrong. And this is why he's Steve O'Dwyer, and I'm just talking about the pokers. 83,000 over bet turn.
O'Dwyer now third in chips at the table. More than 80 big blinds.
Excellent stuff. Steve O'Dwyer, man, such a force to be reckoned with. I would love to hear his analysis of that hand and his breakdown of the range he actually leads in those circumstances. Great to see him play. Very honored to see this kind of behind-the-scenes action, guys.
Down to 126 players. And Mangro with 9-8 off in the hijack. Both he and Ulatello have folded. Tishkovich is on the button. Now the blind, Steve O'Dwyer in the small with queens.
So, blind v blind action, guys. Both players similarly stacked. I think you're probably going to want to have lots of raise with queens here. Very little trapping here, James. Just because deeper stacked, if you don't start building the pot now, you're not going to find a way to get the rest of the chips in on a later street. Obviously, you're going to want to steal there quite frequently as a bluff as well. So I think queens probably almost pure raise there, blind v blind at this stack depth.
I know it's way too early with 125 plus players remaining in this tournament to start making predictions of who's going to make the final table. But if Steve O'Dwyer makes the final table, if Steve O'Dwyer finishes 5th or better in this tournament, his lifetime earnings will move past $40 million.
$40 million. Think of all the watches you could buy with that, James. James's response, about 3.
You'd be on a wait list for all of them, but... Tishkovich opening with ace-queen. O'Dwyer with 10-8 suited on the button. calls in position. Forwarded to the big blind, gives up the 4 deuce, heads up to the flop. Nine, 9-3. Dwyer folds the continuation bet.
Yeah, I'd imagine if there was a club on board, backdoor clubs, potentially what might be 2 live cards to hit to give him the better 2 pair, or a 2 pair that is beating a high card. Might be tempted to call there. Maybe even some weird raising as well, James. Sometimes with the backdoor flush draw, we see those.
Neil Farrell all in against Tuan Mulder. Ace-Jack versus 9s. Ace on the turn, ace on the river. That is Feraldo doubling up to around 170k. So that is our previous feature table, which is going to break imminently. That's why we had to move it off the main stage. But a double up for EPT Malta 2015 winner, Neil Farrell.
Absolutely love this man.
Mangro opening with Queen Jack. Just the big blind left to act. Maxim Shonikov folds. Raise and take it for Mangro.
Not too shabby for our featured table chip leader, Feroz Mangro, now 91 big blinds. Had a couple of those now. In the modern meta, very little folding in the big blinds, but and a couple real low ones there. A couple hands in a row.
So, Mr. Zazaz asks, why does the feature table need to break up? The previous feature table, that is. So there is a breaking order. So every table is numbered. We started the day, I think, with 22 tables next. They're numbered 1 through 22.
Right.
And the seat draw is random. And the breaking order is high to low. So as players are eliminated, you want to keep all the seats filled. We play 8-handed. So once 8 players have been eliminated, you break table 22, reassign those players. Another 8 players are eliminated, you break table 21, reassign those 8 players. And the table we started with today was table 17. So we've reached the point now where it's going to be broken soon. And what you don't want is a situation where the table that's on the main stage has to be changed. Because demiking players, remiking players, taking chip counts, getting them into the graphics system along with the names, it takes 10 to 15 minutes. So we can do it during a break, but we can't really do it during live play. We'd have to stop the clock, and that's not great for anyone.
Yeah, and I think the takeaway from that, James, if there's any confusion, is the feature table is not an invention for us to create. We don't.
Oh no.
We don't put together the feature table and think, oh, this is going to be interesting. Let's do this. It's a live table just the same as any other. They're sat there because they would be sat at another table altogether just the same. And therefore, you know, the only control that we have, excuse me, is to select tables that are not going to break for the reasons that James highlights.
Jack 3-3 on the flop.
Little big blind special here.
Check to Diaz, who was the pre-flop aggressor. He continues for 15,000. 12,000 he announced.
Yeah.
My apologies.
Only
That's right, Ouija. Players on the feature table aren't selected. It is a random table.
Yeah, push.
What happened there? I missed what happened with Shonikov.
He just folded, right?
He folded, but I heard some grumblings about how he folded.
Oh. Check is good, did improve. I think there might be a cute little blocker bet here, actually. You know, James, if you put in like quarter pot here, you get called by worse once in a while, and of course you slow down the action. If he does have a king or an overpair, difficult for him to raise when you can still have a 3 in your hand here. Wow, really big. Was not expecting this. I say really big. It's about half pot, but still probably the same effect as a blocker bet, just going to cost him a little bit more to find out about the king.
Raise from Diaz.
I was not expecting this. He's found a great spot to put in a raise, but that's a brave man. Our friend in the big blind has all the trays. Diaz, very few of them. I mean, in a weird way, Jack Tray gives Zenas kind of a weird range advantage. I'm not sure if that's exactly the right term, but he's going to have plenty of 3x, maybe getting a bit of a live tell here, maybe getting a sizing tell here. Perhaps, James, he's expecting a 3 to have gone bigger on the river.
Yeah.
Maybe he's expecting the 3 to use a larger size here. And reading into that, figures, yep, he's going to have a bluff, or he's going to have a jack, or maybe he has a weaker king. I mean, just great poker anyway. Finds the right spot regardless. I would certainly be a little bit concerned about the 3 under these circumstances.
Gets called by Jack, gets paid off.
Man, poker today, fire. Absolutely loving this action. Love to be surprised in the booth, especially when it's good poker.
Diaz, table chip leader. Closing in on the 100 big blind mark.
Again, would love to hear his thought process there. My only guess is perhaps the bet sizing.
Okay, so Shonikov being told to slide his cards forward. I think the concern was he was folding too high and potentially revealing his cards when he folded.
Sure.
So he has been warned.
Irish community traveling here for EPTs?
There's a decent amount.
Decent?
Yeah. I think a lot of them are in Vegas. So.
Oh, Vegas now?
Yeah, a lot of them went to Vegas. So.
Do you think it's bigger than the Spanish community? More or less?
Yeah. A lot more Spanish. I mean, Ireland's a very small country.
Yeah.
Only 4 million people.
1 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
I feel like I see more Irish flags.
Yeah, I mean, there's...
Shonikov
like
with
anywhere
king
else.
3 of hearts.
Seat 6, raise 13,000.
The Irish Open's broken records 2 years in a row.
Well, here's the solution. So if you don't want to screw up folding your cards, play the hand and raise instead.
Just like it adds.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's over 3,000 entries this year. I wouldn't be surprised if there's over 3,000 entries.
Yeah, we always say like it's gonna go down sometime or whatever, and then it never stops going. Good to see.
Shonikov playing close to 75 bigs. 118 players remaining now. That means the average stack is around 325,000 and still 65 minutes to play on this level. Jack-9 of hearts.
I really like this hand, James. Beautiful, beautiful combo.
Rounds the blinds, Mangro in the small. King, queen.
These guys about 79 big blinds effective.
That's a re-raise. Robert Nulatalo with ace-jack of diamonds.
An opportunity for a cold 4-bet potentially. I think folding is probably not that crazy either, to be honest, but really depends on your perception of the dynamic. Small blind needs to have the capacity to bluff. Small blind needs to have a certain range. Hijack needs to be opening a decent amount as well. I think the fold is also completely fine. If you haven't seen Mangro 3-betting at a decent frequency, you probably give him a lot more strong hands. Therefore, the cold 4-bet just becomes a little bit more reckless, but defended now. Jack-9 suited playing from the hijack in position against Mangro in the small.
Queen, queen, 10. Trips versus an open-ended straight draw.
Now, I don't want to commentator curse here, James.
Yeah.
But a king on the turn would be ridiculously spicy for Mangro.
What? Oh, good, I didn't mishear that. I mean, I did mishear it. I heard 222,000.
Yeah, I heard a big number as well, and I was like, whoa. 9 would obviously also be very spicy, but just in the other direction. Ah, never mind.
Well, that is the full house for Mangro. Size is down on the turn.
Yeah. Milky Milkerson. Perhaps trying to make it look a little bit like a blocker bet of some sort. This is really interesting for sure. Love to see more from Mangro so far. We've only seen a handful during the session.
Each time bank card is worth 30 seconds.
You know, if Jack-9 thinks maybe he's blocker betting with, you know, ace-king, ace-jack, ace-9, something like that, might be tempted to call because he can still improve in a way which is meaningful, and he can also, of course, maybe hit a jack once in a while. Makes a good fold. I mean, it's so cheap. You can really, really talk yourself into those ones, James, and under certain circumstances, I think that's probably not unreasonable, but makes the fold, gets away from it. I think that's also totally fine as well.
And Feroz Mangro now has more than 600K, has more than 100 big blinds. As we track across the room in this EPT Prague main event, see there's 59 and a bit left to play on the clock. Level 17, 116 players remaining. And back to the feature table. Well, Zenis has opened with ace-queen. Mangro with ace-7 suited on the button. Looks like a call. Tishkovich, the big blind with King Jack.
31 big blinds. I like a call here. And yeah, just one more big blind to make that call or thereabouts.
Queen, Jack, 10. Top pair versus second pair. Straight draws as well. Ace-7 is out. Tishkovich with that pair, with that draw, with a diamond. Can't fold this.
Nah, especially not for this price. Quite a small continue here. Great price just to try and turn the nuts even if you're not winning with the jack, and of course you will be some of the time.
4 of diamonds does pick up the flush draw.
Mad equity now.
Bonkers.
Bonkers equity. Looks like a lead on the turn, James.
Interesting. Called by the best hand, and a king on the river. Yes, it's 2 pair for Tishkovich, but it is the straight for Zenis.
This is such a gross run out for the king jack. I realize ace queen was ahead the whole time, but
yeah,
on that turn, so many ways to improve, and it's really, really ugly to improve in a 2 pair here when the ace is such a clear rivered straight. Having led the turn, however, it is not unreasonable to continue representing a flush, for example. I mean, pretty trivial call for 35K, right?
Yeah, absolutely. What are you losing to here? Diamonds?
Just the diamonds.
Cycle. And a decent pot for Konstantinos. Now playing 75 big blinds. Fourth in chips at the table behind Steve O'Dwyer, Adria Diaz, and Firoz Mangro, who has the table chip lead right now with close to 100 bigs. Tishkovic has now become a short stack after that hand. He's playing 14 bigs.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one there, James. I think also the flush would never use that smaller size on that river, but there we go. On to the next one.
Shornikov opens to 13,000 with ace-8. Pocket jacks for Zinus. AC/DC Bon asking what nationality is he? That is the flag of Greece. Everyone has folded, so it's back on Shornikov.
I think probably regretting a slightly wider open here. Very, very, very dicey a call with ace-8 at this stage. I think the open is probably fine, but definitely on the wider side. We're still playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-handed, of course. Just need to be aware of that, kind of know where the line is, know your ranges, and understand when you want to adjust. I think the wider open there, no problem at all. Shornikov about 72 big blinds, so probably a hand you can raise liberally, however, also a hand that has the potential to cost you a lot. Pretty bad implied odds, James. Pretty bad implied value. If you hit a top pair against a better kicker, you got a lot more big blinds to lose than if you're shorter stacked and you're more willing to just go broke.
Queen 10 of clubs for Mangro. Raises. Steve O'Dwyer in the small blind. It's folded. Diaz with trade deuce in the big blind also folds.
You ever been there? You ever been?
Yeah. Sometimes, not so long.
Only for playing or also enjoying?
Vacation.
Okay.
I support Barcelona football.
You support them?
O'Dwyer's button, he's raising with 9-8. Kings for Diaz in the small.
I think you just 3-bet 100% here. We are super duper deep still. Generally speaking, when we're deeper, we play faster, right? That's the whole point. It's harder to get chips in the middle when you're deeper. for entire stacks, so therefore we need to increase the size of the pot as fast as possible with our good stuff. That doesn't mean we don't have bluffs here as well, of course, but that's all just a part of balancing up that 3-betting range.
Because of Ronaldinho. Of Ronaldinho? Okay, good.
I started when he
came
to Barcelona.
Yeah, it was like a great change, right?
Yeah.
Like
Change
a different player, yeah.
Change of an era.
Yeah.
That's when I got into watching.
What are the biggest clubs?
Ace King.
I probably don't know, but Maribor.
Yeah, they play Champions like qualifiers.
That is an under-the-gun raise.
Oh, Europe.
13,000.
Maybe some players.
Round to Tishkovic. Who folds. Action now on Diaz on the button. That's a call with ace-8 of hearts. Small blind out. Shornikov in the big blind is calling. 7-5 off. King 5-3. So top for the pre-flop aggressor.
Just a normal continuation bet here seems reasonable.
Just the 1 heart on the flop. Diaz facing a bet of 18,000. Interesting. Makes the call. Shornikov folds the 7-5. And, oh, I think Shornikov's cards went over the reader in the middle of the table. The turn card is actually the Jack of Spades.
I think having the ace of spades here is particularly important, James, just because as we see Diaz flatting in position here with plenty of suited aces, and having the ace of spades kind of immediately in terms of sort of a blocker effect means that your opponent isn't going to have that as many flushes as you might imagine, right? He's opened under the gun, he's called on the button, might still have a hand like Queen 10 of spades, sure. He still might have 9 10 of spades sometimes, might have King X of spades. But it's interesting just to sort of, as a thought experiment, imagine the range and then remove a lot of the suited ace combos that might call here still that are going to complete on the turn. So he slows it down. Diaz decides he's going to fire.
Yeah, that's not a small bet. 70 into 84.
I mean, the flat with the ace-8 on the flop is already quite interesting here. A float perhaps to try and bluff a later street, and that's what we're seeing now.
Well, that means we're going to get to see a river card.
Yeah, ace-king going nowhere, especially with the nut flush draw.
Jack of clubs pairs the board.
Freddie, you're correct. Jack of spades on the board, of course. Confused myself, but you get my point. Conceptually, you understand what I'm saying. Checking a check. Nice hand for ace-king.
Absolutely.
What do you think?
Looked a little bit shocked to see ace-8 of hearts there.
Nice little pickup.
Well, a reminder that when we get to Sunday, we're going to have gold power passes up for grabs in our mini main events as part of the mini EPT Prague online series. Nick, I actually had a question. You might not know the answer.
Yeah.
In Power Path, if you play that first step, the 50-cent spin and go, I think I'm right in saying that the spinner could award a power pass right at the start.
Yeah.
I mean, statistically, it's unlikely, but has anyone won a gold power pass from a 50-cent spin?
That is a fantastic question. I'm not sure if anyone's hit the Ultimo jackpot, but you are correct in saying that you can spin up to a gold pass, yes.
So I imagine there might have been the odd bronze pass, maybe even a silver pass, but I think we would have heard about it if someone had spun a 10K gold pass from a 50-cent spin.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if we had not been informed of that, because it would be really, really cool for that promotion. It's going to be similarly frequent as the sort of jackpots that we see in other actual paid spins or for higher stake spins where we play for cash as opposed to tickets. Yeah, great promotion that. And don't forget, guys, you should, depending on your location, be taking advantage of that as much as possible. So, for example, guys, if you are in the correct locale and you play any amount of real money poker, you can play one hand of cash. You will be given a 50-cent step 1 ticket to play that spin every single day. You have to opt in some cases if it's not in your client, not available, but still lots of fun.
That is Broadway for Zynis. Shonikov with nada. And isn't it amazing to be betting with 0% equity?
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Just a footnote on what Nick was saying there. Of course, Power Path coming very soon to PokerStars in France and Spain. And when you consider that we have got EPT Paris in February, EPT Monte Carlo in the spring, and EPT Barcelona in the summer, great news for players in those countries to have the opportunity to win gold power passes that they could redeem for main event packages for those EPTs.
Awesome. I really love that promotion. Ask any of the other ambassadors. We're not just saying this because it's a PokerStars promotion. It really is high value. It is great for players. PokerStars has invested a ton of cash into making this a reality. And it's great to have stories as well, James. It's great to see people attending live events when they haven't had a chance to play before, going and playing for life-changing money.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just fun.
Dance Music on YouTube asks a very fair question. What is Shonikov trying to do? 12,000 on the flop, 50,000 on the turn. And I don't blame Zynis for trying to get more value here. I mean, Shonikov is representing something, and I guess Zynis thinks he can get more value.
Yeah, I think it looks silly when he's smashing it in against the flop straight, of course, but what if his opponent had a 10? What if his opponent had a queen? What if his opponent had a gut shot? Then he'd look like a genius and you'd be applauding. You know, it's just one of those spots, easy to play when you can see the cards, but I think 2 streets there is not the craziest thing I've ever seen. 6-4 might not be the best combo to do it, though, granted. Dakota's asking, when did the passes become a thing? Is it new? It is very new, yes. It's only been a few months, hasn't it?
You say very new. I mean, it launched in the summer, so we've had gold pass winners in Barcelona, Cyprus, Vegas,
you're right.
and here in Prague. It's a few events now.
It's this year has flown by. 2023 was a mad year for us, especially those of us traveling for EPT and UKIPT and all of the above, including, of course, NAPT this year as well. We did commentary from Vegas.
Yeah.
It's flown by. But it feels new to me, James, because I still have the key on my what's the box that you can sync with OBS?
Stream Deck.
Stream Deck. I've still got a little picture of you on my Stream Deck that I press whenever I want to take a break. Right. Welcome to Power Path. You know the little bit that you put together, a little 2-minute segment.
Yeah.
I still play that from time to time.
God damn it! I wish I got residuals. So, yes, the man at PokerStars I like to call Mr. Powerpath, aka Willie Elliott, it tells us that one person has won a silver pass via the step 1 spin and go. The odds of winning a silver pass, by the way, are 1 in 100,000. No one has won a gold pass yet. The odds are 1 in a million of that gold pass coming up.
So the same as the ultimate jackpot on pretty much every other stake, apart from the 5s where we have the million from a 5. But yeah, I mean, that's fair too, right? That sounds like an extremely low percentage chance, and of course it is, but you are buying in for 50 cents and or in many cases completely for free.
Ace Deuce versus Ace Deuce. Is this going to get to showdown? Oh, we're going to have our first chop pot of the day.
Safa in the chat saying, Mangrove looks like he got lost from his mountain climbing party and said, I'll just go play poker. AC King, you're quite right. They have adjusted that, but that does mean that we get more frequent lower multipliers, which I actually prefer. I need to update myself on the exact payouts, though. You're quite right. Stars did recently revamp their frequency distribution, but in my opinion, to the favor of the players.
No chop. Disappointing.
Just double check that before I go misinforming people.
Feroz Mangrove still playing around 100 big blinds. With 37 minutes left on the level and 109 players remaining. Seven, 6 of clubs for Tishkovich. Folds. Steve O'Dwyer in action, raising with Queen 8 of spades. Well, here's a fair question from nduncan95, and there is no correct answer to this. It's very much your choice. You have the power to choose how you spend your power pass. Duncan's got that $109 ticket, that bronze power pass already. So, do you use it to play step 4, or do you redeem it for a Sunday Million ticket? Up to you.
You have the power.
Just like Snap.
They give you the tools to be your own boss.
O'Dwyer very comfortably playing 80 bigs at the moment.
That's a good par, and that's something that needs to be appreciated,
It's great.
When you play these expensive, tickets to go watch, and then you watch someone just kick the ball or wasting time.
Yeah, it's a lot better than winning.
No.
9s for O'Dwyer, raising to 14,000. Jack 9 suited for Shornikov. That's a call. 10-8 suited for Konstantinos Ginis. He calls as well. Kind of multi-way action here, unless someone gets a bit squeezy. Mangrove's got King Queen on the button.
This is a pretty good candidate for exactly that, James. A lot of those flats are going to be speculative hands that just can't really stand up to a 3-bet. Dwyer probably not loving playing under the gun with the 9s multi-way as a call. Just do it. Mangrove, show us who's the boss.
The real J-Man asks, why is the quality so bad? I think O'Dwyer's playing really well.
Thank you for your question.
We've got some first-class players at this table.
Absolutely. Top class. Mangrove, do it. My hero. What a beautiful situation for King Queen. All right, I really want to see what O'Dwyer does in this situation, guys, because my perception is the flat invites the other two behind. The chance of you winning the pot decreased significantly. Is this ever a 4-bet? Is that a crazy thing to even throw out there? I don't know. That feels weird. I don't think that can be right. I just end up folding this a bunch, I think, but whatever O'Dwyer does is probably the right thing. Okay, is going to play it. I'm kind of forgetting as well that, of course, we are quite deep here, James. So even just the pure set mine has significantly higher value than if we were, you know, say 20 big blinds effective. So flatting clearly on the table, not a problem at all. I think I just have a phobia of playing 3 players out of position. And we're going heads up. It's a pre-flop flip.
Eight, 7, 5, 9, still good.
Yeah, they ended up heads up regardless. So again, obviously, if you know you're going to be heads up against the 3-bet or the 9s, becomes a lot easier to call. And King Queen probably needs to continue here. I think probably you're going to see that this one, like, probably maximum 50%. Probably you want to go a lot smaller than most of the time, maybe like a quarter pot. 35K into 167. So even smaller than that. O'Dwyer calls. Turn a beautiful 6. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's a straight for Mr. O'Dwyer.
We've got the Fosse on the board. 5, 6, 7, 8.
O'Dwyer finds a lead.
And I wonder if Mangro can legitimately continue in this hand.
Yeah, I mean, look, so people might see this and they might go, you just turned a straight. You know, you're definitely going to win the pot. You basically have the nuts, more or less. Why are you leading? It looks so strong. You're never going to get paid here. But it's just important to remember that if you check, your opponent is probably going to very confidently check back with a hand even as strong as aces, maybe even a set. Not to say that a set would be played like this. Probably 5, 6, 7, 8s don't squeeze here too often, but that's not the point. If you don't lead here, you're giving up a street of value. And as I said, the deeper we are, the faster you want to play your hands, generally speaking. If you think your opponent is going to blast off, then you can try and trap more frequently, but that's a turn that is frequently checked, even by value that will still call a lead.
Steve O'Dwyer moves over the 100 big blind mark.
Tough one, man. So it's
Half an hour left on this level. 108 players remaining.
Whole lot of napkins folding around. Can we get some action from the final 3 players? Dealer, small blind, big blind. There you go. That's playable.
Tournaments are nice sometimes. Maybe not every day, but Sunday.
All in.
One raise, all in.
Tiskovic remains a short stack, playing 16 bigs. Action folded to Mangro. Now on Robin Ulatalo, who's been relatively quiet at this level. Ace-5 suited in the cutoff. However, he's picked a bad time to quit folding.
Immediately punished. I knew I should have stayed tighter. I knew it.
Re-raises to 27,000, and this looks strong. Any 3-bet with that stack that's not an all-in looks super strong, and I wonder if Diaz will get the hit.
Yeah, I mean, really tough spot with 8s here, just because, you know, so frequently 8s are just going to be good enough to go. The action, though, as James points out here, a little bit weird.
You would be expecting a 16 big blind stack to shove with so much of their range.
Yeah.
Good fold by Diaz.
Yeah, exactly, James. If you're not paying attention there, definitely missing the subtlety, but so important in this game to understand stack dynamics, how that individual is going to be 3-betting and shoving at what threshold. Although, James, let's not forget this is sourdough suited.
Robin.
Artisanal sourdough.
This ain't 2020 anymore.
Oh, yeah, he sniffed it out too. Very nice stuff. Now, if we were deeper stacked, we might see the 4-bet jam there, or the 4-bet not all in, but yeah, I think the 3-bet quite strong. And, you know, just a little thought experiment for you at home, right? You got queens, you got 16 big blinds on the button, cutoff opens, right? Try and imagine what hands you're 3-bet bluffing there at that stack depth, and it gets real thin.
Stanislav Tiskovic now playing 20 bigs, and Robin Ulatalo has dropped down to 25 bigs. Two shortish players at this feature table.
Yeah, now sitting on about 20 bigs. Didn't get any value, but did pick up a few big blinds, and that works too. 2 ways to win in Texas Hold'em.
Genius with ace jack is raising to 13,000. Coach Ruffy says 1285. What a monster field. Yeah, it's a record for the EPT Prague main event. But someone saw that number earlier and told me that the EPT is dead.
Yeah, poker is dead, you guys. We saw Ace King folded yesterday pre-flop, but poker's dead. Sure. Yeah. Speaking of monster fields, I cannot wait to see what we can do in Paris this year, James. I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to get some Barcelona rivalry with the numbers.
No.
All right, set miming, big blinds. Great spot to have deuces, can call a ton of the time. And it's a boat.
Wow. There aren't many boards when you've got deuces that you like that don't have a deuce on them. That one you'll take.
2 ducks and 3 trays. Two ducks between 3 trees. 2 ducks in the forest. That's what I'm calling this setup. I think ace-jack is quite a decent check-back candidate here. Like they're gonna float on the flop here with hands that you have beat. You could argue maybe some ace-highs that are worse still call. You could argue that you're getting some protection by turning bet without giving free cards. I don't think betting turn is ever going to be bad here. However, I think ace-jack suited probably not the most ridiculous check on the turn either, just trying to get to showdown with the best of it. Deuces are not feeling good about this, though, for sure, right? You're not... Your opponent's open UTG +1, going to have 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s. Not 3s, of course, on this board, but he's going to have overpairs is my point.
Yeah.
And the second barrel does get it done. Excellent stuff from there from the ace-jack of hearts. I mean, obviously some value in getting deuces to fold as well, which worked in his favor on this occasion.
Best hand folds. It happens.
Are you left, Ahmed?
A couple of people in chat saying maybe he should have raised the flop with the 2s. Yeah, I don't think so. I think if you get check raised on tray with ace-jack of hearts, you probably end up calling a ton. And then they slow it down, and then, yeah, I don't know. I think that if you're playing weaker games, sure. I still probably wouldn't do it anyway, just because the UTG +1 range will still have lots of pairs you're not going to want to see. But I think at this level, the check raise on the flop probably gets called and can become tricky to play out of position. Great question from J-Lo. Is the guy who said to the camera that he loved his wife yesterday still in? Great question.
Well, first of all, I have to remember the name of that player.
That was truly heartwarming. I still like the narrative that he told his wife he wasn't going to go play EPT and got totally busted on day 2. And he had to say, I love you on camera.
Down to 105 players in the Prague main event. 20 minutes on the clock.
Let's have a bet, ace-4. What's the size, guys? What's the size? Third pot? What do you guys reckon? Get your bets in now. Okay, checking also still fine with the ace-high. Mixing it up a little bit. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure Sharnikow, from what we've seen so far, not afraid to take aggressive lines, and he will start leading a turn. If you're checking ace-4 on this flop, you must call turn, minimum call. If you're going to mix in some high card checks on flops, you need to call the turn lead basically every single time, especially when it's sized like this. And the Ocho will give Sharnikow the best of it.
Shonikov getting there on the river.
I would go again, James. I would go for some more value. No. Don't do it to yourself. Ace-4 just checks on this river most of the time. Showdown with the ace. Seems reasonable. Diaz has other plans. Diaz was the player that found that really cool river raise earlier. Maybe he's thinking he wants to try and get a deuce or a trade to fold that might have led the turn.
Oh, he's gone full pot, Nick, 55,000. And Shonikov does not like it. And he's almost thinking, I wish I hadn't rivered that 8, because now I've got a tough decision.
I mean, look, Diaz trying to say maybe he's got backdoor hearts. Maybe he's trying, maybe he has a hand like ace-4 of hearts, for example. That would be a reasonable check on the flop, too. He might be trying to say I have Jack-10, but I think Jack-10 just bets flop. I think you semi-bluff with 2 overcards and a gutter. Yeah, and a call. Nice work there. Shonikov actually gets more value by checking the river here, and pretty fancy stuff there. Love to see it.
Shonikov and Diaz are very similar stacks now, around 400,000 each. Playing 67 big blinds, at least for the next 17 minutes. The blinds are going to go up on the other side of the break. Action is going to start here with Mangro. Now Robin Ulatello, King 7 of clubs, raises to 12,000. Shonikov folds the small blind. Ace-6 in the big. Yay! Robin Ulatello won a pot. It's been a while.
You want to? Yeah.
Down to 104 players now. Should highlight the main event tables, the ones against the far wall. These green numbered tables are one of the many side events being played as part of the EPT Prague Festival. Ulatello in action again. He's got the snowmans.
Nom nom. Healy Williams asking, has there ever been a female EPT winner? Excuse me. Poker royalty Victoria Corin 1-2 back-to-back.
We've got Gognjevic here with the James and Joe, the JH and the JS. You are right to highlight, Nick, that our first ever 2-time EPT winner was a woman. There have also been 3 other female winners.
Liv Brie.
That's one.
3 other.
Yep.
Honestly, my EPT trivia isn't that good, regardless. Help me out here, James.
So, Maria Lampropoulou.
Of course.
The PCA was part of the EPT when she won that in 2018.
Wait a second. Vanessa Selbst.
Did not win an EPT. She won an NAPT twice.
Close.
The other player was a former member of Team Pro, and interestingly, was one of the few players to be a member of Team Pro before they won an EPT.
Huh.
Jack still ahead, post flop. Do you want me to put you out your misery?
Wait a sec. Did Fatima win an EPT?
No, Fatima did not win an EPT.
Well, I was going to say, I feel like I would have known that if that had happened. Okay, put me out of my misery.
Sandra Neuox.
Oh, I never would have got that.
German Team Pro. Won Dortmund in 2009. No, Duncan, not the Dutch lassie. How are things back in 1976?
The Dutch lassie.
Action on the outer tables. Tuan Mulder against Patrick Jarosz. Mulder has checked. We saw the board briefly. Ace of hearts, queen of hearts, jack of hearts, three of hearts. 4 flush board. Ace, queen, jack, 3. Jarosz betting 22K. So with Mulder calling, we are going to see a river card. 9 of hearts. Mulder checks, Jarosz checks. Mulder actually flopped a straight. Jarosz with just 6-5, but because there are 5 hearts on board, it's a chop pot. You know what they say, Nick? Everyone loves a chop pot! And I think everyone is going to love seeing these guys play on the main stage. When we go on break in 10 minutes time, we're changing feature table again. You're going to get Mulder, Feraldo, Jarosz at our new feature table, up on the main stage on the other side of the next break.
So Elkanuts actually asked a question that I want to know the answer to as well, James. Do we actually know the identity of What If God?
Yes.
We do. Is it in the public domain?
It is not.
Okay. That was, I've tried to look this up several times, and I always feel silly because I can never quite figure it out. But if that's the case, then we shall keep it as such, as is our policy.
What I am going to say is that What If God also won a W-Coup about 10 years ago. And back then, W-Coup bracelets were presented to the winners here at EPT Prague. And there is a photograph of Swedish player What If God being presented with their W-Coup bracelet. That photograph exists on the PokerStars blog. So if you want to do some detective work and go, oh, I recognize that player, that's...
So you're saying I could ask ChatGPT to find it for me?
If that's what it does.
All right, it's worth a go. Nine tray on the button, not looking so hot.
Robin Olatalo, queen 10 in the small blind. It's been folded to him.
Like 100? 110-ish, 20-ish. How much he plays? Same. Not ashamed to fold. Sorry? Not ashamed to fold. No, not at all. Not
Bra. Nobody likes. I have a bad hand, I fold.
Donatello has called. Tishkovic, queen 7. And queen 10 still ahead, post flop. What complex question are you asking this thing? Nine on the turn. Queen 10 still the best hand.
There you go. ChatGPT has the same policy that we do, James. Privacy and confidentiality are important in the world of online gaming, and the true identities of many players are not publicly disclosed. That's not wrong. They're not wrong. Another victory for ChatGPT.
What you need to do, Nick, is find that PokerStars blog article covering the winner of EPT Online and see if you recognize the player in that photograph.
Okay.
And trust me, finding archive articles on the PokerStars blog requires a lot of detective power.
I'll see if I can figure it out before tomorrow, guys.
Surrender.
Check, check. Olatello wins it.
Good enough hand, right? 3,000?
Yes, good one.
Yeah.
Good one. If you fold preflop if I shove.
If you shove, yes.
Yes, yes.
This chap here is the current tournament chip leader. Cesar Garcia from Spain has 1.5 million. Garcia is tourney boss with 103 players remaining as we come towards the end of level 17. And a reminder that there will be a new feature table for level 18. You're going to get to see Toon Mulder, Spirit of the Horse, Neil Farrell, and Patrick Jarosz.
Spirit of the Horse, indeed. Black Elf says, $1.5 million is a lot of money. Yeesh, I would cash it out. Such a troll. Keep it to yourself, Joseph.
Robin Olatello with aces. Sorry, did the Black Elf fail to win a gold power pass at this event? What a loser.
Black Elf is actually murdering the qualifying scene. Has now qualified to an EPT. Has qualified to a PSPC. Has won a gold pass, silver pass, and bronze pass at some point. Am I missing anything here, Joseph?
The best time. The best time you can have. Yeah.
Apparently multiple silver passes. Meanwhile, Croaks can't even win one single high multiplier in kickoff. It's just, the world isn't fair. There's no justice. Hand number 66 underway. Only about 5 minutes left until the next break. And are we changing tables, James?
I've now mentioned it 3 times, Nick. Yes. Mulder, Feraldo, Jarosz.
So that's a yes.
Yes.
Okay, I see. Thanks for that. Snowman's.
Throat Wobbler Mangro. O'Dwyer, 5-4 of spades in the small.
Czech Republic known for any mountainous region?
No.
No? That, you know, Monroe may have failed to ascent and decided to come play EPT instead? Mangro, excuse me.
Both blinds have called. Jack, Jack 6 on the flop. 8 still good.
An opportunity to c-bet. 18,000 announced.
The Real Oak, I'm not offended by your comment. I am offended by the fact that you can't spell either the words passive or aggressive. So because of that, you're banned.
Curly Master says James has been subjected to chat pros for several years now. Him being sane is the greatest testament to his infinite temper. I mean, it hasn't been that long he's been working on Twitch, right? How many years has it been now?
We've been streaming on Twitch since Prague 2014.
20, not long.
Yeah.
Whew. Take it back. Infinite temper confirmed.
To be fair, we pretty much ignored chat for the first year until we decided, you know what, this needs to be moderated.
I gave you a chance, guys. This is why we can't have nice things. Leave James alone. All right, small blind action now. Diaz, so far, very impressed with the play. Ace Jack suiting. Just gonna flat here. ETG +1, obviously, slightly tighter range. Then perhaps a cutoff or button open.
All hearts. Oh, 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 we have got the nut flush versus a street flash draw.
Oh man, this is disgusting.
No, this is fun. This isn't disgusting at all. This is amazing.
I'm talking from the perspective of our 7-5 of hearts, although, of course, still a reversal possible. Still 9 of hearts or 4 of hearts for the street flash. Sin is like, see, this is why you have wider opens. When you connect, you always get paid. Uh-oh. You never see this stuff live, though, James. I'll tell you that right now. Coolers like this, only on PokerStars.
I'd love it if Queen 5 came along for the ride as well. Oh, not 3% equity. 17,000? Yes.
Ace Jack of Hearts loving this action so far.
Still loving it. 97% favorite. Queen 5 officially drawing dead.
Five of spades would have been hilarious.
Well, as you can probably tell, this will be the last hand of the level.
was 88? 38. Yeah, I was going to say the chips look like 38, but I thought she said 88. I don't know if maybe there's a bigger size in this turn, James, because obviously when you got two customers, they're going to have sets, they're going to have ace of hearts, they're going to have king of hearts, they're going to have king of hearts with a pair that they're not going to want to ever fold. I think you can just get more on the turn here, basically. There's a lot to punish for more than 38, but 38 it is.
$95.
Yeah, queen 5 no good, buddy. You're good. You're safe. Let it go. Easiest fold of all time. This action is terrifying for queen 5.
Yeah. I'm done with this hand. I'm going to go on break. Thanks. You guys fight it out.
How much do you get behind?
Diaz, the effective stack.
220.
This is really tough, James, because of course Diaz could be doing this with like 6s, 8s, set of 6s, set of 8s. I'm not sure if he's ever bluffing, but there are some things that he might be doing this for perceived value or protection. I'm not sure if Diaz would ever check raise his turn with a set necessarily, but tough one indeed, and need to go into the consideration.
All in. And the call from Diaz, who has the nuts right now, and just has to fade the 4 of hearts on the river to survive.
Oh man, can you imagine? On the main stage as well. I wish them both luck, but that would be ridiculously spicy for the TV.
Don't want to see a bad beat, but equally we do love Street Flash Poker.
We do.
Only the 4 of hearts would eliminate Adria Diaz here. It's the 5 of diamonds.
It was red.
So that is going to be a big double up for the Spanish player on the last hand of this level. He'll be coming back from break with 769,000 chips. At the new blind level, that's going to be almost 100 bigs, because we are going to be going to 4,000, 8,000 when we come back. Robin Ulatalo, Stanislav Tishkovich, both on the short side. Steve O'Dwyer, still a big stack. So yes, new feature table lineup coming up. Another former EPT champion, that player being Neil Farrell. A former EPT Prague finalist and an online beast, Tuan Mulder. And another EPT finalist and local player, Patrick Jarosz. So new feature table for the 3rd level of the day, level 18 of this record-breaking EPT Prague main event, coming up in 17 minutes time. So we'll take a short break, we'll get the table changed out, and then join us for more live action from day 3 of the EPT Prague main event. Back to the feature table. Actions on Steven Silverman. Queens under the gun.
Silverman was on the American Poker reality show 2 months, 2 million. It was the highest rated poker reality show in its time slot, starring Steve Silverman.
He's raised to 15,000. Dan Smith has Queen Jack suited.
Dan's in rough shape, but he's got the exact kind of hand you can sometimes crack bigger hands with.
He calls. Negranu's out. As are Bakar and Siva. Ravensbeck will fold the big blind, so we're heads up to the flop. And that flop is Jack, Jack 5, trips for Smith.
Hi-ya! Steve's almost always going to bet this because he's almost always going to have the best hand.
He does continue for 27,000.
I don't think he's folding.
Nope. He calls.
Dan opts to just calls. There are plenty of hands he could peel a turn with that aren't nearly as strong.
6 of spades on the turn. Smith with a virtual lock on the hand, 98% equity.
None of these cards are really saving Silverman.
Bets again, 65,000.
Now, does Dan raise or just call and go for all his value on the river?
He calls.
River it is.
230,000 in the middle, Silverman with not much more than that behind. The case jack on the river, quads for Dan Smith.
This is just a horrific card for Silverman. He's now got a full house, and in his mind, he's only losing the aces or kings, which probably would have gotten him 3-bet pre-flop.
Silverman shoves.
Oy.
Call.
Dan Smith calls.
Quick check of the quads.
Put in.
No kidding.
That is just brutal.
Steven Silverman eliminated.
Good luck, guys. Appreciate that.
He would need a luck recharge after a hand like that. See this right here? This is a great exit. Just fly down that ramp. Don't make a big production out of it.
Dan Smith now sitting on 958,000. He is second in chips. Timothy Adams has taken the vacant seat at our feature table. He folds. Eric Seidel opens from under the gun +1 with ace-queen to 16,000. Dan Smith has kings.
Almost always going to see a 3-bet with kings.
Not this time. He just calls.
Interesting. Dan's not wanting to look too strong, so he just calls. Calling reps a much wider range, and there's always a chance someone gets cute behind you.
Heads up to the flop. Quack, quack, quack.
Eric will probably continue with what he presumes will be the best hand a big percentage of the time. Dan, of course, flops a full house.
Seidel does continue for 18,000.
Let's see if Dan continues to play this deceptively by just calling. I think raising here would be a real mistake.
He does call.
Don't want to chase away that action.
The turn is a queen. Seidel now has a full house.
Really terrible card for Eric. He's now going to have the best hand almost all of the time.
Fires again, 25,000.
We know Eric is more likely to call a raise here than I am to call an ex-girlfriend after 2 a.m., but does Dan know that?
Dan does raise, makes it 75,000 total.
Dan claims to keep his cool in these spots. What do you people think? Is he giving anything away? Let us know on Twitter, hashtag #EPT Barcelona. Now, don't get me wrong, this raise looks extremely strong, but A, Dan's had quads once already. What are the odds, am I right, people? B, B, and C closing, always be closing.
A?
I remember now. Even though that raise looks super strong, there are, in Eric's mind, only 2 hands that are beating him, kings and aces. And what are the odds Dan flatted with those pre-flop?
On this occasion, he did. Seidel now checks the river, having called Smith's raise on the turn.
Would have been really sick if a deuce had hit. Dan obviously has to bet again, but he can't be like me when a girl lets me buy her a drink in a bar all eager. That's how you scare him off.
234,000 in the pot. He bets 200,000.
This is just a gross spot for Eric, you can tell, because all the liquid just drained from his body. You can't fault him for thinking about this, and you can't fault him if he eventually calls either. You can, however, throw him a parade if he somehow manages to lay this down. This is your run-of-the-mill / incredibly rare cooler crying call.
He can't get away from it. He calls, and Smith gets maximum value.
Eric Seidel's been getting brutalized by Dan Smith today.
Seidel loses 310,000 there.
Dan, don't say anything. Don't look at him. He is a legend.
I like the way he played that. In all things considered, I think it was really, really good way to play it. He was crazy.
Eugene Kachelov with Queen Jack under the gun. Raises to 16,000. Granu folds. King Queen for Reinkemeyer.
Reinkemeyer's got Kachelov dominated. It's a strong hand. It's connected and makes a very good top pair.
Tobias 3 bets to 34,000. Getting rid of Ivy, Duhamel, and Seidel.
Obviously, we know Eugene's dominated, but Queen Jack suited can make for some pretty big combo draws.
He calls. He'll have to play the flop out of position. Well, that flop is pretty kind to Eugene, gives him top pair.
He's paired his live card. He jumps way out in front. Reinkemeyer now reverse dominated. Don't get all excited. It's not as fun as it sounds.
Kachelov is checked.
Checking to the razor. Let's see if Reinkemeyer continues.
He does. Betting 33,000.
He's going to meet some resistance.
Kachelov calls.
We'll have to see if Reinkemeyer shuts down after this with only king high.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Eugene checks a second time.
Still in check call mode.
Reinkemeyer with just 7% equity will check behind. Interesting river card, the 8 of diamonds.
Eugene probably still just wants to get to a cheap showdown.
Good card for Reinkemeyer to represent.
Not only is it a tempting card to bluff at, it's almost obligatory.
152,000 in the middle. Reinkemeyer bets 125,000.
It's a pretty good shot. Eugene picks up on what a great spot to bluff this is and just snaps him off. You can't tell, but there's a huge leveling war going on between these two.
It will cost Eugene most of his stack to make this call.
Now, some players may have shoved top pair on the flop. In Eugene's case, he decided to let Reinkemeyer try to barrel off on future streets. However, this ace has thrown a monkey wrench into things. Right now, this just comes down to reads. Let's see if Eugene's ever read the book Chicken Soup for the Soul read.
He lets it go.
Turns out the book Eugene's been reading is Eat, Pray, Check, Call, Fold.
So Reinkemeyer adds another 84,000 chips to his stack. Eugene now playing fewer than 20 big blinds. Looking a little bit frustrated.
Probably wishing he had shoved the flop now, but that's playing results, and we don't do that, James.
Reinkemeyer closing in on the 1 million chip mark. Action folded around to Tobias Reinkemeyer at the featured table. He raises from the cutoff to 20,000 with pocket queens. Jack 9 suited for Jonathan Duhamel in the small blind.
Usually if you're going to play hands like this out of position, you want to do it with the betting lead.
He 3 bets to 62,000. Gets rid of Seidel in the big blind, so we're back on Reinkemeyer.
Tobias could easily put in another bet here.
He doesn't. He elects to call.
It's a trap!
Heads up to the flop. 141,000 in the middle. A jack high flop.
Jonathan makes top pair. Oh man, Jonathan is in real trouble here. The Death Star is fully operational.
He continues for 63,000.
Tobias obviously not going anywhere.
He calls.
You might wonder why he just called. These guys are super deep, and if you get raised in this flop, you probably puke up the $75 club sandwich you just had for lunch.
6 of spades on the turn. Some straight draws and flush draws just came in.
Jonathan slows down. His hand and draw's not as good anymore.
He checks, and Reinkemeyer now bets 160,000.
Unfortunately for Jonathan, he's still got to like his hand most of the time, especially given the action so far.
Duhamel makes the call. We're off to the river with nearly 600,000 in the middle.
You think Phil wants him to speed things along?
That river card sees Duhamel take the lead. He rivers a straight.
Did I say Jonathan was in trouble? I meant to say he's winning. If he wants any value, he's got to try to bet here. Plenty of hands Tobias would just check back.
Duhamel counting out a bet of 187,000.
I don't think Jonathan's doing this very often as a bluff, and my guess is that Tobias probably knows this too. At this point, his hand is pretty much pants. If he's reaching for chips, raising here would be a really sick play, and make no mistake, it would not be with the assumption that his overpair is the best hand.
Those red chips are worth 25,000 each. The blues are worth 5,000. Reinkemeyer raises to 500k.
Most players wouldn't even consider raising as an option here, but Tobias is repping a flush, which is a huge part of his range with the line he's taken on this hand. When you call this straight here and lose to a flush, you feel like a complete dodo head. Looks like Jonathan doesn't buy it.
Well, he's certainly got to think about it. These are two of the biggest stacks in the tournament. Duhamel gives it up. Reinkemeyer turned his queens into a bluff, and that bluff worked.
Really sick play by Reinkemeyer. Sick fold by Jonathan, too. Would have been slightly better if he was right.
Reinkemeyer up to nearly 1.5 million. He's taken the tournament chip lead.
Action will be on JC Alvarado. He folds. Michael Watson, 6-5 suited. Raises, makes it 22k. Eric Seidel has pocket sixes.
Likely to see a call.
Sure enough, Eric does call. Dan Smith on the button has ace-king.
Dan's almost certainly going to 3-bet here, in position with all that action behind him. And don't forget those massive chips.
He re-raises to 63,000. Sam Chartier's just joined the feature table. He folds. Simon Ravensbeck also has ace-king.
Another ace-king out there. This is going to make things pretty crazy.
Ravensbeck 4 bets to 134,000. Watson and Seidel both fold.
Now this is a little less exciting now since these two are destined to chop.
Smith 5 bets.
I'm all in.
Ravensbeck folds all in, and Smith calls.
This guy Ravensbeck must have some rep considering none of these guys ever appear to be afraid to get it in with him. 96% chance of a chop. No reason to hide that gorge face now.
The flop has 2 spades on it, and Smith holds the ace of spades.
Backdoor sweat.
And there's a spade on the turn. Oh, come on. That would be too gross, right?
Anyone else holding spades? I don't want to know.
Trust me, neither does Ravensbeck.
And the river brings another spade.
Wow. Oof. That was less cool than talking about a guy's bachelor party in front of his wife.
That was grotesque.
Dan, it's okay if you want to laugh.
Ravensbeck gets 4 flush, and a big stack is taken out by the chip leader, who now has close to 2.8 million, a phenomenal number of chips.
Can we please lose another player soon? That average makes me uncomfortable.
Pocket sixes for JC Alvarado as we return to the main feature table.
Well, JC's on a bit of a heater.
He raises, makes it 45,000.
Speaking of heaters, this is the one guy at the table running hotter than JC. This kid makes more hands than a mannequin factory.
Dan Smith has king jack off. Calls from the cutoff.
Speaking of, have you ever seen Mannequin 2 on the move? It's really underrated.
You may be the only person on the planet who's seen that movie. Tobias Reinkemeyer has jack 9 suited in the big blind.
It's a decent hand, and he's getting ridiculous pot odds.
He calls as well.
Even though we know he's dominated by Dan.
3-way to the flop. And Tobias Reinkemeyer flops a full house. Dan Smith flops trips. Nothing for Alvarado, the original raiser. Action's been checked to Smith. He bets 85k.
Dan Smith has made another huge hand. This time it's not the biggest, though.
Reinkemeyer calls.
After betting a call, not much shot JC sticks around here.
He folds. Heads up to the turn. Which is a 6. JC's so lucky he folded on the flop. Reinkemeyer checks again. Smith bets again. 181,000.
Sick cooler developing here.
Reinkemeyer calls.
Both players are playing this like they absolutely know they have the best hand, and most of the time they'd both be right. As for right now, Dan is in deep doo-doo.
The river's a king. Smith now has a better full house.
OMG. This kid spikes more than a lie detector on Capitol Hill.
Reinkemeyer checks, hoping to induce some kind of bluff from Smith. This is not a bluff. This is a value bet. 384,000, and it's bound to get paid off. It may even get raised.
This is a slam dunk value raise situation. There are only 2 hands on the planet that are beating you, Kings and King Jack. King Jack is the more believable of the two if it weren't for the fact that it would have to be the case Jack.
Hold on.
Reinkemeyer shoves.
The double check.
Call.
Dan Smith calls, and we lose the German from the tournament.
Like the refrigerators at the Center for Disease Control, this is just a sick cooler.
Good hand.
No kidding.
Tobias, it's okay if you want to scream.
All right, good luck. Yeah.
Somebody go ask Dan Smith if it's uncomfortable having that horseshoe up there. Looks uncomfortable. What? I mean under his hat.
14 players remain, and Dan Smith now has close to 5.3 million.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the EPT, the European Poker Tour, live from Prague, from King's Casino, down here at the Hilton, right by the river. Day 3 continues from the record-breaking 2023 Prague main event. Your chip leaders on screen now. Omar Eljak was chip leader yesterday. For him to be holding on to the number 2 spot, quite impressive. Your friend and mine, Marley Sprague, at 1 million chips. She was at her feature table earlier today, as was number 4 in chips, Tuan Mulder, who is now leading this feature table. Just behind Marley overall, number 1 here at this table. Some other names we recognize here include Patrick Yarosh, Barcelona final tableist from a couple of years back. Preben Stocken, aka Stockenblocken, number 5 at this feature table. And everybody's favorite ginger, Neil Farrell. Welcome to the table. Joe Stapleton and Griffin Benger on the comms.
Hello, everyone.
And cards are in the air. We are in the money. Obviously, that happened late last night. 100 players remain.
Nice to see Marley get up to 1 million. A lot can change in one level. Finished the last one with 300K, so things clearly went a lot better for her on the outer tables than at the feature. I'm sure we'll see her back again on the feature if she continues her great run. 3rd in chips now with just 100 left.
And we've got Tuan Mulder, Spirit of the Horse, opening things up under the gun. Ace, Queen offsuit. Neil Farrell with the suited Ace-10. If you want to get in touch, you can message us on Twitch using the chat function or YouTube using the chat function. Best way to do it. You can also tag me on Twitter if extremely necessary. Rantala, Queen Deuce suited in the big blind. Juhani Rantala.
Yeah, already 2 big blinds in the pot, considering the big blind ante. Starting the hand with 7 bigs. Gonna just try to flop some sort of equity here. Looking for some hearts or some queens. Of course, queen wouldn't be great here with what Mulder's packing.
Rantala misses entirely, checks it over to Mulder. Who checks it over to Farrell. And Farrell's going to take a stab.
Yeah, it looks like he's just trying to clear out some equity here. and perhaps to be prepared to do something creative on future streets. Never really know what Neil's up to. Very crafty player, and Molderchek calling the better ace-queen.
Spirit of the horse. Turn card is an ace. Yikes. Could be big trouble for Neil Farrell. The truth is out there, Griffin. Mulder now firing 15,000. Not a lot of chips. Not a lot of chips into 106,000.
Two very experienced, tricky players. Mulder against the grain here with the lead out after the third club peels off.
Farrell makes the call. 136,000 in the middle. River card is the 4 of clubs. It's a 4-club board now. Straighty and flushy. So you wouldn't expect too many straights given these positions.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting small turn lead for Mulder. I guess I would suggest that he's targeting the pairs portion of Farrell's range that also include a club, trying to get a little value instead of that check back, and then probably no value on the river. But it's going to work out because Farrell had the ace-10 too.
Check, check will work out for Mulder, at least at Showdown. Going to add 83,000 to his stack. Speaking of, how did you describe these players? Experienced? We've got another experienced player ready to give his opinion on this hand,
used him last hand.
that
Yeah,
hand.
Used him there.
He's here watching.
What's happening, guys?
Sam Grafton, everybody.
Here he is. Experienced, by the way. Wow, that feels like one of those backhanded We've got superstar Tian Mulder, Triple Crown winner Farrell, and experienced pro Sam Grafton. Here he is.
Griff Graff together again.
Here they are. He's on percussion and I'm on rhythm section. Great to see our boy Neil Farrell in the mix. 79 big blinds. And, you know, long-term fans of PokerStars coverage. Whether he's represented by a horse or represented by those slightly 90s curtains that he's rocking, Tian Mulder. In the driver's, never arrive with him on the short stack though. I don't think I've ever covered him at 11. We don't even know if he can play 11 big blinds correctly.
He does remind me of the guy that every girl has a crush on in 8th grade.
If there's any 8th graders watching, please comment in the chat.
Please do not. Please stop watching.
There was a little anecdote actually. There was a little anecdote from Joe 2 levels ago about asking you for Tian Mulder's number, and you said, well, it might be tough to track him down. Your man doesn't even have a phone.
By the way, this is the thing about Joe. Anything you tell him in private, it may come up on air.
That's not true. Get out of here.
We do say that about you. That's something we say.
Plus, if someone tells, I mean, how's he ever going to find out if he doesn't have a phone?
Good point. Yeah, that is a very good point.
I have dirt on everyone, just to be clear. Everyone.
And yeah, here we go, Tian. Here we go. Just to emphasize how aggressive you are. We've got a gut shot. We've got a backdoor flush draw. Exactly, you know, if people are c-betting all these type of hands. Go on, Tian. There we go. Bump it up.
Yeah, Tian Mulder's not about to flat here, and the 10 of diamonds comes on the turn. He check folds. That's not the horse way.
Yeah, and
wow.
It's just exactly the offsuit portion of your opponent's c-betting range that you put in trouble. Perfectly executed. You know, it looks so looks so simple.
Why are you saying the offsuit portion? Because all the suited portions, three of them have a backdoor flush draw?
Yeah, 9-10 of clubs continues. Queen Jack of whatever was out there, spades. It's just those offsuit King Jacks, Queen Jacks, which are forced into pretty much indifference.
I forgot.
But it's, you can say
We'll trust you. We'll trust you. Four 7 of hearts.
Oh, it looks like they're playing.
Yeah. I, for one, believe him.
Oh, they're sharing.
Yeah, well, of like the 8 or 9 levels we've broadcast, I'd say like a solid 5 or 6 of them have shown one or shown both.
Every hand.
Every single hand. The table's agreed to it, and it's made things pretty fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
But I am surprised to see it happen within the final 100 players. Like, it was like one of those things, you know.
Right, early
100,
on.
200 from the money. We're all having a laugh, you know. We're on TV. But to do it now is, I'm surprised.
Wow, what a name. Diogo Coelho. Probably the most Portuguese name of all time.
So many good names at the EPT. It's the only reason I come, really.
Preben Stocken as well.
Stocken blocking.
Stocken. Yeah. He's got the Stocken.
Yeah, and don't sleep on Umberto Righieri. Like, come on.
Yeah, even
Ferdinando D'Alessio. I mean, it's all pretty solid here.
Rantiala. We
Patrick
need
Jarosz.
Yeah. It's just great. Like, everyone got an exactly. Yeah, and here we go.
Heads up to this flop top pair, top kicker for Neil Farrell. Backdoor diamonds also.
Very exciting board for Feraldo. Obviously, there's just some worse 10x as well that Tian can have. The Jack 10s, Queen 10s, 10 9s. Small blind flatting range, very sort of specific range. And yeah, and Tian can't go anywhere right now. Obviously, that diamond. Yeah, just still a strong hand. Pocket 8s. Going to put in 15K and go from there.
Turn card is the ace of spades, 2 pair now for Farrell.
Good card for Tian Mulder here to get away on the turn.
Yeah, Feraldo gonna hope he's up against an ace-5. Sometimes we check raise. Ace-X of clubs and the like. Ace-Jack would continue on the flop as well. There's some hands he can get value from.
But the pair portion, especially the ones that aren't near the wheel, are definitely going to be
from 15,000 to 50,000.
Yeah, these pots get big quick. See, Tian is a little bit suspicious, but forced to. Yeah.
So morale when you have to show.
Forced to show the 2 pair unit.
There he is. How long's he been grinding this tour?
Neil Farrell?
It's just,
you got to see.
When you say EPT regular, you're thinking of someone exactly like this. Maybe actually someone in a scarf a bit more. But, you know, Neil, you know, played PokerStars events for a long, long time. I remember, I think I met him at UK IPT Coventry or something like that for the first time.
You know,
he was a, you know, cocky, blonde-haired.
Ever since I played with Neil Farrell, I remember telling myself he's just one big suck out away from winning an EPT.
Yeah.
And he got it. Raised the button with 9-10 of hearts,
hand
or
today,
suited,
he
whatever.
didn't fall for it.
Small blind 3-bet ace-queen, big blind 4-bet queens, and he stuffed in the 9-10 suited and got there. Remember that?
I remember
and then
it
that was the EPT he won.
And Malta.
Yeah, you put in like 10-9 for, it must have been 60 to 80 bigs. And sometimes you get there, and that's how you win a tournament.
That is how you win a tournament.
And that's why you don't fold the graft in. Oh my God, it's his hand.
Pocket queens for Ferdinando D'Alessio.
Yeah, and 4's not a super exciting open.
Stocken blocking.
Yeah.
Yeah, 40 big blinds under the gun, +1, 8-handed.
You're going for a slightly smaller. Oh no, it's yeah, a little under 3x. Go on, Rantala.
Juhani Rantala sounds like a weird board game you'd find in a cabin that you rent somewhere. You spend all weekend trying to figure out how it works.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the Finnish version of Jumanji.
It's Jumanji with Mancala.
Yeah, and obviously for those that don't know, Preb's one of the strongest tournament players in the world. Very, very strong poker player, and feels like he doesn't want to go asset mining.
Tight table today. Everyone has good hands.
Yeah, just not even tempted in by the price. Bit of an adjustment to sort of the late stages of the tournament that we're in. Just
set miming has gone out with actual miming.
Yes, yeah. Set mining. I feel like.
Okay, so we have gone down to 97 players, and I'm being told that one of the most recent eliminations. This is going to make you sad, Sam. Robin Ulatalo.
Oh, sad to see.
Eliminated.
I really wanted him to make more money.
One of the most famous beards in poker. Is this the table? Like they clear? Are we seeing like the
what used to be?
What used to be Robin Ulatalo?
Yeah.
The chair that he was in.
Time is a flat circle. He's still there.
In the corner here, we can see people waiting. They're queuing to pay their respects, like after the death of the queen.
Yeah. He's laying in state.
Yes.
I'll show when I lose.
Oh, looks like we had a walk here in the big blind for Yarosh. Yet it's Neil Farrell who shows, and Yarosh who does not.
How many I have until I need 200 again?
I mean, I'm sure I would be a good sport about it and agree to play the show both. But
Yeah.
if I'm not one of the better players at the table, I just feel like the more information that's around, it's going to benefit.
Even with the 30 minutes going to be seen anyway?
Yeah, for sure. I think so. I mean, we can't access it every 30 minutes.
Well, I know that I let Sam Grafton see my hold cards the other day, and I only played 2 streets, and apparently I butchered both of them.
Yeah.
That's why we call you the butcher.
We call him the butcher, but it's not for a good reason like you think.
Here we go. A little on the looser side here from Mulder. Hijack, 10-6 of hearts into Preb's big blind.
Preben Stockin taking some time off from being a character from the Tintin comic books.
Yeah.
17.
Thank you, Wistern, for your raid on Twitch. Welcome, Wistern listeners. Queen Trey Deuce. Wow. Heart. Advantage, Spirit of the Horse.
Getting better?
Getting better, yeah. Nice. Saw that hay you ate on break.
Yeah, you saw that, huh?
Character actor.
Yeah, and Preb's just deciding how to proceed. I think this flush draw probably don't want to check raise at a very high frequency, but just going to take an assessment of where he is.
Take the temperature.
Yeah. Getting a very nice price to continue. Can maybe get creative on a 5 or 6 turn, something like this.
What about a King of Hearts turn?
Oh, dearie me. Dear, oh dear. And this is a very advantageous situation. Mulder with the 10 high flush.
I haven't seen a cooler this 6 since the one they're keeping Walt Disney's head in.
Yeah, and sizing sort of, I would imagine, goes down here. Both players, you want to continue betting a king, right? Not just a flush. Both players have flushes in their range. And yeah, you see this as sort of down bet. And now again, Preb's back with the decision. Does he want to put in more money? against a king-queen, an ace-king holding, a king-10 with the 10 of hearts, right?
So this is also then designed to induce some check raise bluffs from like ace-4 with the ace of hearts or something like that to attack the...
Well, no, I mean, you design your sizing around value. It's just that you have some weaker hands that you... The nuts evens out on a flush. Both players have almost an equal amount of flushes. And that is a very unfortunate river for Prebz.
But this isn't necessarily a hand he's going to go broken, right? If Mulder sizes up to near 100K.
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, let's see what Tian wants to do to go for now. You want to get your value on the river. And reaching for, are they 25K chips?
135.
Yes, and the slight
140
over bet from Tian. And perhaps you noticed doesn't immediately snap. He's thinking, I mean, one imagines that you do beat a little bit of value here. I don't know. No, I don't know whether he's thinking about raising all in.
Only 5-6 of hearts, right? Is an ace-10 ever
yeah,
sizing?
of course. I think so, yeah. Just decides to call. And very unfortunate for Prebz. Oh. Tables his hand. I don't know whether that's part of the game. And yeah, the table a little quiet because that's a big swing. Tian Mulder going up to 160 big blinds. And Prebz reduced to a mere 14 big blinds. He's phlegmatic about it, but it does definitely hurt a little at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
He's an experienced guy, you know?
Phlegmatic?
Yeah. Like, that's...
Magnanimous?
Magnanimous. Yeah, magnanimous.
Similar?
Similar.
I don't know phlegmatic.
Yeah, it's philosophical about it, you
okay.
know?
Reflective?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, time for a deep breath.
Unemotional and calm. Yeah. Phlegmatic. Yeah.
I wonder what's going on the inside. Probably the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, he knows it's a caller that's gone in the direction of Tian. You know, it's just he's sort of also very much under-repped his hand there by the river. You know, he's going to be left on the river with a lot of one pair plus flush draw blocker, or you know, one pair plus straight draw blocker, or even two pairs. It's got a very strong bluff catcher there. You know, even as I say, I think does beat some value. Ace-10 with a heart and such like.
What do you think of this comment from Trondy on YouTube? It says he would have lost more if he went all in there with his baby flush.
Indeed, he would have.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I think he would have lost it all even because the raise wouldn't have...
Definitely more, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
come on,
well spotted, Trondy. Neil Farrell with the sourdough, ace-5.
Sure. He's on team. Oh, it's just flats. Flats.
Ooh. Are we now at the point where ace-5 is so strong that we're deceptively flatting with it?
Yes.
Okay.
Trapping, basically.
Yeah, trap with ace-5 suited, fine.
Yeah, I mean, these guys very deep against each other, right? 80 big blinds. Just wants to play in position. Probably won't get squeezed behind too much. And Coelho deciding whether to continue or not. Might be that we just want to fold the ace-7 off here. It's definitely close. We'll flick it in.
The Spraggy. Speaking of Sprag, you see Marley's third in chips.
Oh, love that.
Yeah.
Sprag by marriage. Coelho coming along for the ride in the big blind with ace-7, pairs the 7. Neil also hits the 5. Maybe blockers are real. Just kidding. Check, check over to Farrell.
Yeah, and it's sort of half a hand for Neil in position. No back doors. Can definitely go either way here. Just checks it back. And the ace-7 and ace-5 get a little stronger on this turn.
That turn being another 10. Coelho checks again.
Yeah, I mean, Mulder, we blocked the king 10 suited, queen 10 suited, but just a bit too strong / too weak to bet. And I wonder if Neil now does take a stab.
No
Clever
stabs.
boy.
River is finally a diamond. Anything else?
Yeah, and Coelho can think about a value bet here. Occasionally, Mulder has something better than you, but doesn't seem ridiculous to go for value. What size? Maybe just taking an assessment. Two-thirds pot, and it leaves Neil with a decision. Certainly does beat all bluffs. Unblocks the sort of jack-8s, jack-9s, queen 4 suited type hands, which would bluff. You know, it is nice to have an ace here when no bluffs come from that. But like, there's just a lot of value, 8-9, yeah. Does feel like he wants to pay it off.
44.
Yeah. Yeah, you may want to ask that before you make the call next time, but.
Pay the piper, there he is.
The Alchemist.
Indeed. Indeed. Veronica wants to die.
Read a book. Read a book, audience.
Come on, guys. They've all read The Alchemist. It sold 8 billion copies. That's the one novel poker players have read.
What was the one that was right after that one? That one was like insanely sold like another 8 million copies, right? Wasn't it?
There's like one like 6 days or something like that.
The Four Agreements.
Yeah, but that's not Paulo Coelho.
It's not Coelho?
No.
What am I thinking of? It must have been the Alchemist is the only one I'm thinking. The Pilgrimage?
I only got through two of them. Two of the agreements.
That's weird because the third one is follow things through.
Oh. That explains it.
Here he goes. He's agreed to play 80% of the hands of the hands.
What can I say? This horse likes to run. Good stock.
Yeah, and this is a little bit loose. We've actually got like, yeah, a little bit loose for man of my tastes. And
thank you.
Feraldo now with the option of bumping it up. Again, there's some sort of live elements here. I think we wouldn't be calling here ever online, but might feel in these fields that he wants to. But yeah, does call.
Somebody gonna put the squeeze on, maybe the Snowmen's.
Go on, Stock. And this is a delightful spot. And this is sort of why you can't afford these kind of pile-up situations. Just beautiful spot. 71K in the middle. Prebz has 117K. That's a lot of chips in terms of your stack.
He can almost double up just from getting his chips in here if everyone folds.
Yes, it's just a beautiful situation. And let's see if anyone wakes up with a hand. Ace 10 of hearts can be forced out behind.
Not great news for the ace-8 or the jack-10.
Yeah, and I think Tian with the under the gun 2 caller is also going to be fortunate enough to get out the way. And this is what happens. I mean, again, I don't want to. I love that. What is this? How much? What is so?
Regary.
What is this ridiculous action here?
It's just quite unappealing spot here with the 3s.
Regary about to rug us all of precious moments in our life.
Does Farrell call the 14 bigs with that dead money?
I mean, by the way, it's worked out. I mean, Prebz couldn't have asked to be up against 3.
I was hoping you would do it. Right, how much?
Ah, boy. Can I get a second count, please?
We're going to have to do it. I'm really good at these, though. So.
Yeah, and this is going to be unfortunate for Prebz. Obviously, there's a lot of hands that he's got that dominate the jack-10.
These two are flipping like hot diehard takes versus hot love actually takes. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I saw a real spicy love actually take on TikTok the other day.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Can you squeeze it in before
Good
the flop?
Don't think so.
Okay, we'll get back to that. I'm curious. Stocken all in for his tournament life. Queen, 6, deuce, 2 hearts. Pretty clean for the jack-10.
I'm going to root for Prebz here. I think he's got himself in a nice spot. Ran a little bit bad with that flush. Over flush.
All right, the ace does give Farrell more outs. Will the 8s hold? 1 card to come. That card is a 3-ball. Double up for Stockenblocken.
Yeah, double up plus, basically, with all that, those extra blinds in there. And a little wry smile.
I think I'll have to
All the people in chat, by the way, who are giving us a hard time about the way they're pronouncing these names, like you, Francesco Sanino, who just wrote, it's not Ruggieri, it's Regari. Love to hear you pronounce my name.
I wouldn't have been
When you go, Joseph, and I go, no, it's Joseph. And you go, Joseph, and I go, no, it's Joseph.
It's not about the name, Regari. It's about respect.
Roberto asks why he folded the 3s.
Did he hit a 3?
Is it weird that I can't remember what the board was?
Was
That's
Queen
about trust. That was line. Team America line.
Okay.
Pocket 10s for the Stockenblocken.
Posthuman says, watching Neil Farrell at the EPT Prague is like seeing a master chef in a gourmet kitchen, always cooking up something spicy, and you never know when he's going to serve the nuts.
We'll allow it.
I haven't looked.
Committed Finn.
Hey, not off the... Ooh,
All right, Rantala. Run it, Rantala.
Rantala Bala.
Seeing as we rooted for Prebz before, let's hope Rantala hits a queen and stays alive.
Sam wants this tournament to never end.
It seems like a sweet... Look at it. This looks like a boy. Young lad that deserves a queen.
Run it. 7-7-4, 2 spades.
Not quite enough. Despite flopping 2 pair.
Oh yeah, look at that, a pair.
More outs.
1.
More
out.
Intense on the TV table.
No, it's just like 90 seconds.
Frontala needs to hit the river. Misses.
I would say it was pumped.
Frontala showered.
Really was it today?
Exiting for 13,840 euro.
Eliminated.
And that'll be the payout until we get to 71st place. So no immediate pay jumps on the horizon. And Previn Stocken, 2 hands ago, had what, 14 big blinds, and now has 40?
Right back in it. As I said, a very, very experienced online player.
And a very, very experienced longshoreman in a Wes Anderson movie.
He looks like he's doing the Daniel Defoe before and after.
If he's here, who's taking care of Curious George?
I'll give it to you. It's not
the yellow hat.
Yeah, but he wears it's a cowboy hat.
Ah, come on.
It's like the Nordic version of Curious
You really
George.
gotta lower your standards for me, man. This is what happens when you work with a professional comedian.
You could let my joke breathe for like a second before immediately changing the narrative.
Come on, bro. He's right. Play the game.
He's right.
You're working with a professional in the
I
booth
know, he's right. That's the problem.
Mulder v. Coelho heads up to this flop. Mulder flops a gut shot. Coelho's queen high is the best hand for the moment.
Yeah, but Mulder's just going to check raise again.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit different here with no backdoor flush. Well, I wouldn't put it past Tian. Maybe we'll just decide to call. Getting laid 5-1.
Definitely used to getting laid.
Jeepers.
That's not. How do you know that? No, I don't think so. It's a clean living Dutch boy. Spends his time reading self-development books.
I just meant he was pretty.
And Coelho with the queen and 9, unblocking hearts. Yeah, let's just put some more money out there, I think. It's the way I would approach this. Shall see. Just can put a lot of pressure on 6x and 4x.
56.
Hey, wow.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's just how the game is played these days.
Let's see them.
Oh, yeah. The game continues.
Well, they're not going to worry too much about it.
I definitely wouldn't have shown that either unless someone asked me to. Oh, wait, are we still doing that?
I'm small blind.
Small. No, you're big blind. He's small blind.
Ah, okay.
Action. Folding around 2.
Little blind war.
2-in. In the SB. Queen 8 suited.
It's like he's the star of the feature table and everyone's just featuring. The Tia Mulder show featuring
FT.
Neil Farrell.
Diogo Coelho. Oh, sorry, I got that wrong. Excuse me.
Ruggieri.
Umberto Ruggieri.
Having a little think about whether to elevate. I assume we don't do it too often with the sort of connecting properties, but it seems like he's going to go for it.
It's kind of like the hand you watched me play, Sam, where you thought I should have raised in the big blind with 6-4 off.
Exactly. I think, and I think like 6-4 and 7-4. It's just a little bit better than. Oh, he 3-bet.
Yeah,
it's a 3-bet.
Isn't that what you meant by elevate?
Oh, I thought
elevate.
Extra elevated.
This is kind of wild hand to choose. Wow. Oh, I'm excited now. I'm excited. Wow.
You're excited. Look at Griff's nipples.
No, I mean, it's cold in here. They've been like that.
I mean, they've been like that ever since Sam walked in.
Jack, Trey, Deuce. So an up and down draw for Regari.
What a dreamy flop.
Yeah, that's not bad, right? If you're gonna muck about, this is where you want to be.
This is just a little bit contentious now. You know, a lot of money in the middle, 134K. And he goes for 37K, which is just like trying to put third pot out there, is he? And Mulder with the backdoor flush draw, just a little bit wrapped around the jack. And could be check raise time. I mean, all options are open here for
those are big chips.
Boy, Tian.
Those are 25K chips.
Yeah, just sometimes you want to take these hands that aren't exciting calls and go on the front foot. And yeah, Regari not going anywhere. So this is just out of nowhere, a seemingly innocuous blind on blind spot, turning into a very big pot now.
My goodness.
And a spade, a 10, a spade would be spicy. I mean, let's see. That might be enough for Mulder. Of course, turned a gut shot with the Queen 8, but also a card which, you know, not only does 10s get there, but Ace King and Ace Queen also pick up a gut shot. You know, if we start betting the turn, are we just committing to going 3 streets? Also, the SPR a little bit weird now, 404K.
But reaching for chips. Spirit of the horse.
I mean, he doesn't slow down, by the way.
60, but 113.
Third pot. And Regari in dangerous territory now.
Yeah, you are in the deep waters with one of the best in the world right now. Finding yourself with just 5 high going to the river.
Oh,
what? An SPR of about 60%.
A huge pot. This pot is bigger than almost everyone's chip stacks at the table, and Regari drills the straight on the river. Disguised hand, is that still? Yeah, a term. Mulder shoves, and Regari makes the call. Is gonna show the straight, and is gonna get a full double through to Mulder. 1.1 million chip pot. Mulder goes from having over 100 big blinds to having fewer than 80, and Regari now on 143 bigs.
Yeah, and this was a bit of a car crash of a hand. I mean, just remarkable hand to go down so deep in the tournament. Mulder's aggressive instincts, you know, realizing there's still some ace king, ace queen, ace x of hearts that he can get folds from on the river, goes for it. Can't imagine that 6 could have helped his opponent. Seemed like such a brick river.
Yeah, important not to be results. I mean, if that river was a brick 7, Mulder does the same thing.
Yep.
Gets away with it, and everyone's
Gonna give me 100
freaking out about how amazing a hand it was.
Never get it.
What did he say?
Neil saying couldn't have guessed the hands. I mean, yeah, just the out-of-line 3-bet paying huge dividends for the Italians.
Quite small, the sizing, too. Like, it wasn't exactly, you know, giving him a reason to fold pre-flop.
I mean, by the way, people react to Mulder at the table, right? They see the 10-6 of hearts. You saw him flat the threes under the gun. He wants to sort of slow him down a little bit. We can't know, they don't necessarily see the ace-8 of diamonds. It was a perfectly legit open there that he raised folded.
I just might be more inclined to make it 76K than 63 and get some folds pre.
If you've got 5-4 off, you want to get some folds.
Yeah, that's all I mean. I mean, Mulder still would have called, I think, but
yeah, I mean, even the raise is kind of optional, by the way, with Queen 8 suited from Tia. If he'd limped, it could have just gone limp check.
Now, is this a standard call here against the 28 effective of Jaros under the gun? Probably a bit loose, right?
A little bit loose, yes.
Maybe
Queen 10 tray, all diamonds.
2 notches too low kind of thing. Kind of Queen 10 off, you'd fold?
Yeah, maybe he's a little bit in the mood to play. And, he thinks he has an edge. He thinks he has an edge. Yeah, would love.
Rush betting relatively small.
20% pot.
It's more like 1/5. Mulder makes the call and turns a second pair.
Yeah.
So Yarosh now up and down and has a flush draw.
Look at these percentages.
I think we would have wanted to check the flop very high frequency, but now we have. I don't mind continuing to bet small to spot. I mean, look at this, 50-50 on the turn, 2 pair versus.
Come on.
It's quite rare that you see this. And yeah, and slight size up. Tian not gonna go anywhere, but can't raise, you would imagine. But I really think Mulder in these hands, he's one tabling here, right? A guy that normally playing 6 or 8, he's really dialed in. So what does this sizing mean? Who is my opponent? And Jaros can't know it, but he needs help.
Doesn't get it.
Yeah, bricks off. And having bet twice, Jaros is a little bit all at sea. Sure, we can bet again and get called by worse. We've strengthened our opponent quite a lot. Do we want to just go third pot on the river and get called by? He checks, and by the way, this is just... I mean, Tia Mulder is a strong player, and he's going to feel like a better hand doesn't check here.
Yeah, and at the same time though, it's hard to fault Jaros for recognizing. I mean, look, you block King Queen, right, pretty hard, so less likely your opponent has something like King Queen. So a lot of the combos are 2 pair here.
Yeah, and also there's not 2. They need to turn 6 of diamonds into a bluff, 7 diamonds into a bluff. And Tian having a think here, because it's not clear what the sizing should actually be in this line. We'll go 2/3 pot, and look at Jaros. Not exciting. Not exciting. Look at it.
Yeah, and by design, leaving Jaros
almost the shrug call
with 10 big blinds if he's wrong here.
Just trying to think. Is there ace queen? Would 7s need to bluff, or would 7s just check and show down? Yeah.
The eventual shrug call gets shown the bad news. Mulder gets a little bit back from that last hand.
Yeah, and works out for Mulder, who he's in the mix.
I mean, that's got to be something that is heartening, a word I hate. For someone like Tuan Mulder, though, you lose a big pot like that, and you can just get those chips back.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things that we just see is how tough it is to be at someone's table who's V-pipping. I mean, as much as it didn't work out, you don't want someone who's going to check raise the backdoor flush draw and treble off and
right. Turn a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, and turn everything and force you to make the straight. You've got to make this straight, otherwise you hit a 5 on the river, you're not going to call, right? So you've got to make your straight, otherwise you don't get to win that hand. Here with kings, that you could just raise, go up against the big blind. He's in position. He's capable of bluffing.
By the way, it had to be the 6-2. He doesn't always bluff the ace on the river.
Yes.
You know, it's just the other version of the straight.
Yes.
So it's
and
like the card.
He doesn't bluff the 6 of hearts. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
It was quite a miracle. Yeah. Yeah. So you know, and yeah, it's exciting to see.
You guys ever see that video clip of the old horror movie? It's like the worst werewolf transformation of all time.
No, I don't think so.
Yarosh looks like the third shot in that video. I'm gonna plop it up here real quick for you guys.
Ambitious,
no, but Joe's allowed to do. You see, I couldn't make the observation, but as one hirsute man
I
to
make
another,
ones like that all the time.
No, he's allowed to. You know, he's allowed to comment on people's facial hair.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to say he just looks like a yassified you, by the way, Joe.
Yeah, well, that too. Can't believe you guys haven't seen this.
And again. You got it right, by the way, third shot. And Yaros here with the opportunity to shove. Not so exciting against a hijack open, but we can see actually in a great spot against these two particular hands.
Little to no fold equity, but some dead money out there.
And just elects to call off the 10 bigs. A little surprised at this. Let's see if it works out for him.
10-7, 4 pair of fours for D'Alessio.
Yeah, just a little hard to navigate. 59,000 in the middle. And Alessio, with the backdoor flush draw and the strongest range, might want to, we'll check back. And Neil turning a gut shot on a very dynamic board. Yaros with the best hand, but with very little visibility. A lot of bad cards to come, but will put some money out there. I mean, there is a scenario where this could work out for him.
Very, very small bet of about 12 to 15%-ish.
Yeah, I mean, this is just quite transparent as him betting his hand. Yeah, I like this. I mean, you're playing an EPT here, bro. You can't just be
mucking about with these min bets.
Yeah. I think like no 10 wants to bet this size, right? No, like even if you had a set on this board, why would you bet small? Three-way, yeah, and he's going to actually force a fold from the better hand here. And I really like this aggression from, maybe I'm being resulted. Resulted? Results,
yeah.
or, I'm being resulted here. Results oriented, but, by the way, it's also a very small raise. Again, might just be, you know, both players sort of telegraphing their hands a little bit. See if Patrick Yaros can work it out, because if he can call, it will go check on some rivers, and it's a very significant pot in terms of Patrick's tournament and his stack. So this is
calling is an option here with 57K behind.
Sure.
Oh wow, he put it in.
All in.
What? Damn.
Seemed to make more sense to me, an idiot.
No, I mean maybe that's the play. He sensed that it can be just a flush draw and overs. Wow. And who am I to argue? The slow play of the fives working out here, although 30% of the time Patrick will be eliminated.
Well, I mean, you know, you really start breaking down the streets in this hand. Would Alessio check back the flop with a set of sevens, set of tens, ace 10, jacks through aces? Doesn't really check out much, right? These are all hands you want to start charging those flush draws, straight draws, the top pairs.
River is the 8.
It's well earned for
Yarosh. Doubles up.
Yeah, he worked through the problem, like you say, Griff, and maybe it was transparent that fives are, or you know, that fives are good. They're often enough. Put in the money, and gets the double up.
None of these Goonies will say die at this table. All the short stacks keep dodging silver bullets. Stay in this tournament. For Gary on top, courtesy of that massive pot played against Tuan Mulder. I just realized that Fernando D'Alessio is someone we've done commentary a lot before, but he looks wildly different with the facial hair. Very young-looking fellow before. I mean, granted, it's probably been, you know, we've all aged quite a bit in the last 5 years, too.
Yeah.
But with the hat and the beard, I did not recognize him at first.
He's in disguise. He's undercover.
Yeah.
Being chased for alimony payments and needs to keep a low profile.
I know that's why I have my beard.
He's wanted by the Ontario police, but who knows?
Can you believe it was actually my
Here we go, Coelho under the
gun. Ace-3 suited. Ace-3 suited under the gun.
There he is.
I am only not.
Suited aces, all the rage.
King-Jack suited for D'Alessio.
I feel like it's Umberto's just happy now. He's like, no need to do anything. He's not going to do anything crazy till tomorrow. You know, he'll lose a pot tomorrow and then maybe lift off again. But right now he's just.
You better believe that's what I would be doing if I had somehow won that pot against Tuan Mulder. I'd be like, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
He might have just mucked Queen Jack of clubs then. Like it falls out to him, he's like, he's like Ace Queen. I don't need to play this now.
He caught a massive shark, like it was an epic moment. Where you take the day off.
Exactly. The live well is full.
Yeah.
So Coelho with one spade and a gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting reopening the action here for a small sizing, just targeting the pairs.
Really? 20%, no continue. I mean, I'm just a big fan of backdoor flushes myself.
King Jack suited. Welcome. Oh. There you go.
Let's pump around.
Molli un cazzo, bro, eh? Non molla un cazzo. Beltinelli con un buio ha vinto.
Lo so. I know.
This is a new player emerging at the table. Wow, wearing a Sampdoria hoodie. Love this.
Luca Guglielmoni.
Come on, Griff.
No, no good?
I mean, I would just say Luca. Because if I was going to mispronounce it,
yeah.
If I was going to mangle it, you know James Hartigan, right? You've not picked up those skills have not transferred.
I was afraid to say the chip leader's name all of the first level today. I couldn't figure it out. Artur, beautiful name too. Ferrari. Let's see.
Wow.
Guglielmoni.
Wow, Ace-7 suited under the gun, into the muck. Neil and Patrick got these T-shirts 2 for 1 from H&M on the dinner break.
The Kitchens suited. Thank you, Mark, on YouTube. It says it's Guglielmoni, not Guglielmoni. 6-4-4, flopping boats.
Boat drinks.
Which, by the way, I feel like I do follow Tuin on Instagram, and I feel like almost all of them are pictures of him on boats.
We used to joke about it about Dario Sammartino. We used to say, he's on a boat all the time. Yeah, of course. Casual bet. Out it goes. Yeah.
You have to show?
Yeah.
No more. I feel it when you ask, I know it's something like this, you know. 6 plus.
Even the blasters make a hand from time to time.
Wow, blaster.
If you win the hand too, you have to show, so we don't have to think about it. Can you explain to him? No.
Here we are.
We are going to take a moment to talk about the mini EPT. 3 tournaments every single day. When you see that little thing that says, "Oh, you can get in for a discounted price," this is what we're talking about. Every day of the EPT from Prague, we're running mini EPTs online, mimicking whatever events are happening that day. And there are New Year's Series tickets added to the prize pool of every tournament, plus the mini mains. There's 2 mini mains in the final day, a $5 and a $55. There is a gold power pass added to each of those mini main events, which is good for an EPT Paris package. Total free roll for EPT Paris main event should you take down either of the mini mains. That's a lot of added value. Stocken blocken. Reduce suited.
Blind or blind? Maybe it's going to go raised, 3-bet, check raise.
Are you
bet.
sure I can't just check 6-4 offsuit when someone limps to me in the big blind?
No, you can check it, of course.
Okay. But the bet afterward was bad.
Yeah, it's like...
Can I know the hand?
No, he just checked 6-4 in blind on blind. And then it came A7-4, they checked him and he snapped bet.
Okay.
That was
Yeah,
fine.
all right,
but-
Griffin's holding back right now. Yeah.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You bet bottom pair sometimes, but it just felt a bit like, well, you don't have a...
He was like he was doing it for the wrong reasons and chastising. Yeah.
No, it's just...
No, I learned a lot more from Sam telling me better ways to play it.
It's just a good hand to raise the 6-4 because you fold out Queen 4, Jack 6, 10-4. You wanna these are hand you, and if you get limply raised, easy.
That I can
it's like
fold,
a polarized thing. Even 5-4 is just a little bit better. You just make a straight or straight draw a bit more easier. This 6-4 you want to be raising kind of often.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you just have to control yourself a little bit, given that you don't have an ace on. Ace.
You just mean timing-wise.
Yeah, I mean, you've got not a lot of good hands and a lot of bottom pairs, and you bet them too much. You need to be just checking this flop a lot. You know what I mean? You don't have many good hands.
Sure. So I just want to ask follow-up questions, and I'm not arguing. Okay, I want to make that clear. So I'm gonna hate almost every turn card, right?
Well, with your actual hand, but it doesn't matter. It can pair the ace. Now your hands are way stronger.
Yeah.
It was ace 8-4 or whatever. It can pair the 8. Your hand's way stronger. Can come a deuce. Your hand is stronger.
5, straight draw.
Yeah, whatever it might be.
I'm not used to the turn card making my hand stronger. I guess that's part of it.
Yeah, or even if it doesn't, it's just like you can just get check raised on the flop. I mean, I would just check raise you all day, every day there, because you never have anything good. Right?
Oh, okay, all right. That I can understand. That I can relate to. I mean, I would have preferred just to fold 6-4, but I couldn't.
Forced to play inadequate hands.
Yeah. That's the real trick.
Forced to learn something.
Ace-king suited for Rigeri.
He's back. Balance range. 5-6 off and ace-king suited. 5-4 off.
Guglielmoni.
Yeah, really hoping not to get a king-high flop here. It's just playing 15 big blinds.
Oh, instead of a king-high flop, it is a queen-high flop. Gut shot for Guglielmoni.
Yeah, and
Spades.
Yeah, exactly. You nailed it. I mean, this is just a very good board for the pre-flop raiser with the 2 Broadway. But we do have a spade and a club. And we do actually, you know, given how early our opponent opened, we don't even necessarily, you know, we don't 3-bet king, queen. No, it's just out there. Just not interested. Yeah. Happy to show.
All right, well, we found out where Gary's range is now.
Polarized.
Post double up.
It's
okay for
eight
to drop.
left.
It's king, it's okay.
Which means we're 7 away from another pay jump.
Imagine if Marley Sprague just won an EPT.
That'd be awesome,
That'd
yeah.
be absolutely delightful.
That would be really cool.
Embarrassing one, yeah. I'm excited for the first one. There's got to be one soon.
Imagine if Feraldo wanted to buy another street of houses in Dumfries. Maybe they let him trade in the 4 he already owns for a hotel.
Ah, he needs a monocle for that.
I'd like to see him at EPT Paris wearing a top hat.
I think the monocle is a Mandela effect thing, though, right? The Monopoly guy doesn't have a monocle.
Yeah. Why is it called Mandela effect?
Because people thought Nelson Mandela died in prison.
That's how it started. There's a group of people that thinks he died in 1999 in prison. That like they'd heard it or not canon in their brain.
I was one of those people.
I always think,
really?
I always think I'm online a lot, but you guys are just so much.
No, it's like a famous like conspiracy theory now. So it's like things like that.
You don't know about the Mandela effect?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
That in and of itself is a Mandela effect.
Yeah. So like, what's another? So an example is he doesn't have a monocle. Everyone's always thought that like, oh, the
Berenstain Bears is the big one.
Nelson Mandela didn't wear a monocle.
I distinctly remember him having a monocle.
They didn't let it. It's quite strict on Robben Island. He wore it when he was a lawyer, but once he was arrested.
Okay, pocket aces. I think it's time for some.
But Steve Biko did die, right?
From the talk show? Oh, that's Steve Wilco.
You got to brush up on your South African history. My dad's South African, so I know it.
So you wait. So it's the Berenstain Bears is the big one.
The Berenstain Bears is the big Mandela effect. Yes.
Way low here, just into the mark.
This may be the first dodgy one.
What have we learned about set mining deep in an EPT? Someone's gonna squeeze.
Wow, those.
It just shows you how much people love aces. That even just someone just turning them over, I was like, oh.
Yeah, everyone has a deep connection. Well, it's everyone's favorite hand, really.
Where are
You know?
all these hands getting
So it's
from?
kind of like
aces, queens, queen 8 suited, 4-5-0.
I bust 3 tournaments yesterday.
We've had one fun one. The rest are just
Hardcore setup every hand, you know.
And it did occur to me, wow, I didn't get aces, kings, or... You know what I mean? I had the
So you still think about that?
Yeah, I thought
okay,
to
good.
myself, like, wow, I didn't really... I was like beating myself up a bit, and I was like, I didn't actually get dealt any...
big hands.
Any good hand,
Yeah.
basically. You know? And when you're playing against Kaihan and Pro Beers, it's like you need something to go to...
Yeah, you
go
need a leg to stand on.
Yeah.
James and I just did some commentary from last year's PCA main event, and there's some very entertaining moments between you and Pro Beers.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's nice. Actually, we were having a little heart-to-heart because we haven't seen each other in a while, and we redrew for 2 tables in the 25K, and it was Kaihan, me, and Pro Beers in a row, and we were like having a lot of fun.
Little flashback.
Yeah, yeah. The dealers were getting kind of annoyed with us because we were doing things which weren't sort of allowed, you know. Like they were like, you know what? Like it's quite funny. They're allowed to give us a little bit of leeway, but then obviously, you know, Sam Graft, the master of brinkmanship.
They eventually got to be like, bop, bop, bop. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Don't get me in trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like the cool RA.
By the way,
It's like, all right, if you're quiet with the beers in the room, fine. But I mean, just don't start a fire.
yeah, and Jaros opening here under the gun, pretty loose open. If I'm seeing the stack sizes
I'm going
correctly.
+1.
And somehow Mulder in here with a hand that's actually very much dominated. And it's a board that's very good for Mulder's range, but when Jaros just has nothing, gonna be tempted to just bet. Never an immediate release. Never an immediate release.
Once again, Jarosh betting just 8,000 into quite a sizable pot.
Yeah,
so.
and Tian's like, yeah, I don't know if this is a thing. Maybe I could just make it 24 here. And, you know, you bet small to see if I've got anything. And I'm going to yeah. By the way, this is, again, what I was sort of talking around. You've got to be, I mean, let's see if Jaros gives it up now. But you've got to be consistent in your timings, in your sizings. You know, there's a reason this horse won some races. Yeah, there you go.
Second place.
There's a reason he's wearing a Dior scarf and you're not, buddy. No, I just don't mean to mock our favourite werewolf, but yeah, it's Mulder. He's not confined by any of your so-called rules.
Which is why I'm always perplexed when people try anyway.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, just to make I don't want to overdo it.
It's like every person that's gone into that cave has never come back out again. But I'm going to go in. I'm going to be fine.
Yes. I mean, yeah, I don't want to overdo it because, of course, it could be a bit results-oriented. When a so-called successful player does something silly, we're like, well, look how great he is. Whereas if an amateur had done that, I'd be like, oh, my goodness, he can't be using clubs. So, but I would say that with some of these guys, some of these really, really top players, you know, they both have absorbed the theory. We had that period where people were trying to play more to, you know, use the slang, the sort of GTO style, learning about combinatorics, learning about balancing ranges. And then a lot of them have sort of absorbed that and feel kind of free to go past it, where it's like, yes, I know the rules, but if you give off something, if you are doing something a little out of line, I can find the spots to take advantage of regardless of my cards. It's, you know, that's what really is what you really need to do to be elite.
What's the combo word again? Combinatorics?
Combinatorics, yeah.
I would really love, in an alternate universe, to have played that Queen Eight of Spades hand the exact same way that Tuin played it, and then see how the commentary went. So people being like, well, this is what we call button clicking.
Like calling a 3-bet out of position with Queen 8. Very amateur. Really falling into the trap of this small bet on the flop. Once you see it continue here.
No, but if you'd like me to say something a little bit more critical, I mean, this is Tion's aggressive instincts getting him in trouble. He didn't need to raise. I think that if that's Tim Adams, he limps Queen 8 suited very often. But he feels like, hey, you're not going to 3-bet me enough. I'm going to just run it up. Yeah. Then he gets 3-bet. So now he's continuing with a medium shape hand. And, you know, did he randomize the flop or, you know, he's just, okay, I'm going for it. I'm going to run it. I can see what the folds are going to be.
Sure. I don't think it's wrong to give good players the benefit of the doubt.
And by the way, there are some guys that come and play the mains and navigate in a slightly different way, which is to avoid high variance spots. Say, listen, I'm picking off everyone. I can see everyone's sizings. I can raise and take it as often as I want. I can open 10-6 suited on low jack. I don't need to take the spot where I'm running it. Not that you're going to run into 5-4 for the straight, but just that you run into aces sometimes. You run into a set of jacks sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
As it was, as Griff says, I think if an ace comes off, he probably doesn't go broke. And, you know, it's really only the 6 where he gets himself in real trouble. I mean, he might check fold on a heart as well. You know, there's things that happen.
Oh, I do not like this.
Let's go. No, come on. The deuce, the ace.
Look at the sizing, too.
Wow. And here he is. Finally, everyone's favorite Scotsman.
I really like seeing hands like this from Ruggieri because it kind of puts a face to some of the players that you play online when you see these kind of like small size 3-bets with the ace deuce. You're like, I wonder what this guy looks like. There he is. It's this guy.
Yeah, and obviously,
Neil playing 53 big blinds. Certainly has a little room to put in another bet. Doesn't need to just shove, especially with a very small sizing.
Yeah.
So 96?
Yeah, and we would expect Coelho to get out of the way. And now what does Ruggeri want to do? And, you know, just, yeah.
Fold.
Oh, yeah. I mean, by the way, one of the reasons that you want to use a suited ace is perhaps if you do have ace-5 suited, you're getting this amazing price in position.
Yeah.
You can take advantage of that amazing price. Ace-2 off, we are a little bit all at sea here.
Yeah.
Really hard to flop something to continue with. I don't know whether this is just a little bit of saving face or if he's...
I think it's a face save. Yeah, also knowing that you're going to be able to see the hand probably helps.
So boring. So boring.
I'm not bored.
Never a bad hand, always a good hand.
There he is. What a specimen.
I'm not ecstatic, but I ain't fucking going anywhere.
Nobody really does anything with bad hands
I'm not sitting there
anymore.
going, please go all in. It's not 2016 anymore.
Exactly.
If only it were. Yeah, I mean...
You know what's annoying as well? It's like, when you 3-bet, I'm like, I think you're full of shit, and I was going to go quite light. And then I get queens, and I'm like,
Maybe he would have done it with a bad hand.
Go a couple of notches lower. And then
I
like,
just
fuck
want you to
every
know,
hand.
it would have been me either way. It's like, come on.
Good point from Strag. And in 2016, people were saying it's not 2009 anymore.
What year's the Benny Spindler Paul Fulton hand? That's
oh my God.
What, 2012?
2012.
Yeah, I played that EPT. And here we go with the more legitimate 5-4. Yeah, this is classic MTT player. 3-bet the ace deuce off, flat the ace queen.
Heads up to the flop, which is 9-8-4, 2 spades, bottom pair for Mulder.
Yeah, Mulder going to recognize that this is quite a decently strong and specific range. Going to be forced to check this board pretty often with range.
Mulder checks.
And
Gary checks behind, free turn. King of hearts.
Yeah, Mulder going to feel a lot better about his 4 after that quick check. But the king now, another card that hits Ruggeri, if we imagine the king jacks, king queens of the world. And Ruggeri, I think, conscious that he got in such an adventure last hand out, maybe going to force him to play a little bit more in line. I wonder if Mulder can go for a blocking bet here. Sense that this is just ace-jack.
Did you say 16?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
It was the right number of chips, though. 3 blues and a green would have been 16. 3 greens and a blue is what he put out there. Or
Yeah.
4 greens.
And, you know, Tian just knowing exactly where he is at on that river.
Yellow, green. It's all the same. Not really, though. So Tuan Mulder back up over 110 big blinds. Despite being felted and down to under 80 mere minutes ago.
Average man. 508.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that you know, obviously we don't like to continually hype this stuff up, but 76 left. It seems like a lot of players, but $1 million up top. Actually, I mean, if you were gonna, you know, pull my name out of the hat and 1 in 76 times I was gonna win $1 million, or, you know, 9 out of 76 times I'm going to win over 150,000. It's very, very exciting.
We're practically already there.
Yeah, you know, of course you're in the groove. You've been playing poker for 3 days, and you're not always, especially experienced players like all of these guys, not always, you know, not getting too far ahead of yourself. But there is a certain amount on the line here for.
How many players in this field who are left now do you think are less than 1 in 76 to win?
How many? Oh, wow, that's I guess just like a solvable maths problem, right?
Like if I'm here now, I'm not going to win 1 out of every 76 times.
Yeah, I mean,
despite being 1 of 76. And obviously, you have to take chip, stack size right now into consideration.
I would say 45 of them.
45 or below.
50 of them. 50.
And the rest are more than 1 in 76.
55 of them maybe. You know, it might be of the names in the hat. 3 of them are two. You know what I mean? Or,
right. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, let alone by chip distribution, of course. That plays into it as well. So.
Ooh, nut flush on the turn for Stocken. No percentages on screen because we don't know what Regari's other card is. But we do know that Stocken has the winner.
Yeah, and Coelho, you know, a board that is very good for the big blinds. Yeah, this is, I don't know whether ill discipline is exactly the word. Regari here might have, if he were to have Jack-9 of clubs, that would be a double gut shot. 9-10 of clubs would be an open-ended straight draw. Ace-9 into the muck. And Prebz deciding whether to call or raise now. Does his opponent have a strong hand? Does his opponent have something that can call? And having the absolute nuts, a hand that can always check raise the river, elects to just check call. And what will Coelho do now?
Stocken checks.
Oh dear, Coelho. And on this ace, it's quite frustrating because now if you were, yeah, he's, ooh, is he going to surrender? If you were to bet, you're really representing a sort of 2 pair. You don't bet a 7 on the river, right? You need, yeah, he's waved the right flag. He waved the white flag, and nice from Coelho. Nice assessment. No interference with the strongest parts of Preb's range.
Preben Stocken also back up this level after being nearly eliminated.
Yeah.
Stocken blocking. Fewer than 10 minutes left on the level.
In the biggest ever EPT Prague.
That's correct. And we are approaching another pay jump. 71 players will make an additional around 2,000 euros.
Into the mouth.
Ten tray. 10 tray. 5 deuce. Coelho limps in with 5 deuce and is dominated. D'Alessio domination.
Yeah, and one of those candidates I think Grafton mentioned earlier, similar to the 6-4. Sometimes you just want to pump it up, see if you can get a fold. Very small sizing, though. Just 10,000 more. It is probably going to work against this particular combo, but definitely irregular, Sam.
Yeah, a little irregular.
Well, he has to show it, too.
Like a bag of irregular Oreos. I don't see what's wrong with this one. Oh.
Like, that's just so much information, you know? That you just ISO'd like 2.3x with 6 deuce off. Like, that's not something that I need T and Mulder to know about when I'm how I'm playing blind online. Sorry, like, it's just a bad idea to play this game. But we love it.
It's not like we're down to the final 75 in the biggest EPT Prague field of all
Playing
time.
for $1 million.
No, I raise you.
Crazy. I love it. They're all nuts in the best way.
Scotland, that hand. He made his debut for Celtic and we beat Rangers 6-2.
But your pride wouldn't let you be like,
No, that's what I
guys, do you
said.
think we could? You guys think we could maybe not do this?
I've actually surprised myself sometimes in like situations with peer pressure with like deals and stuff. I'm just like, no, I want to play. Like, but I feel like for this,
I got a really embarrassing story about that from when I was a kid that I'll tell you later, unless you guys really want to hear it now.
Sure.
Yeah.
When I was about 12 years old, we were doing like a birthday party for a friend, and it was like we're all going to the movies, a movie birthday party, and we were all going to see Cool World. Remember Cool World?
Brad Pitt and Kim Basinger?
Yeah, we're like this, like a cartoon that wants to have sex, I think, is really what it boils down to. And we're on our way to the movies, and I was like, guys, I don't think that my parents would let me see this movie. And everyone ended up having to see Honey, I Blew Up the Kid instead.
Oh.
And my friends all really hated me.
Oh, no.
Because I wouldn't just go along with seeing Cool World.
You were a little mummy's boy who wanted to do the right thing.
Exactly.
And you didn't get to see Kim Basinger as a hot cartoon.
Nope. I got to see Rick Moranis chase around a giant baby in downtown Las Vegas.
Oh, my God.
How much you get? 507.
And I was no longer invited to any birthday parties.
I remember my first movie birthday party with my friends. It was Jean-Claude Van Damme's The Quest.
Yep. Oh, wait, that might have been PG-13. I might have been allowed to see that one.
This is pretty interesting because Alessio, for some reason, is sensing that Geraldo is out of line here. We wouldn't normally want to take sixes and go to war here. Doesn't really have blocking properties. I would be kind of shocked if he did something here. Doesn't go for it in the end. And it's as you were with Umberto with a very reasonable hand to continue. They are quite deep. Not like the eights never gets the show down if you don't make a set. So it's sort of a situation where you're not purely set mining.
Queen.
6.
Ace 10-4.
Yeah. And not a good flop for the pocket eights. Obviously no spade in hand. Geraldo's value comes with a lot of aces, ace king and ace queen, and of course the bluffs come from a lot of suited aces. So very favorable board for the three-better, even though of course we can see Geraldo with no pair, no spade. Just a board where you can pretty much...
Sizing, 45 over under.
Yeah, you can just bet third with range, yeah. This is just, I think, going to be pretty effective strategy. Very hard to combat. And Ruggeri sort of mourning his holding a little bit. But would surprise me if he continued. Obviously, you can see you're getting a good price, but...
Oh my God, is he putting out raisin chips now?
Just counting.
I mean, by the way, this is an exciting player to have at the table because I really don't know. Yeah, it's the mark.
No. That's as wild as it gets.
Tilt, bing, 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 ding, dong, ding, dong, ding, 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 tilt, tilt, tilt.
Wow,
tilt.
Gary's pissed about that. It's
Yeah.
like, that was
Don't
like
worry,
a
you
pretty,
saved
yeah, like one of his
120.
bluffs is huge equity against you. You can't continue, like, relax. But he's like, you got one over on me?
You're a Rangers fan?
Celtic fan.
Celtic.
Just
bad.
3 minutes remaining on this level.
This is your team?
This season, right?
So, we're not as good as we were last year. We're still top of the league, and so but we're not quite as good as we were last year, which is sad. You always want to be getting better, you know.
Yeah.
What about you? Who's your team? Feyenoord. Ajax.
Even worse.
You guys are on a horrid season.
Yeah.
Celtics haven't been the same since Auerbach left.
Are you angry with Rangers about selling you Calvin, taking 20 million for Calvin Bassey?
It's a basketball reference, right? I got you.
Pocket 8s for Coelho this time.
Maybe in the Premier League he would do all right, but like playing with Ajax, how they want to play.
Yeah. He's just big, strong, and fast, isn't it? Yeah.
I figured you might have got it because of the TV show, Winning Time. Thought you might have watched that.
That got canceled, didn't it?
It did get canceled.
Underdogs a lot, yeah, but not teams that want to control.
Yeah, and Coelho going for it here. Going to work out depending on the hand. It's quite... let's see.
We still got
it's quite
Guglielmone in the hand, who's got a 7.
Yes, and it's quite an exciting shove, I imagine, versus +2, with so many uncapped players around, but will work out.
This game.
So do you think in that spot you're playing that as a pure call or most of the time call? Like it's a bit awkward there with that 19,
very, very
19, 20 big blind card.
The keeper was up in the west.
Yeah.
You want flat now or for bet or fold? That's a hard spot. Folding is okay though. Yeah, nice spot for...
I'm going to get one more hand in.
Like they were in third, right?
Who will get pocket 8s this time?
That's right.
Yeah, like we were G2, they were always thirds, but they were really...
Football conversations broken out at the table.
I didn't know if there was some kind of other like points reason or coefficient reason or something.
I don't think so, no.
They were going for it.
The last hand?
Just their goalkeeper came up to attack a corner in the last minute and shit, you know, it was proper like cup final stuff. I was pretty surprised.
I mean, they've been shit for like for years. I think, they're just very happy that they're playing in the Champions League now.
Yeah.
I wonder if Jaros has got a good hand. It looks a little bit
I went to final.
unhappy here before raising for some reason.
In Holland, this one?
Yeah, in the
No, he just didn't like his hand. There's a 6 in it.
Yeah, he just
we weren't dominating, but we were in the game, and then we got the 2 red cards.
As we go to the break.
Like
2 red cards, hearts or diamonds.
Netherlands, I think.
In Rotterdam, yeah.
This is nice for viewers. Get a bit more Regari action.
A defend with 7-6 off. Yarosh with the one-eyed poker.
Could be 7-6 of spades. Could be ace-6 of spades.
I think the last broken card was, we guessed was maybe an ace. We've got ace 10, 8 here, 2 hearts.
Yeah. Good board for Jaros. We've seen C-bet with a pretty high frequency. And I mean, this is just a great board to be betting versus the big blind.
Seems like a pretty small C-bet, but it's going to get the job done. Werewolves of Prague. Patrick Yarosh taking down the last hand of the level. Let's have a look at these feature table chip counts. We will be sticking with this table after the break. All those plus 100 big blind stacks are under 100 big blinds now because the blinds are going up. 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big blind ante when we get back from this break. Tua Mulder doing just fine after running into the nuts and doubling up Umberto Regari. Neil Farrell, more than 50 big blinds. Things get a little steeper from there. Stocken with 36, under 20 for the rest of the table, but we'll be seeing more from those players after the break. Sticking around with this feature table, maybe some more Celtic talk. Maybe we'll see more of the Tuin Mulder show. But for now, the players are going on an 18-minute break. More from the record-breaking EPT Prague in 18 minutes' time. Back after this.
Looks like Suzor's coming in for the steal. 250,000 on the button. And Jack 9 in the big blind, good for a defend, off to a flop. And a little bit of something for both of our players. We got the flush draw from Suksor, Liu with the gut shot straight draw. Up against a very wide range calling in the big blind. We spoke earlier about good bluffs, situations where your opponent can do lots of folding. This is certainly one of those because the big blind's calling a lot of hands. He's going to miss very often. And also it's good to have hands that can improve on later streets. This one, of course, the flush draw. So a nice continuation bet spot for Suksor to take. He does, 175,000. Having defended Jack 9, when Liu sees a board where he does connect fairly well, has a chance to improve, I think he'll be doing something other than just folding his hand.
680.
That's something other than folding. He's coming in for a check raise, 680,000 announced. Applying pressure to what is perceived to be a wide continuation bet from Suksor on the button. Let's imagine Suksor's c-bets here with something like King 9 of clubs. He's going to get a very quick fold, which means that Liu's bluff is going to be immediately profitable. We can see that Suksor has a hand that's likely to continue, Queen Deuce of Hearts.
This could get very interesting indeed. Suzor calls the check raise, this hand going to the turn.
And 2 million chips already in this pot. There are some very fun turn cards indeed. The Queen is one of them because Liu actually now turns open-ended. And if he wants to put pressure on a hand like Ace-3 of clubs, then betting on this turn, he can certainly represent that occasionally he's made a straight himself.
But from Suzor's perspective, Spraggy still has the flush draw, now has a pair to go with it.
Yep, even more outs. If he was up against an ace, he can now hit a deuce or a queen to get there, to go along with his hearts. Liu not slowing down, 800,000.
And that's the weird thing, from Suzor's perspective, he may be thinking about what cards he needs. The irony being, he's actually got the best hand.
Yep. And we may even see a situation where he realizes he has the best hand, right? If he's confident enough to say Liu is bluffing with 8-9 or Jack-9 or even a smaller flush draw, we may even see him hero all the way down. I think for the 800,000 chip price, given he also just picked up a pair, he won't be going anywhere. That is indeed a call, and this is a monstrous pot. 3.6 million chips, and we're off to an all-important river card.
Neither player has pot behind. Suzor the effective stack with 1.81 million, and he rivers the flush.
And it could be a situation where Liu attempts to represent that he has a flush. Some of his bluffs on the flop are going to be flush draws. And if Suksor gets here with Ace-3 of clubs, it would make a hand like that a very difficult call. So Liu may fancy his chances of getting a fold by shoving this river. 1.8 million effective behind, about half pot. He's all in.
Shoves on Suzor,
Hard.
who calls
check.
all in with the best hand and will get a huge double up through Liu.
What the hell?
You just walked into it, buddy. You just represented the hand your opponent has. And now Martin Suzor is up over 60 bigs, 7.25 million. Queen Jack suited, under the gun +1.
7 raise, 450.
And that's a raise to 450,000.
450, yeah.
Falcone folds. Sousa with 10-7. Also passes. 7-7 for Torre. Out. 9-6 for Brandstrom in the small. Lou has the same hand, Queen Jack, but unsuited. Calls. And the flop is Jack, Jack 5.
Thank you.
Gotta warm up my vocal cords.
We're gonna nail this one, Finton. Now remember, it's 3, 2, 1, then you go. I will pause longer. When you hear it, we won't be in sync, but what the audience hears might be in sync, so don't stop, stick with it.
I'm sweating so much.
Also, just to put additional pressure on you, Spraggy nailed it earlier on.
No, I failed all week long.
Oh, look at this. It might not be a chop. Oh, great for Martin to be free rolling here. $500,000, the bet from Lou. Just a call. And the river card is a spade.
We jinxed him, James.
Don't lie, Finton. You are so happy that this is not a chop.
We jinxed him.
And Lou's going to bet big. 2.8 million in the middle. And he goes for $1 million. Nearly half his stack. Now the question is, does Martin raise and try and get the rest? Or is he worried about 5s, 10s or 9s?
I would feel if Lou had a better hand than a queen high flush here, he most likely would have used an all-in sizing. The issue for Martin is going to be, with the jack in his hand, what is the opponent going to call with if he shoves? But I think versus size, you just got to go all in. Give Lou the opportunity to make the hero call.
Yeah, raises enough to put Lou all in. And what a horrible spot for Lou. Sat there with trip jacks on a straighty, flushy, paired board. And knowing that if he calls and is wrong, he is out.
Will he make the big fold and be correct? It's so hard to imagine what your opponent is bluffing with here. So little left to play for. It's just so unlikely that someone pulls a trigger, but you've got this far. The pot is this big and you've got trips. It's not a fun spot at all.
And yes, he's committed a lot of chips already. But the chips you still have, the chips you have left have more value. He'd still have 6 big blinds. A horrible spot to be in, and I don't know how many time bank cards he still has. I don't know how much thinking time he can use here.
Just a horrendous river card. King Queen gets there, 7-8 gets there, all the flushes get there. What can your opponent call with on the turn and then bluff raise you all in with on the river?
He folds it. He gets away from the trips, and he still has 1.2 million. Yunye Liu still playing 6 big blinds. So this is hand number 8. We've already had 2 eliminations. You see Alexander Iversen in the background there. Did you know that Iversen and Brandstrom are sharing a hotel room here in Barcelona, and both almost made the final table?
It's very cute.
Sutso opens under the gun with 8s. Falcone with ace-queen on the button.
20 big blinds, the more important thing he's holding.
Yeah, I think we always see the all-in here with the ace-queen. And I think we probably always see the call with the 8s.
Well, there is the shove from Falcone. Let's see if Brandstrom wakes up with a hand in the big blind. Nope. Back on Sutso. And he calls, and we are off to the races. Now, this is where Falcone has been a specialist in the last 2 days.
8 ace-king, I have 8.
He seems incapable of losing a race. He always spikes an ace. He is invincible.
Ice, pede o ice.
Huge, huge spot.
Worth
Worth hundreds of thousands in real money equity.
The flop has a queen on it. Falcone now set for the double up. 89% favorite, just has to fade an 8.
I guess you were right, James.
He is invincible. Oh, 8 on the turn!
Oh, man.
We found the kryptonite.
Turns out he is quite invincible.
Diego Falcone eliminated in 4th place. So we get a raise here from Sutso to 900,000 with 6-3 suited. King 3 for Brandstrom. Worth a defend, Finton, with king high?
Yeah, there's absolutely no chance that we're going to see him fold here. It'll be interesting to see if occasionally he wants to mix in a re-raise.
He does not mix in the re-raise, just a call. Hello, Nurse, OMG.
Full house for Brandstrom. Trip 3s for Sutso.
Brandstrom with such a lock on the board, he might be tempted not to check raise here, but we can see if he plays it quick, all of the chips are going to be going into the middle.
Here comes the C-bet. 700,000 into 2.2 million.
We're almost certainly going to see a complete stack reversal here.
You can only play this slow, right? You've just got so much of this, and it's so unlikely that your opponent does. What can you do?
Oh, come on.
Jeez.
It's now house over house.
The poker gods are bored today.
And look at this from Sutso's perspective. He's just turned a boat and he's thinking, this is it. I'm going to close it out here. this is the moment that I'm going to win an EPT.
Does Brandstrom want to now start getting all the chips in on the turn? He might be tempted to continue to just call. It's going to look incredibly strong if he does check raise his turn, and we can see he has such a lock on the board. It's so hard for him to imagine that his opponent has a strong hand right now, except for maybe some flushes.
1.7 million into 3.6 million.
10 seconds.
You gotta just call again and go for value on the river, and you are gonna get it. Just put the 6 on the river too.
We are going to see the check raise all in, and we are going to see the snap call. Martin's going to think he's about to take the title, and he is going to get the news that he's been coolered.
So you think he checks here, Finton? Doesn't lead for value, but yes, he does check. Wow.
Yeah, the 10 of hearts on the river just doesn't change enough about the board. Brandstrom just has to go for the check raise, and this way he can hope, if he has coolered his opponent with another full house, or more likely with a flush, the check raise on the river means he'll get to play for all of the chips.
The nonchalant 6 million bet.
Into a pot of 7 million.
Such a sick hand to go down heads up.
Brandstrom's got 18 mil, give or take, behind. He could simply check raise all in here. We know he's going to get snap called, and we know he's going to get the full double up.
Yeah, he's about to have 40 million chips. From Suitsor's point of view, maybe occasionally he feels his opponent check shove all in with a flush. It's heads up. There's just no way he's ever going to be able to fold this 6-3.
All in.
There's the shove. Checks his hand. Snap calls, thinks it's all over, but it is not.
Too excited. No.
House over house. Ridiculously sick cooler.
So sick.
And that is the big switcheroo. Simon Brandstrom is now the guy in control. He's got more than 100 big blinds.
Unlucky.
43 million chips. Martin Suitsor, 16 million, about 40 bigs.
The Brandstrom Sandstorm doo-doo-doo-doo double up.
Raises to 900,000. Pocket sixes for Brandstrom.
It's been a while since we've seen a flip. Is this likely to go in pre-flop, Fenton? Yeah, you think so?
I mean, the sixes are most certainly going to want to shove here, and I don't think you're going to get the full king-queen at this stack depth heads up.
There's the all-in. And the call from Suitsor, and we are flipping. A race for the EPT title.
Like money versus the title. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Sixes ahead for now, and if sixes hold, we have a winner.
I feel like Martin deserves a little bit of run good in this flip, given how the last 45 minutes has gone.
Well, if he does hit a king or a queen or some kind of straight combo, Finton, he'll still be at a significant disadvantage. It'll still be a better than 2-1 chip lead for Brandstrom. The flop is 9-7 deuce. No king, no queen. Suitsor has 6 outs. The turn card is an ace, and Simon Brandstrom is on the verge of victory. Unless there is a king or a queen on the river, he will have won the biggest EPT main event of all time. The river card is a 5, and Brandstrom has done it. The Swede takes down the title here in Barcelona. And once again, for the second time in his poker career, Martin Sutsor is a runner-up on the European Poker Tour. Fast forward to 2023 and the PokerStars European Poker Tour is in Prague for the last event of this season. It's day 3 of the main event here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We have got 2 more levels to play today. About to kick off level 19 with the blinds at 5K, 10K with a 10K big blind ante. 72 players returning from break. The chip leaders right now, Cesar Garcia is the biggest stack by some margin. We have got both Steve O'Dwyer and Marley Spragg in the top 5 right now. We'll check in on those players later on this evening. We have got the same lineup on the main stage at the feature table for this level. It's James Hartigan, rejoined by Sam Grafton.
Doubly Den. And
Nick Walsh is back in the mix.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Neil Farrell is a former EPT champion. Tuan Mulder, Spirit of the Horse, is an EPT finalist and online beast. And Patrick Jarosz also made an FT on the European Poker Tour in Barcelona last year.
We used to swap in every tournament for years.
And Sam, you were just saying the atmosphere at the final table in 2019, very different from what we saw 3 years later when Jarosz was at that final.
Yeah, I think it's just watching back that old footage, it's amazing how quickly I've got used to this sort of stunning set that we have. With the moving, you know, I'm never sure whether I'm microdosing acid or if that set is actually moving slightly in the background.
The 2 are not mutually exclusive.
Sure. But yeah, it's quite a sight to behold, and we've got used to it pretty quickly.
Jarosz opening under the gun with Ace King, raises to 20,000. Raise and take it.
Yeah, for those just tuning in, these guys are showing each other their hands as we go along.
Yesterday we had the show 1 game. This is the show 2 game.
Look at this, international cast, 2 Italians.
Yep.
But, you know, the home fans can cheer for Patrick Jarosz as well. And very much a United Nations. Farrell, of course, I don't know whether he accepts that flag. Scottish by name and Scottish by nature.
For the time being, Scotland remains part of the
Yes,
United Kingdom.
we won't litigate it now, but yes. When you think of Farrell, though, you think of Scotland. That's more what I'm getting at.
I would agree with that statement.
Yeah.
King Jack for Ferdinando D'Alessio. You referenced a couple of Italians at the table, Sam. Of course, there were more Italians in the field of this record-breaking Prague main event than any other nation.
That's remarkable.
It was close, 79 Italians, 78 French players.
Wow. Yes, that's pretty interesting.
Roberto Ruggieri has called the 20K. Patrick deciding what to do with Jack 7 in the big.
Yeah, I think we maybe want to get out the way here. Just the button flat is kind of annoying. I mean, decides to get involved, getting laid that excellent price, of course.
Are you defending Jack 7 here?
4-4.
Sorry, James. Are you defending this here?
No, I would fold it personally, but I think it's, you know, it's whatever. It's losing a tiny bit, maybe,
right.
You know, with ICM, in my opinion, but whatever. You know, we're not torching. It's just not my style. As the Alessio comes out betting on King 4-4.
Yeah, it just doesn't really play too well multi-way, in my opinion, and obviously some adjustment for ICM.
Yeah. It's like if we just imagine we want to fold our weakest hands that we would defend normally. This is, yeah. Again, it's just like 7-5 off is better than Jack 7 off.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway, I don't want to. Poor old Patrick, flicking in one big blind, getting 28 million to 1.
The analysis needs to be done.
And 3 of us are on him.
Rooftop Inquiry on Twitch has...
What? By the way, hold the phone. What a great Rooftop Inquiry.
Well, interestingly, Rooftop Inquiry has an inquiry. From what country are the most entries usually in these EPTs?
France. They love us.
Correct.
They love PokerStars in France.
Correct. So it does vary location to location, but during the first half of this year, Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, more players from France than any other country.
There's, you know, we put in a bid. We're negotiating with the Parisian council to turn the Arc de Triomphe into a giant spade shape to commemorate the great love the French people have for this amazing organization. Will it get through? These NIMBYs with their heritage demands are not letting us get it through at the moment, you know, but we'll maybe change the top of the Eiffel Tower to a red spade. Something.
Just something simple.
Yeah, exactly. Demolish the Sacré-Cœur and install an event for an FPS. I don't know. You know, having FPS Paris in Notre Dame on the opening, like the day it reopens. I'm getting overexcited here. I'm not getting overexcited. Anyway, we're big in France, is all I'm saying. James Hartigan, he gets mobbed on the street.
Mulder raising from the hijack. Stocken defending his big blind, and ace high is still ahead.
Yeah, and you know, we've said it before. Two of the best players in the world. I think it's fair to say very elite players. As Tian contemplates c-betting for the 8 millionth time in his career. And perhaps just with a little decision here. Ace-8 can be the best hand, is the best hand as we see. Getting a good price. Can we realize our equity out of position here on this board? Can we navigate it to showdown ever? And yeah, look at this. He knows, he knows. But you know.
You're almost sad to get the fold with that one.
Yeah, and of course the 3 straight, the 3 flush, a lot of potential.
I like to see him play in that game, though. Keeps it friendly at the feature. A little something to talk about. A little giggle after each hand.
Yeah, for sure.
Is this the official Prebz, by the way?
Yes. Yes.
So Lobster667 has some feedback on your marketing ideas for the French capital, Sam. The microdosing is doing some magic.
Yes, it is.
Secret to Sam's success, clearly. and EPT Prague said,
Yeah.
apparently.
We're going to demolish the glass pyramid outside the Louvre and build a glass spade.
Oh my God, I remember when we announced we were going to run a poker tournament in a glass box.
People in glass houses shouldn't throw chips. And here we go. No, I don't know how close you guys were following, but Regeri been quite out of line thus far. Someone picks up a hand, he might get some action here. Won a huge pot against Mulder, 3-betting the 5-6 offsuit. The 4-5 offsuit, I should say, as Coelho picks up the 5-6 off and will defend.
Out of the 17 big blind stack. That flop is Jack 10-8, all hearts. Coelho does have the 5 of hearts in his hand. Action goes check, check. A pair of 5s for Coelho now to go with that small flush draw. Regeri near enough a 4-1 favourite.
I think the time has come. Got to start firing at some stage. A little bit of protection, a little bit of value.
Yeah, and pretty awkward for Coelho. You know, you can say, hey, pair and a flush draw, but is that flush draw good?
Yeah, it doesn't feel so confident when the cards are down, of course.
Yeah. Little unsure how to proceed here. What does it mean that his opponent didn't c-bet? Can he ever show down? And folds the 5-6, and Regari tables the kings.
How you feeling about the check on the flop, Sam?
I mean, yeah, Jack 10 high boards. You just can bet that range. It's just so good for you as the pre-flop opener. But it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fun.
The three heart board as well. Was it 3 hearts? It was 3 hearts, wasn't it? Yeah, the 3 heart board also obviously one you're going to want to bluff a ton, right? So
I think it's pretty easy to just bet range and keep it simple rather than cleave off a few hands that you want to check. But
yeah, I tend to agree.
Yeah, and our Italian friend under the gun getting pretty short now. 88k, just under 9 bigs, and we'll be putting 2 of those bigs in next hand. Need to pick up a hand at some point.
Action is on Regari, who has Jack 10 offsuit. He's raised to 20,000. Neil Farrell with 9s.
Yeah, and Ferraro can go either way here between flat and 3-bet.
That is a flat. By the way, we've just ticked down to 71 players. Artur Tiria is a player who was on the feature table earlier and was chip leader at one point. He's just been eliminated in 72nd place. So we're down to 71. We've hit a pay jump. All remaining players now guaranteed 15,900 euros. And one of the short stacks of the table, Diogo Coelho, has jacks in the small.
Yeah, a very
easy shove, right?
Advantageous situation here with the jacks off the short stack. Lot of money in the middle. Yes, and Regari with the offsuit Jack 10 gonna very likely fold after. It's a player that just likes to take his time a little bit, not tip off what he opened, and Feraldo's just going to be forced to call here. It's very unfortunate to run into the bigger pair as the man from Polarized Poker reveals the jacks.
The ladles. And hoping they hold because he is the at-risk player.
Yeah, a slightly resigned look on the great man's face. Of course, does have 22%. Don't think we saw any 9s folded, so no extra information for us.
8-7 tray.
See more starts.
Yeah. Feels like more than 16%, right? 3 to the straight, 3 to the flush. Of course, Jack interferes with that a little bit.
Does not pick up any additional outs on the turn. So Coelho just has to fade a 9 on the river to double up and survive. That river is a 7. Coelho gets the double up through Feraldo.
Yeah, and it's quite a dent in Feraldo's stack.
60. Got 3 there.
Not a lot the guy can do, though. Seems pretty standard.
Sure.
Even if he plays the hand differently pre-flop, you know, after the initial raise, probably always going to get the chips in there no matter what.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Still healthy, though. Still healthy.
Just shy of 40 big blinds for Neil Farrell.
Just a drop in the ocean, no problem.
Must be, what, 7 years since he won his EPT?
8.
Just win one every 8 years, no problem.
Sure.
I mean, I'll take that. That's all right.
Absolutely, yeah. 1 a decade. It's hard to do better than that, for sure.
Turn Mulder with 7s under the gun. Raises. Round to Patrick Jarosz, who's got ace-king.
Yeah, and
fewer than 15 big, Sam. It seems fairly obvious where this is going.
Yeah, absolutely. Ace-king, no need to muck around. Just gonna balance for when he has slightly tougher decisions. Yeah, and there we go.
Ace-5 suited for Coelho. Folds. Round to the blinds. 9s for D'Alessio.
Yeah, and it may be that the concern really here is Mulder's under the gun opening. It makes this hijack shove so much stronger.
Yeah.
And also you just don't get to close the action. So sometimes you call here and then are forced out by a back shove from Mulder. So tricky situation with the 9s. Wow.
Wow, was not expecting that.
Does make the call, and it's going to save Mulder from getting involved. Well, I mean, Mulder would have had a tough decision. He's getting a very nice price, but we'll just get out of there.
So we're off to the races. It's not ace-king against 7s. It's ace-king against 9s. Jarosz behind.
Yeah, and Jarosz is going to feel a bit frustrated here that he's got called by 9s. He may well shove 8s, but there's not a whole host of hands D'Alessio has dominated. Ace-king very, very strong with 15 big blinds, but we shall see what happens. Of course, not out of it yet. Will win 42% of the time.
Ace, queen, deuce. Jarosz takes the lead.
Not so frustrated now.
Yes.
Can he hold?
I mean, a little bit. I'm not imagining that, right, Nick? Seems that was, you know, not to sort of criticize him when he's getting punished here, but it wasn't a very quick and confident call there with the 9s.
Yeah, it was so quick and confident. I wonder if he saw the initial raise, in fact, because, I mean, you know, because an open shove is a very different range from a 3-bet versus under the gun open, as you said, right?
Yeah, yeah. Or, you know, or if he wanted to, okay, if I'm going to call, I need to give off some confidence here and scare Mulder out.
Yeah.
He actually did have a spot earlier where Feraldo 3-bets in mid-position. He contemplated cold 4ing 6s. You know, use the time bank, indeed.
Spicy.
So, yeah, it's quite nice to have an action. Let's tag him as an action player. 96 big blinds, and it's in the mood to play.
Well, Jarosz has doubled up to 32 big blinds. D'Alessio now playing 77 bigs.
Yeah, we've not seen too many eliminations over the last 2 hours on this table, given how many people have fallen in the tournament more generally. The short stack has tended to double up. Preb's got short and doubled, and Coelho, and now Jarosz, as our friend Luca falls to 6 big blinds.
With 70 players remaining in the EPT Prague main event. Going to play out this level, going to take a 30-minute dinner break and then play one more level tonight. All the surviving players will bag and tag and come back tomorrow when we will play down to the final 2 tables.
Quite old school feel to have a Steve-O Dwyer in the mix with the big stack.
I know.
Loving that. Him and Feraldo, very EPT retro. Do we have, you know, Vicky Corrin and, you know, what's his name? Johnny Lodden.
I tell you who did make his first trip to EPT Prague this year, Barney Boatman.
Yes, I saw that. Lovely. Arno Matan, maybe?
Luca all in here with pocket 4s.
And Tia with 10-8 off. Contemplating, would be flipping.
Get Luca Pagano on the table. And then you can do the rap again, James, for Christmas.
Luca Pagano, huge
Big
bucks, Broncos.
Is that Brinkeni under there? Is he snuck in? Coming in disguise. He's like, yeah, like hiding out in Italy.
I think that should be some content, Sam. We should like get some prosthetics on you and just send you into the wild, like in like a 5-pound rebuy somewhere, and just see how it goes.
Sure, yeah.
Like a likeness that's not too far, so people go, I think that's Sam Grafton with a huge nose.
I don't care how good a disguise you put on him. As soon as he opens his mouth, there's going to be no question of who he is.
Of course, and unfortunately, the way they do that is like, you know, sports commercials where they dress up a young basketball player as an old man. But with us, it would be just dressing a pretty old man as a more old man. Doesn't really have the same, you know, flair to it.
We'll dress you up as a young man. We'll get you some fresh drip, mate.
That's very sad, isn't it? Oh, dear.
A street version of Sam Grafton.
Oh, dear.
Oh, D'Alessio with jacks. Coelho has opened with ace-10.
Computer says 3-bet.
Czysto rozpet.
It's pretty interesting. He did a under 3x 3-bet earlier, and Mulder here with a call for opportunity.
Oh.
I think he'll be observing the slightly larger sizing as well. But this is that inverted comma bluff hand. Maybe king queen suited and ace queen suited. I mean, he just lets it go. Unbelievable. Very, very good instincts, perhaps. Or just a sense he wants to go lower variance, or he's suited properties. I don't know, but gets away from the ace queen.
So action back on Coelho now.
Yeah, and this is pretty cuspy. Not an exciting continue. Might be that we just want to have suited hands. Don't want to be doing that much calling out of position when there's ICM effects. And we'll let it go.
So Sam, actually, we saw the initial ace-10 have another glance at the cards there before making a decision. What are your thoughts on the sort of tells surrounding glancing twice, looking again, or is it all a bit of a false tell nightmare?
Yeah.
9.
We're just going to go to the outer tables because there's a hand in progress between Steve O'Dwyer and Daniel Erlandson. We joined the hand on the flop, and we've just seen Erlandson bet 18,000. That flop, queen, queen, jack, rainbow. That's Steve's happy face.
Steve's happy place.
Calls the 18K.
Absolute towers.
7 of spades on the turn. Erlandson must have checked because Steve is betting. That is 46,000. And Erlandson faults. Pot goes to Steve O'Dwyer, who's playing around 1.5 million chips right now. Steve, a top 5 stack, potentially second in chips right now, with 70 players remaining.
He told me he's the most winning player in EPT history. Is this confirmed by
That is
James
correct.
Statman Hartigan?
If you look at all events, not just main events, he is. He's made more money on the EPT than any other player.
There we go.
And we had that hashtag fun fact earlier on, that if he makes the final table, if he finishes 5th or better in this tournament, his career earnings will cross the 40 million mark.
At EPTs or?
No, just overall.
Oh, overall, okay, yeah. Wow. Who's the least winning player in EPT history? Do we have them? Do we have the opposite stat? Can we name them on air?
There's a lot of
I'm right here, Sam, all right? God.
There's a lot of people tied in last place with a big fat 0.
Okay.
Sorry, Sam. Going back, I am interested to hear your thoughts on the looking at the cards twice, glancing at cards mid-hand. Is this a tell that you look out for, or is it just kind of...
I'm sure, and by the way, I'm sure that Steve O'Dwyer and such alkaloids can pick up things from that, but I mean, it's, for sure it gives off some information, but I mean, good players will try and be balanced, and it's tricky waters to navigate.
Right.
As we see, Faraldo picking this spot to squeeze. Go on, Tia, in his proverbial eye. This loose open again, by the way, from Tian. Not sure I love it, but there's is that big old sizes? No, what is it? 4.5. I guess it makes sense. No, he won't do it. And Gary out as well.
Right back in the mix. Not. He showed it as well. Not at all worried to get back in the mix after taking that hit 9s versus jacks.
Yeah, and you know, this is
suspicious small blind.
just recognizing that Tian is playing a loose strategy, open 10-6 suited from the cutoff earlier, and also maybe Regari not going to have the requisite back jams, etc., etc.
Yeah.
You know, got some suited qualities if he gets called, and yeah, gets it through.
Down to 68 players now, and a question from Julia on YouTube. Elias Gutierrez, is he still alive? Yes, he's still alive. He's no longer in the EPT main event, but he is still alive. Talking about...
Thank you for your question.
Old school EPT players, Sam, still in this tournament. Govert Metal.
Oh, love that. God, what was his online name? I used to play with him all the time. It was something, maybe, yeah. Yeah, wow. That's
Was it What If God?
No, he's Swedish.
Legend. I met KZHH in the corridor. Give him a little...
Oh.
Yeah, that was nice. And commentated on him many times. As Coelho, raise and take.
3, 17, 8, 3. All this. The rules on the table. So show the hand to him.
So Regari remains table chip leader with over 90 big blinds. Luca remains the short stack with 88 big blinds. Sorry, 8 big blinds, 88,000 overall. We've still got an hour to play at the 5K, 10K blind level. A lot of people, both on Twitch and YouTube, Sam, saying Monte Carlo 13 was Govert's online handle.
Right, yes. Well, there we go. Thanks, Twitch chat. Loving that. So crowdsourcing the info.
Doesn't always that effective at times.
That's impressive.
Hello, ace jack suited for Mulder.
Oh, king queen for Regari as well.
Ace.
Wow.
Squeeze, he does it.
Yeah, and a lot to digest here. Yaros with 2 clubs. Folds. And all 3 of these players, 80 plus big blinds deep. Not a common tournament scenario. Certainly not when you're deep and in the money. So not, you know, and we're talking under the gun +2 and hijack. Very rare scenario. Obviously people got very, very strong pre-flop understandings these days, but this is a, I don't want to say unique situation, but a hard situation to navigate. Yes, and going for the 4-bet, not something we see that much, but Fernand, who is this? Ferdinando.
Yeah, D'Alessio.
Yeah, going for the 4-bet, putting it back on Ruggeri, both with the same hand. Amazing to see. And what does Ruggeri want to do now?
5-bet, obviously.
Does he
Come on, old school stack swinging contest. No.
Wow.
As you say, Sam, the initial 3-bet is already on the tighter side right against those positions. Then the 4-bet there, the ranges start to get really, really narrow, but
yeah,
maybe picking up on some table dynamics, or I'm not sure.
Yeah, Ruggeri there got to be aware of, you know, and we're seeing some action now, right? Feraldo showing the king 8, the 4-bet there with the king queen suited. And I think that's where Ruggeri's image has sort of played against him. He 3-bet earlier an ace deuce off, which will have got back to the players and induced some action.
Man down. That is Ricardo de Andrade. We saw him on the feature table earlier on today. He's just been eliminated by chip leader Cesar Garcia. We are down to 66 now. Of course, everyone is in the money. Everyone is now cashing out for 15,900 euros. And going back to Govert Metal, this is his 14th EPT main event cash.
Wow, unbelievable.
Incredible.
Such a memorable, it's like more memorable than his screen name. Do you know what I mean? Or it's you know what I mean? It's more absurd. It sounds like a name from the future. Like in 2223. You know, or something that Elon Musk would call one of his children. And wow, Ruggeri now sort of setting a trap by flatting the ace-king. This is turning into a very exciting and slightly unorthodox table.
And it looks like it might have worked, Sam.
But he's put in 80K of 223. Of 8 of 30 big blinds, yeah.
Yeah, and the 4-bet gets through. So Sam, mate, got a question for you. When are you going to give the people what they want? when is Grafting with Grafton, the most successful poker masterclass of all time, going to be released, buddy?
No. I'm not going to in me to make the videos anymore. Live for a long time. Maybe. See, like you say, it's got to. We've got the marketing strategy.
The title's good, right?
Yes, indeed.
Grafting with Grafton.
Indeed. And maybe one day.
I mean, you could probably just type it up if you prefer, and we get the AI to do it for you these days.
When GPT will do it for me.
Can you please write me a 10-page masterclass by Sam Grafton in the tone of as loud as Sam Grafton as well, if you would? Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an exciting dynamics emerging at this table.
Winter thinks you should just give us a calendar of you holding puppies. 12 months of Grafton and puppies. Let's do it.
I have news from out in the field about Adamski. Will we live or will we die? The answer is die, because Adamski's just been eliminated. That means we're down to 63 players. By the way, Tamas Adamski won the super high roller this week, the event that Tuan Mulder came third in. Queen Jack for Coelho on the button. D'Alessio deciding what to do in the small blind with ace-8.
Yeah, this is definitely a 3-bet candidate. And this is just, this is a little bit of a tell. Obviously, incentivized to 3-bet a lot here because you don't want to flat and then get squeezed out of the pot if the big blind goes all in, etc. And I wonder if Coelho can pick up on it. Queen Jack, a bit of a weird hand to be playing. Don't think we want a 4-bet bluff. Getting a good price and position, just decides to call. And both players probably reasonably happy with this outcome.
Coelho is very happy with this outcome.
This is my full house face. Have a little tank.
29,000 chips into the abyss.
What shall I do? Gonna need to get the full Busquet run out here to have any chance of winning, as D'Alessio will continue through a call.
Well, D'Alessio now drawing dead.
Yeah, it does have that ace of spades. King, obviously, a card that will hit him some of the time. But what does his opponent have? King 10 isn't going to fold. 10-9's made a straight. Often the Queen X has some kind of straight draw to go with it. And Coelho will check back.
I know what you're about to say, Sam.
I mean, spades coming in. Flush is not so relevant. But can he pressurize? Queen X decides not to. Bit of discipline from D'Alessio.
One time.
110,000.
Yeah. And D'Alessio doesn't immediately release. Could he force a fold from a king if he were to check raise? Is there any, I mean, what would be the bluff? 10-8? 9-8? I mean, you have an 8, right? Don't they just bet the turn? Whoa, dude.
Oh, nice. Oh.
Did he just make an ace high hero call?
Wow. Wow. Very.
I never thought that bet was getting paid in a million years.
Yeah, and very sticky river call there from Ferdinando.
And Diogo Coelho, who was short stack not that long ago, is now playing more than 50 bigs.
Yeah.
He's closing in on an average stack.
Yeah.
I mean, Sam, don't you imagine if there was a bluff, Coelho probably would have just stabbed turn when he slowed down? I mean, it seems like a weird line to have a bluff, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, his opponent should try and find bluffs from somewhere.
Right.
You know, and so let's just presume there is, but like, I mean, don't those bluffs revolve around an ace high or an 8 or whatever? I mean, it's not going to be the ace of spades, of course.
When it's in hand.
Yeah. So I mean, I just don't know. It definitely does seem, you know.
It seems like your tag was correct. Confirmed.
Yeah.
Confirmed action player.
Yeah. This is a lot of action. A lot of action.
Neil Farrell has opened here with King 10. And it is Tuan Mulder's big blind. He's defending. We've only caught one of his cards, which is the 3 of hearts. Oh, there's the other one. It's the 3 of spades.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine.
9-4 deuce. 3's still ahead.
Yeah, come on, Brado. Let's go. Let's go big. Maybe we don't need to. 9-4 deuce.
Geraldo continuing for 30,000.
Yeah, and Tian, 3 straight, a pair. Out is, 2 of the outs going to be very, very pure. Seems like we might be forced to stick around.
Sure. I mean, we got a call with a deuce, right? So Trey's seems like it's going to be in there for show.
Yeah, and I'm just considering whether to lead. I don't think that we get to lead versus the under the gun, but might simplify the matter for him. Yeah, this is and leads for the 10%.
Do you think he does the 10% here when he has 3-5 as well? Keeps it balanced like that?
Sure, but I mean, I think, to be honest, we just check raise 3-5 pretty often here.
On the flop?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but look how difficult it makes things for the King 10. Do want to just raise and clean things up. Can we ever fold? Not really for this price.
Yep, call too good.
Neil throws in 17K, and we go to the river, which is the Jack of Hearts. 3 still good.
So you're not going to be excited to see that card come off. See, we can see exactly the type of hand that Feraldo has. Going to have hit the Jack occasionally. And Feraldo, by the way, very low in his range. Can he get a bluff through versus a 4-5 type holding? Versus a Queen 2 of diamonds. What worse hands does he have than this?
$100.
Goes for 2/3 pot, 100,000. And are we going to see a hero call from Mulder with the 3s?
3 of hearts, not irrelevant here, right, Sam? Slightly less likely to have the flush, but 3 of hearts maybe not the best blocker in terms of hearts.
Yeah, I mean, it's just whether, I mean, where's the value coming from? Doesn't a 9 raise the turn?
Doesn't ace-3 bet the flop? Or in fact, there was a bet on the flop, excuse me.
You know, Ferraro has to have hit the Jack or just called aces or kings on the turn. I mean, the way Ferraldo just announced call on the river field, I mean, this is just 2 strong, live poker players going to work. The thing is ace-king probably doesn't bluff. Ace-queen probably doesn't bluff.
Right.
So, you know, if Ferraldo's controlled and does check down some unpaired hands, then there's not a huge amount of these. Yeah, and he gets it through. And brave, bold play from Ferraldo.
And he has to show because they're playing the game. Love it.
Yes. And that's just, it's almost some old school poker there. A sort of a squaring off of 2 live players.
I don't have a fucking heart, all right, and I want to win the pot.
Question from Killbunker, which I'm going to put to you, Sam. What does it feel like to play for the first time on a TV/feature table? Do you remember the last time you played on a TV table? The first time, rather?
No, no, definitely not. But I'm certain that it does make people anxious, even very experienced players, just because, you know, poker is a game that is quite often played by people who are a little bit self-conscious. We are, you know, as a community, a bit more on the quieter, more self-conscious side, and getting really good at poker can lead you to feel like that. So suddenly being on the live stream with anyone in the world able to tune in and comment on you can be certainly intimidating, and it does affect players. It does affect them for sure. I feel very certain about that. I actually used to think it was a big disadvantage to me that I was always on the feature table. And now I actually tend to think it's quite advantageous. You know, that often it's a situation that I've been in more times than other people, and I feel like it's going to affect me less than it's going to affect them.
So weird. I don't remember asking that question.
Welcome back to the booth, Joe Stapleton. How you doing, buddy?
It's like James Hartigan disappears into a telephone booth, spins around 3 times, and emerges as Joe Stapleton.
It is just like him to ask a question and then leave the room. Not interested.
Question in Twitch chat. Did the commentators say something about showing the cards? Yes, so they've all agreed on the feature to keep it fun, keep it light. They're going to show if the other player folds, you know, at not a showdown. So showing the bluff there, mandatory for Aldo. Did make the move, did show that the trays were the best hand.
Yeah, and Jaros facing a very small 3-bet. Going to be forced to continue here pretty often. See if he has jacks, you would imagine he would shove. If it's...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, so this is going to be King Jack suited, Ace Jack or Jacks, I would imagine. And Coelho not happy about the situation. Wow, just decided to use it, Ace Jack as a bluff.
King Jack, I think.
No, it looks like Jack and Jack.
Oh, it is Jack and Jack.
Yeah.
JD, JH.
Yeah, and this just shows the sort of evolving nature of this tournament. You know, as you get deeper, stronger hands become a bluff. You wouldn't be necessarily 3-bet folding Ace Jack versus 20 bigs. Level 1 of the tournament, but now sort of your value gets narrower and therefore can pull bluffs from slightly stronger hands.
Yeah. Ace-5 suited.
Can we talk about the psychology then of going broke earlier in the poker tournament then, Sam? Because it seems for us mortals, like it's shameful to go out early in the poker tournament.
Yeah, there's no shame in, you know, we're playing poker at the end of the day. There's definitely no shame in going out. You got to play your cards and you bust when you're supposed to bust. But you know what I'm sort of referring to there is, yeah, you're supposed to play a little bit more cautiously about putting those last chips in the middle. The deeper you get, because it begins to benefit your opponents, right? They move up and make real dollars when there's a confrontation.
Man. It's always fun.
Guglielmone all in with King 9. Not a whole lot of big blinds to call this.
It's funny, it's something I often feel where the hardest decisions are when you're up against 5 big blinds or 7 big blinds. It's not stack sizes you study. I would imagine that's just a call, but obviously Luca been playing very tight thus far.
We're in a contest.
Yeah.
So now he's got 8 big blinds, so even more fold equity.
No excuse for not knowing that one. Just laziness.
First big hand, eh? For me.
Gary still the chip leader. Nearly 100 big blinds. D'Alessio next. Followed by Mulder, Coelho, Farrell, Stockin, Yarosh, and of course Luca. The last hand
Oh,
shower.
Stockin, Yarosh, and Luca.
D'Alessio opening this hand, King 8 suited. King 8 of spades.
D'Alessio.
Geese on YouTube asks, what game are they playing that they need to show the winning hand? They're playing poker. Thank you for your question. Pocket fives for Mulder in the cutoff.
It's just a gentleman's agreement, guys. Sometimes we just have fun with it, you know?
In the cutty. And Yaros getting involved from the big blind.
And our flop three-way is Jack 8-4. 2 clubs. D'Alessio's 8, the best hand for now.
Yeah, and Mulder, again, with a pretty strong range. Positional advantage, deep stacks. You would imagine we want to check a lot, but D'Alessio, this has been his style. Going third into Mulder. Not that many ways to improve. Does have a club, which means both the 5 will be quite clean. Won't bring a flush when he makes a set on. If he were to make a set on the turn and come back into a flush, and he just goes for raise. And this is, I don't know. I mean, I would never ever do this, but this just also shows what a tough opponent you're up against and why you need to be. Now you're calling with second pair, no way of improving. And now, of course, D'Alessio does have the best hand, and it could be that Mulder will wave the white flag, but see where we end up.
Ace of diamonds on the turn. So, Sam, talk to me about this turn card.
Well,
is your opponent ever bluffing you with an ace? Was that one of the hands you think you're ahead of? A lot of ace X's?
Well, I mean, ace jack might raise, 8s, 4s. I mean, there just shouldn't be much raising. Here, I mean, I don't want to. Let's just observe Mulder here.
Okay.
Let's observe him pile on the pressure. It's like we are 70 big blinds deep. You can't just c-bet willy-nilly into me and expect to, you know, you're not. Look at this. Yeah, see you later, buddy. See you later. You know, I mean, I would. Normally, I would have imagined you want like an 8-7 to do that, right? You know, you want the 5 outs, you want the set blocker.
Yeah, a gentleman's bluff.
And by the way, it's both Mulder's confidence, right? To I don't care what anyone's going to say about me or think about me, blah blah blah. And also, there's a little bit of live techers in there. If you just c-bet in a manner which says, "Hey." I mean, Joe Stapleton, I criticized you for A7-4.
I was just going to bring that up.
And you just, I'm betting 6-4. I'm going to bet my bottom pair. It's like, anyone's going to, I would just look at you and be like, well, you don't have an ace, mate, so let's put some pressure on. And Mulder's just gone like, yeah, like, I'm sorry, like, you can't, if you bet 9s and 10s and king 8 and 8-7 and ace queen once in a while, then I'm just going to raise you and make you fight for this pot. That's what the top players do.
It really makes me not want to play.
It's actually funny you say that, Sam. I once asked Henrik Hecklin about what's the secret to, like, you know, playing these like super nosebleed stakes. He was a bit drunk at the time. Turns to me, he's like, "You just gotta do whatever you want and don't listen to anyone." And I was like, and in a weird way, that was actual advice.
Yeah, of course.
So my real mistake in that hand is caring what Sam thinks of how I played it.
If you cared less, you wouldn't have a tell.
I mean,
there you go.
I mean, actually, it's pretty funny. I played the 50K in Cyprus and was sat next to Tian the whole of day 2 or whatever. And then we played 4-handed. It was Vice and Fish, Tian, me, and Juan Pardo. And these guys, they were battling. I mean, Juan Pardo called Tian down with like ace high. It's some gigantic pot, and they're playing like 4-bet pot. I mean, it's super fun sometimes to just, you know, of course I'm focused and trying to battle, but some moments I'm like, wow, I got just a front row seat here to see this sickness. Very enjoyable. very enjoyable.
Clash of the Titans just right in front of you.
Yeah, and speaking of sickos, Preb's here with the ace of hearts in hand, going to decide how he wants to put this card to work.
He's going to put it to the turn, which is another 7.
Oh, bingo bango. We just happened to block 8-7 of diamonds. Ace-8 suited, ace-7 suited. And could definitely consider, you know, leading. Do we do a small lead with range? And decides to check it over to Coelho. It's very interesting.
Check, check, river card, Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, and he... Where are we in our range? Do we check raise the 10-8s, 10-9s, 9-8s? Do we have lots of those to bluff? We don't really want ace of hearts. Pretty interesting hit from Stocken.
No Stocken blocking. Coelho takes the showdown.
Yeah, and very disciplined play from Prebz. Deciding not to go after the pot. Felt like nothing better than ace-8 would fold on the turn or river. It's kind of interesting. I mean, again, I don't want to read too much into a small sample, but I do play with Prebz and Tian a lot, and we've seen quite a lot of 10% leads from Tian and like going after things with small bet. And, you know, Prebz having a bit more of a curtailed strategy, a bit less sizings and, you know, a bit less clicking around. It's just my perception. I don't think Prebz would ever have raised those pocket fives in position. A bit more a man after my own approach. Very interesting to see two elite players approaching things slightly differently.
Speaking of pocket fives.
Get to see how D'Alessio is going to handle them. Looks like Rigeri is also going to come along with a jack. It was the jack of diamonds last time. Now, probably not calling that often with 2 jacks, so not sure what this busted card is. Yarosh with king queen also calls on the button. Coelho is going to be out.
Yeah, and D'Alessio picked up some traffic, run into some traffic, I should say.
And we're going to take a look at a flop of 10 for deuce 2 hearts.
Yeah, and Rigeri, there's, you know, queen jack of hearts, king jack of hearts do seem like, you know, not a mind reader to suggest that that might be the other card. You know, not a clairvoyant or whatever you might want to call it. Seems pretty reasonable. Jaros, not much you can do. Uncapped pre-flop raising. We'll check aces on occasion and such like. Seems annoying, but might be that we have to fold in position. That's what he's thinking about. And going into the time bank here, I wonder if he's going to come up with a Mulder-inspired raise in position. Remember, he started his hand pretty short. Yeah, he's out of there, and I think that is reasonable. And the Alessio, who very likely has the best actual hand, you know, could be, it's definitely up against some equity in some form or another.
Gary gonna go for it here, it looks like. Second bar.
Yes, and this is a card where really you should be sort of polarized and going big. Like, I've turned an ace, great. or I've got a set, or I've made 2 pair with ace-10. Instead has picked this smaller sizing. Not sure whether that's because he's got ace-jack of hearts and just wants his opponent to continue, or if he's got queen-jack of hearts, he's setting his own price. Big river incoming. Oh my days. I mean, Ruggeri must have the best hand now. Like,
what is, I mean...
Unless he's got Jack-9 offsuit. It's pretty... Go on, D'Alessio, do something wild here now, mate, because 5s doesn't show down for anything.
He's blocking the straights and the flushes. He's all in. Boom, send it.
Yeah, by the way, I mean, we don't get to lead here, by the way, D'Alessio. Yeah, he realizes... He realizes 5s doesn't win anything. And Ruggeri, here's my, I've got a royal flush almost face. I wonder if he just, he's going to size it. He's going to go like once. He's going to go big here. He's like, mate, we've got there. Small on the turn to juice the pot, and it's come in. Bingo, bango. Oh, no.
Ooh, checks it back. So not as nutted as we might have guessed.
What's he got? Jack 10 off.
It must be Jack 10.
Jack. It is the Jack of Diamonds. Did not 3-bet pre-flop with the other Jack.
Wow.
And I think we're going to be changing this deck out now that we've had a couple of instances of the Jack of Diamonds not showing up.
Wow, that's really interesting. Makes sense the flat. I mean, the bet on the turn now it makes sense. Just a little like, I'd like to bet this much.
A bet and a prayer, yeah.
So given the action, I was thinking this feels like it's going to be handled like Jack 10. Jacks are basically the same thing, right?
Yes.
But you just have a couple more combos of 10x that can pay you there, right?
Yeah.
That makes more sense, absolutely.
Really interesting, really interesting.
Ruggeri, top of the heap at this table.
Yeah, and it's interesting that hand when we don't see the card and we can sort of sense in the bet sizing ourselves weakness, and that's what I'm talking about. Is the tough thing when you play an EPT 5K rather than playing the cup is you're up against guys who, if you start tipping off your hand a little too much, they will pounce on it. So Ruggeri got to be careful as perhaps, potentially a slightly less experienced player. I mean, you can't really be more experienced than Feraldo. So, it's no disrespect to say that you're up against players that have a lot of experience at these stakes and under the lights. And it's something you're going to have to, be cognizant of, let's say. Wow, thank you.
All right, new deck in action. Luca kicking things off with the Rings of Power.
I mean, let's give him some credit. He's played a tight strategy, but he's navigated well. I don't think he's even been all in. Managed to get it through these 6 and 8 big blind shoves.
Gary going to raise the King 10. Going to get through to D'Alessio in the big blind. 65. Defend.
D'Alessio wants to play action player back in the mix.
Queen 9-8.
Gut shots abound, but much better board for Ruggeri than for D'Alessio.
Ruggeri's got it surrounded, and there we go. Finally connects. Checks back the top pair on the turn. River, another 9er.
Yeah, no, again, nice control from D'Alessio. Not tempted into feeling, okay, I got 6 high, I got a,
I got a gut shot, I got a fire here. I think the check on the flop here is a little bit suspicious against him. I would expect King 10 to continue most of the time here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's fine. Umberto's approaching things a little bit differently to how you or me would. And
sure.
This is how he's going to navigate. Navigate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And another pot for Umberto Ruggeri.
And by the way, look, you can look at how, this is a guy with 110 big blinds with 65 left in the EPT. This is a big moment for him. Big moment for anyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see the
60
excitement.
players left. Wowee.
Okay, I see. You gotta fix the tower.
Yeah, and he's seeing Mulder raise people in position and put pressure on, and he's going to sort of take out some streets, flat the jacks, flat the ace-king, and make sure, you know, he's well protected in terms of the hands he has, the strength of the hands he has.
Mulder out. For Gary folds. Some muck for Feraldo.
Do you see what I'm saying about yassified Joe Stapleton? I mean, this is true, right? Come on. This is you with a Snapchat filter.
It's me if I had had a little bit more protein growing up.
Mate, I mean, there's stuff in the water now. You know, when we were growing up, it was...
We'd fend for ourselves,
exactly, you know. We're
Wonder Bread. That's where we got all our vitamins.
Dear. This. Love this. Celestia with the 4-3.
If only he knew.
Yeah, maybe we can even peel that off 7 big blinds. I don't know.
And away we go to the flop. Ace, Queen, 7, all hearts. Pair of 7s for Yarosh.
Yeah. You're thinking, I'm going to sneak in. This is my moment. Sneaking in with 4-3, so I'm going to flop a straight flush against the nut flush with this hand. I never see it coming on King 3-3. You just get Ace, Queen, 7, all hearts.
I'd rather save those hands for Ultimate Texas Hold'em.
Yeah. Never works out. I do it as well sometimes. Oh, maybe I'll just...
I love those stories where you're still a human being.
I'll just play 5-2 suited. Who knows?
Who knows? 3, 4, 6? 2 diamonds?
Yeah, I never see it coming, but yeah. Just crushed. As we pan into a wide shot. 25K each out there, each and every hand. One soul, almost
That's a good point,
an EPT soul in play.
Almost a whole starting stack out there at the start of every hand.
Yeah.
Actions folded around to Diogo Coelho. Ace-9 offsuit.
Go. Yeah, Ace-9 off, just making it into the race. Never super exciting.
Raising 2 in Mulder's big blind. Oh,
yeah, here we
fudge.
go. Looking forward to getting check raised.
Yeah. He'll somehow find a way to check raise you pre-flop.
I think Tuin's going to call this pretty much all the time.
Here we go.
Yep, seems good. 8-7. Good price. Makes the call. Going to a flop.
I'll come back.
And that flop is King Jack Trey. Heart.
Yeah. Pretty good board for the pre-flop raiser.
Just let him off easy. One time. Oh, wow. What a gift.
Honestly, I would pack
What
my
a
bags.
gift.
I pack up my bags right then and there. Happy man. I beat him in a pot.
That's it.
Off I go.
Tian's thinking, the one time I don't do it, I would have got through. Just do it every time.
I was going to say, he's probably...
Just do it every time.
Do you think one day he was just sitting at home watching the stream? Wait a second. We got outer table
Outer
action.
table for sure. This is Lars Garp.
The world according to Lars Garp.
Calling a bet from Marley Sprague. That was a bet of 40K. King of Hearts on that turn. There's another king on the board. King of clubs, 10 of diamonds, 5 of clubs, king of hearts.
Marley, in her sophomore year at Brandeis, won a Hall's home game. It's come over. She's got completing a degree in gender studies.
So Marley checks. Check. That board pairs again, so it's kings and 5s out there with a 10. probably would have gotten assigned the world according to Garp. One of those courses at Brandeis. Here comes a bet from Garp. 85K.
It's a big old bet. Oh, we're snappity snapping. Oh, no.
Call. Showdown. No showdown.
Yeah, let's go,
Marley.
Marley.
Got him.
Oh, little smile. Let's go. All right.
Marley up to 1.6 million in chips.
I feel like
that has got to be pretty close to the overall chip lead.
Love that. I feel like we're in a comedic reel, and she's just doing a bit where it's like, this is what chip leaders look like in EPT. When they just call you and you have to mock. Ha ha. She's doing a mockery of Steve O'Dwyer
This
in order
is
to
the
gain
longest
heart.
skit she's ever posted.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that table is going to become our feature table after the break. And we've got some pre-flop mayhem, a little Mulder mayhem here.
Yeah, and Coelho.
2 and 3 betting Coelho's sixes out of the small blind with ace-10.
Yeah, it looks like it's a genuine decision for Coelho whether to proceed or not. Decides to give it up.
I think I'd want to stop the show game. I'd want to stop being shown the cards.
Yeah.
Like, look, guys, I'll keep showing mine. I don't want to see anymore what you have.
I don't want the pain.
I don't want to know.
The world according to Mulder.
It's the same reason my girlfriend leaves her phone unlocked around me. I don't look. I don't want to know. I don't need to know what's in there.
What Joe doesn't know won't hurt him.
Exactly. I'm good.
Exactly.
I'm fine. She keeps trying to show me. No, I don't want to see that.
At this point, I think T and Mulder just watched like EPT from the past and was like, nobody ever has a hand. I think I'm just going to check raise every flop. And it's been working out ever since. That's the secret sauce.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, he did check raise the treble off and ran into the nuts on the river, which was
that was one time, Sam. You got unlucky.
By
You
the
got
way,
to play the odds.
I mean, shouldn't you be eliminated? Isn't that when you're like, it's a 3-bet pot, you check raise, bet all in, you have queen eye. That's when I exit the tournament. He's got 86 big blinds somehow.
That's what happens when you start the hand with 180 big blinds.
Yeah,
That's because it worked the other 50 times, Sam.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Yeah, poor old Luca, he's out.
Ace-king for D'Alessio gets all the way through to Neil Farrell into the big blind, who's got a dominated, very strong hand.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Hello, Maria Ho, watching on YouTube. Ace high.
Hey, Maria, how's it going?
Yes, I got to agree with Ed. Congrats on having a pretty cool last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
She might end up being a big name in poker.
Ho's such a short name.
It's true.
Ironically.
We'll have to extend that first and foremost.
The greatest recreational player I know, Joe.
No.
That's right.
Sorry, Maria. I love you.
Maria Ho, who are we allowed to trail it? Who I battled with in, are we calling it the big game, Joe? Is that what we're calling it?
Yeah, the big game, sure.
Yeah,
the big game on tour, if you want to be more specific.
Exactly. Me and her were in a big game on tour, playing against each other. It was a lot of fun. Going to be coming to a screen or site near you.
Hopefully television, yeah.
Some point in the future.
Hopefully television. Not until I want to say Q2 of next year, probably.
Q2.
But
love that bit of industry chat.
Maybe late Q1. But I'm very excited for people to see those shows. I'll say this: the big game magic was back.
I mean, it was big.
It was big.
It's big, for sure.
All right, fun one shaping up here between Mulder and Ruggieri.
Yeah, and Ruggieri calling deceptively, and I hope for Raul though. He took the spot with King 8 suited earlier, and it's almost like a little bit of leveling. Is this going to get him more credence? Do we want, I feel like we don't want a 10 in our hand, really. Want the folds. This, yeah, wow, he's gone for it again. And this is quite strong from Aldo. And what does Mulder want to do with the ace-jack?
And Neil spent all this time telling anybody if he was 3-betting, he's got it. What a little liar.
It's quite wild because can't really 4-bet fold the ace-jack. Do we want a flat? Keep in some hands we dominate? Does flat, and I wonder if Ruggeri can just back jam here. Mulder will have aces sometimes, so that's a big problem. Do we want to just call with the... What's he doing?
It looks like not a back jam, but counting out not a call either.
Wow. See you later. Yeah, and Mulder's fuming, by the way, that Feraldo cost him 90K there. And Ruggeri's slow playing won him a sizable pot there. And Feraldo's aggressive instincts counting against him just in that particular moment. A lot of bluffs you're going to have there if you start using offsuit Broadway.
Going for it again. King 8. Deja vu.
Look at this. Ruggeri's a little bit giddy with the 128 big blinds.
Reasonable. I had one that does that a good amount.
Oh, Feraldo, I don't know if that's true.
Change the subject. Forever Endeavor asks, when will the next NAPT be? It will be in 2024. Thank you for your question.
Sure.
800. 80 big blind. I can't.
Squeak.
Maria Coelho.
Only call, yes.
Could be like Hangman. She can just add a letter to her name each. Or Boggle. Whatever.
It's possible, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I mean, this is great. People are just getting after it now. People are just, it's a long day, we're on TV, there's a million up top, let's just start.
Do you ever do this, though? Someone says King 8, and then you have King 8, and then you're like, I gotta raise it. It's a universe.
Yeah, and this is, you know, this is just a bit out of line, is what I would say about it. He's picked, it's interesting as well, because he went 3x with Jack. I mean, I guess it's positions or whatever, maybe you can adjust, but like, yeah, okay. All right, let's just see a flop here with King Queen suited. I will call that.
I'd like to call that obvious bluff, he says.
Sure. I'd like to call it and keep in the hands that I dominate.
Yeah, D'Alessio, definitely not afraid to get in some pots. Spicy
baby.
flop.
D'Alessio flopping the nut flush draw. Coelho with what we'll call a royal flush draw. Some optimistic royal.
I think I'd like a quarter pot here, Sam. What are you thinking?
Yeah, that seems reasonable, for sure. I mean, everyone has ace-jack, everyone has ace-x. Both players have jacks, I guess.
Goes real small here, 32K into a pot of 131.
Yeah. Could even raise the King, Queen of clubs.
Queen on the turn is a pair of queens for Coelho.
Yeah, and
no more
I mean,
royal draw.
It might be that we're hypothetically supposed to just check this back. Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't think he'd be able to resist that.
Yeah, I mean, if you get check jammed on the turn when you got the monster combo draw, it feels terrible here.
Yeah, yeah. And if Coelho... He's thinking, do I want to put out 25% rather than, you know, can I get called by King Jack, Jack 10, Jack 9, etc., etc. You know, at Queen 9, let's say. Elects to check And it's going to mean that D'Alessio probably... No, wow, very, very interesting that he's been so controlled post-flop. Pretty loosey-goosey pre,
Yeah.
but then very sort of disciplined.
A man after my own heart. Disciplined is not what I would call it, but not what I'm doing it, at least. I call it.
And Diogo there stacking up again. 64 big blinds now, as Joe pointed out, was the shorter stack for a little while, but putting some work here on our feature table.
Discipline and punish, of course, Michel Foucault's famous manifesto on poker.
I don't know it.
Yeah, his poker book.
Oh well, I'll have to check it out of the library.
Sure, yeah, of course. It's like.
You can find that on.
I've been waiting years for someone to return Super System.
You can find that one on Vegas Intimate, Joe, on the old VR headset.
Okay. Very good. Vegas Intimate, yeah.
New product.
Luca with 3D suit, thinking, what have I done? What, you know, what? Did I walk under a ladder and break a mirror and spill salt to get dealt these hands? What am I going to do? Just showing Umberto, showing down tens and ace king and jacks. He's thinking, what have I got to do? Oh, Feraldo, don't throw. Come on, you can't. Come on, bruv. Oh my days. He's. Yeah, there we go.
All right, wow.
Finally, a little bit. He's driven his image into the dirt and dust.
He was randomizing Sam. He was trying to find somebody wearing a wristwatch so he could find the randomizer.
Yeah, exactly.
Garrosh also folds. Oh. Stocking blocking. Out.
Yeah, let's see. He's going for the 2.5x.
Ooh.
I mean, just a very nice hand to find in the big blind when you're 45 big blinds deep with someone.
Yeah. Nice.
Very
easy set, man.
Yes. You can show down, you can make a set. All sorts of good things can happen.
9-6 deuce, sevens holding for now.
Oh, yes.
2 diamonds though, yikes.
Exciting flop, really.
A flop that accomplished nothing.
Yeah, quick bet from D'Alessio with an incredibly strong hand. Obviously, in actuality, the equity's running very close.
Sorry, I saw a comment on YouTube that made me lose it. This table boring, no power play.
Wow.
Oh, good Lord.
Very.
You think if I did a GoFundMe for a new laptop, I could break this one in half?
Yeah, and there in she blows.
Yeah, I mean, what does he want? They got to pull out electric guitars or what? This is crazy.
Yeah, Coelho thinking about whether he gets to lead on a low card. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I mean, people like to do this. Don't know. Yeah, just wanting to sort of set his price. Quarter pot seems like a lot to me.
Would you prefer this if it was sevens with the 7 of diamonds, Sam?
Yeah, but yeah, it's just not a thing, I don't think, versus under the gun.
Well, that might help. 4 diamonds on the board.
Yeah, and you just sort of strengthen your opponent's range now as well to where your hand can't be good now. Basically, you created a situation where you beat exactly ace-6 of spades, and even that might bluff you. So it's just, yeah. That B25, I wonder what Coelho will do. Yeah, he's something of a white flag. And D'Alessio. We'll be considering the fact that he has the queen of diamonds as well. Whether you want what's our sizing, what's the worst diamond we're betting.
Cool. 43K.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow, very interesting.
48. I know.
43. 43. 43. 43. 43.
Goes for quarter pot.
Have to see the blue ones.
Maybe hoping to induce some kind of bluff raise. I'm not. I find it very surprising sizing, but it's obviously giving Coelho pause for thought. Getting laid an insanely good price now. But what could he be? Pocket fives with no pocket fives without a diamond? Is there a world in which Ace King called the turn? Ace King of clubs called the turn.
It's kind of like those ads you see on Instagram. This might be a little too good of a price. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
It's not the thing in the picture that's showing up on your doorstep. Yeah.
A little bit of he's reluctant to show, all of it.
Pocket sevens from Wish.
Yeah, exactly. We are getting a new feature table after the break. Slightly longer break coming up in 5 minutes. 30-minute dinner-ish break. But before we do that, we're going to take a look at that feature table again. We once again join a hand in progress. Marley Sprague this time against Alexandru Lepuliak.
He's an absolute Lepuliak, this guy.
He's a complete Lepuliak. And we've got a 4-club board out there.
Oh, it's like an intense shoulder cam here.
4 of clubs,
wow,
jack of clubs, 10 of clubs, queen of clubs, and the 3 of spades out there. And that is a bet of 110,000.
Go on, Marley, snap it off.
Marley.
She married an Englishman. She's a known gambler.
Marley with 1.6 million behind.
She's a known gambler and has low self-esteem. Go on, Marley. Stare into just raise.
Marley's all in. And gets called. Marley has the ace of clubs for the nut flush. I heard an oh my God. Yeah, she's up against a straight flush.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wow.
No.
Marley is going to double up Lepuliak for 317,000. Marley still has over 1 million chips.
17. Oh,
317,000, the all-in.
Let's zoom in on what's he typing. Look at this. We can see the man's phone.
He's typing known gambler on her notes.
Overplays nut flush. Disregards possibility of straight flush. Gambling it up with the nut flush and absolutely punished.
Reckless.
I mean, look.
I mean, if you've ever played 6-card Omaha, the straight flush is always out there.
I'm sorry to see Marl's taking that beat, or I say beat, not quite a beat, but, you know, sick cooler.
Yeah,
however, still millions.
It all applies. Yeah, Marley still has over 1 million after that. But man, oh man, that would have been a nice one to take down.
Yeah, would have covered her fees for a doctorate in 19th century American history. But Brown.
National Lepuliak, love and life.
Is this the Lepuliak himself?
That is Lepuliak. That's
he's a child.
That's the face.
Look at this. He's not even. He's applying for Brown this coming summer.
Definitely of legal age.
Yes. Sorry. If anyone's watching from the Gaming Commission, he is indeed of age.
He's a youthful countenance.
Yeah. Anyone under 35 looks young to me now. Looking at guys who are 28, if they've got a full head of hair, they're basically a teenager to me. Go on, Mulder. Mulder making life. Look at this. This has gone raise call, check, and Mulder cannot help himself. No, he can't help himself.
He's been helping himself a little bit. Maybe he's hungry.
I mean, Ruggeri's just winning every hand, by the way, that he plays. Look at that. He's like, I thought these guys were supposed to be good. He's like, what? Yeah, look at it. He's loving it.
Regari.
Come on, Regari.
Climbing the ladder. Up over 130 big blinds.
Regari's actually doing gender studies at the University of Padua, so if him and Marley get on the same table, there'll be
have a lot to talk about.
They're going to debate.
Just a couple more minutes before the end of this level and a break. See if we can sneak in some more action, guys.
Probably going to be the last hand of the level here at the feature table.
So great to see this guy play. As Sam alluded to, just makes everyone's life real hard, right? Just putting people in tough spots all the time. That's what poker is really about.
Love it. Oh, that's how he got his exclusivity deal with Deal. Signed him up. He's not allowed to wear Balenciaga any longer. Stocking. Forward Usov hasn't had much to work with.
Neither has Luca. Alessio in the small blind.
Alessio. He loves it. I'm loving D'Alessio. He loves the game.
Yeah, he just likes to see the cards.
He's absolutely discounted the big blind.
Oh, well, check this out for Luca.
Finally. This looks like the absolute nut. He can't believe he's been dealt such a good hand.
We moving?
You will be moving.
Yeah. They will move us, right? No more.
And Mulder might just want to call here.
Probably just smooth this off, right?
Yeah, just because the pot's dead, it shouldn't be like D'Alessio. Occasionally, D'Alessio might have nines and just back raise you out, but it should be, it's almost a cooperative dynamic at work. And by that, I just mean it's in the interest of both players to just take, to take the price and then proceed from there. It's a situation where there shouldn't be too much bluffing or battling post-flop unnecessarily.
The price has been taken.
Indeed. And let's root for our boy Luca here. Straight out of, where's Sampdoria again? Genoa?
As long as I don't have to say his name anymore, I'm fine with it. Here we go. King 9-6, 2 clubs. Mulder with the nut flush draw.
It's a lot of outs to fade.
Yeah, Luca is fading so far.
Yeah, a 10, a queen, a jack, a club, or a 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a tough one.
Mulder found a way.
That is so 2 in Mulder. Couldn't bluff him out of the pot. Just had to do it the old-fashioned way.
No.
A good old-fashioned suck out.
Bryn Kenny playing his third bullet disguised as, it's like Michael Corleone. He's hiding in Italy. He's hiding out in Italy.
Don't start the car.
Yes. He's eliminated.
Luca.
He'll do anything to beat Bonomo on the all-time money list. Couldn't resist.
And what a fitting ending to this featured table with 2 in Mulder. The spirit of the horse. Taking down the last pot.
As we hear him gallop off into the distance.
Trotting off into the field with a 70 big blind stack. Blinds at 6,000, 12,000 when we get back. Umberto Regari, very impressive. Held his own against some pretty stiff competition here. Of course, we did lose Luca, which leaves Previn Stocken as the shortest stack at the table. Patrick Garrosh and Neil Farrell not exactly super healthy at this point. These players are taking a 30-minute extended dinner break. When we get back, we're gonna have a new featured table. That table includes Marley Sprague. But for now, we're all gonna get something to eat. More from EPT Prague in just under 30 minutes time. Catch you then.
So we've still got Ruthenberg on the feature table. We've got the chip leader, Frederick Newgard.
I'm Ace King hersuited.
We've got
Jonathan!
Fresh face Jonathan Duhamel.
Bienvenue.
And he's going to raise here with King 8 to 21,000. Pocket queens for Salvatore Bonavena.
Salvatore Bonaquena.
Salvatore is going to make the call for 21,000.
Uh-oh, that doesn't look good.
Ace King for Domenico Iannone.
Well, we know he has one fewer king he can hit.
Domingo's made a re-raise.
Crack these queens.
85 to 85,000. That's going to get the blinds to fold. Back over to John.
So action back on Duhamel. The 3-bet is to 85,000.
I'm all in.
Going to pass.
Bonavena shoves.
All in.
How much?
Iannone wants a count.
Well, Iannone can't go broke. Is it ever correct to get away from Ace King? That's the question.
Solo perché sei tu, se no te lo dicevo.
Guys,
You sure? A te sì. No problem.
English only, please.
You sure?
I asked
I
you
sure, I sure. Solo per te.
I fold. Domingo says he folds.
Wow, he folded the Ace King.
Salvatore showed 2 queens. It would have been a coin. I fold you Ace King too.
Yeah, I mean, look, given that exact scenario, fine, right?
Salvatore takes the pot with his queens. It would have been a coin flip.
It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip. Salvatore.
I'm not sure speaking to a guy in Italian, getting him to fold Ace King to you, and then calling him your friend afterwards is the best overall
You can
look.
fold one ace, you ace king, my out.
Yeah, I know.
3, 4 maybe.
Do you want a deal?
Oh.
So we pick up the action here with Nazar El Nazar all in with jacks. Decision on Frederick Nugard.
Nugard has 1,000,000 chips. Could easily call this off and not even feel it. This is not a good hand. Sometimes you get what's known as positive tilt, James. And you start making calls like this and giving people courtesy double ups.
Yeah.
This hand is never out in front. You're praying for a flip. You're praying to be up against 8s.
Nasser has 2 black jacks. Nasser is the all-in player. Let's see the flop, please. Flop.
And it is a jack high flop.
Jack of diamonds.
Nazar El Nazar now a huge favorite, 97%.
Let's see the turn card, please. Turn
Quads.
Jack, that's going to be a little difficult to beat. Nasser's going to double up.
Well done, sir, for turning quads. You are excellent at poker.
Sebastian under the gun. Pulls over to Nasser. Keep folding around to Salvatore.
Jacks deserve to win there. Salvatore Bonavena with another big pocket pair.
Salvatore's going to raise to 28,000. Domingo's going to fold the button. Over to refile on the small. He's going to pass. Now just one in the big blind.
So Bonavena has raised with kings, 28,000. And decision on Juan Maceras, and he's going to defend his big blind with 10-4.
I gotta play you one time.
Oh, he hasn't called yet.
What? I mean, people defend pretty wide these days. Oh, this is not a defend.
Re-raise 50,000 more.
No, it is a 3-bet. He's re-raised to 78,000.
First time in 2 days I'm raising your hand. What can I have?
I don't think he's laying down kings, Juan. I hate to tell you, buddy. I don't care how tight your image is.
Salvatore, let it go. Let it go. Just one hand. There's no more than that.
Not possible, Juan.
Eh?
Not possible.
Not
I'm
possible?
All in.
Salvatore announces re-raise. All in?
You're my friend.
Not anymore.
So you're not my friend? Call.
Was that him saying call? Part of me wants to say move it along, but I like watching this.
I hate this hand. So bad. Any pair is good. How can I call 200,000, 300,000?
Everything is good.
One's going to let it go, and Salvatore's going to take the pot.
Shockingly, he lets the 10-4 go.
He seems a little tilted. I think that maybe, just maybe, he should be blaming himself.
Okay, guys. I want you to listen. I want you to listen this. I only bluff once a year. I'm done for this year. Okay? You all got it? You all got it, right? Once a year.
I only
Juan promises
bluff
to only bluff
successfully once a year.
Once a year. A year.
Once a year?
Once a year. No bluff.
Once a year?
Once a year.
Which was the bluff? That or the small one?
Well, that was a bluff. This one was a bluff.
Salvatore's going to fold under the gun. Solo Domingo.
Best hand I got was him and him. And they folded my two best hands today. Two best hands. Pocket tens and ace king.
Ace king for Pavlovich.
No, because they were all in. I like to play. I don't like to just.
He's cute. I wonder what he's thinking about. See, now he's actually thinking about what to do. Up until that point, I don't know what he was thinking about.
Wow.
Refut's going to raise to 49,000.
Wait, no way to raise your hand.
Going to fold around Frederick on the button.
Ace 6 of diamonds for Frederick Newgard.
After you show 10-4, you can't bluff 3-bet somebody for a long time.
No.
Back to the blinds.
El Nazar has queens in the small blind. Stand by for the sickest and classicest of all races.
How much do you have left?
Should I get the sickest race from 2008 prepared?
I think he should. El Nazar's moved all in. Duhamel has folded.
I call.
And Pavlovich calls.
Like the Dark Knight versus Wall-E. One of these two hands from 2008 has the slight mathematical advantage.
That is a classic and sick race. Just like Queens versus Ace King. Pavlovich at risk.
No ace or king on the flop.
I think you have to root for the queens, though.
He is the only player with a heart. Let's see the turn card, please. Turn card is the 3 of hearts.
Needs to hit on the river, and it can't be a heart. Al Nazar has the queen of hearts.
Let's see the river card, please. It's the 7.
It's a blank, and that will be the elimination of Rifat Pavlovic in 15th place. Cashes for 16,600 euros.
Which one was your biggest cash? Barcelona, right?
EPT Barcelona, yes. It was...
World Series, how much was?
300 and
it was in 7 cards too, or something?
Yeah. High-low 7 cards stuff. I love this game, it's really nice.
High-low 7 cards?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Me too. It's
I played
my favorite game.
I played 7 cards too, the 1500, but it was the first time ever I played that game.
Yeah.
And I played it, the band. First time ever, I don't care, I played. I want to learn the game.
Juan Maceras.
Could you please let me take just one hand? Just one, only one from you, and we are in peace. I don't need any
I'm gonna
more.
bluff Juan Maceras.
Could you please just let it go? Don't, not even look your hand. Not even look your hand. Just fold.
There's 5 other players got to get through first.
Come on, not even look. Not even look. One, just one.
Cool with it.
You gotta go all in again?
Nu har vi shots.
You gotta go all in again?
Raise and take it. He does get one through.
Hey, you fold and show the ace. You got much more respect from me. I thought we were friends, and I don't know we are now.
Wow.
I thought we just made peace between Spain and Italia.
They jealous because Spain won the Euro Cup.
Frederick first.
Yeah, for all of my whining about the PA system at the Vic, at least you can make out what the guy was saying.
He's going to raise to 28,000.
Bonavena opening with ace-king.
Mingo will fold the button over to Ron in the small blind.
King-jack for Maceras.
He's going to make the call.
Just call.
Oh.
Just a call.
Queen-jack for Ruthenberg.
Domination, nation, nation.
Ruthenberg, short, wants to conserve chips, doesn't get involved.
No daño, no pelear.
Spain and Italia again. Heads up to the flop.
Can we chop the pot?
I can take a survey, but I don't think so. Let's see the flop, please. It's a nice idea, so I'll let you go first.
Queen
and
7-5.
Juan's going to be first.
Queen Jack isn't there.
No.
He's going to bet 30,000.
I folded tens one time. I don't know if I can fold every single hand.
Salvatore makes the call of 30,000.
30,000 each.
30,000 each. These guys are going to get a look at the turn card. Let's see the turn.
Al Nazar drinking a beer. I like it.
Turn card is a king.
5-7.
Bonavena with top. Maceras out-kicked.
And you just tell by Maceras' attitude, he's not in the right headspace to make a big laydown.
No.
It's just never going to happen. Not that he should necessarily. Like, I don't want to. This is rather unfortunate, but there's just no shot he's getting away.
100,000.
All right. That's enough.
Well, it's not really enough.
100,000 more.
Not only is he not getting away, but he is.
Oh my God.
My friend.
Oh no, my friend, man.
Come on, my friend. I call.
So Maceras gets himself into this situation by raising. Bonavena moves all in, and it is all into call for Juan Maceras.
This is so sick. Alright, whatever, man. Whatever.
Is that pot right? Is he getting?
No.
I think, okay. We still are at the stage where they count the entire stack toward the pot, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Eight-6 of spades for Maceras.
He's going to raise to 32,000. Sebastian will fold over to Frederick. He's going to pass. Nasser in the small blind.
Nazar Al Nazar with ace queen in the small blind. Elects to re-raise. 3 bets to 84,000.
84,000 total.
Duhamel folds the big blind. Back on Maceras.
52,000 chip raise. John has folded the big blind. Back to Juan.
52,000 more?
52,000 more. 84,000 total. Juan has made the call.
And Maceras is going to call in position. Does have live cards. Sounds like an elimination from the outer table yet. Igor Redjevan out in 13th.
84,000 apiece. We've got Juan and Nasser, and the flop is Queen of Clubs.
Ooh, queen high flop with 2 spades. This could get spicy.
200,000 free.
It's almost a flip.
Juan says he has 203,000 behind.
Nazar El Nazar currently has the best hand and the betting lead continues. Maceras shoves, El Nazar calls. Here we go, flip the coin.
It's like Maceras is just waiting to get into this situation. He's just itching to get all in.
Spades for top pair. Juan has 6-8 suited in spades. He's flopped a gut shot straight flush draw.
I mean, when you play this many hands, you're very likely to find yourself in a situation like this.
Queens, ace queen. Juan has a gut shot straight flush draw. 6-8 of spades.
It is a straight flush draw.
Turn is the 5 of hearts.
And 5 of hearts does not help him, and Al Nazar is now a 3-1 favorite. Maceras, the at-risk player, by the way, needs to hit on the river.
River's a queen.
Instead, it's another queen, the full house for El Nazar, and the elimination of Juan Maceras in 12th place, cashing for 30,400 euros.
Good luck.
Guy like to play fast.
No.
Finally ran into a bigger hand.
Blinds 6-12.
And we're down to 11, so we're 2 away from the final table-ish, the unofficial final table.
Correct.
Raised to 32,000.
Oh.
Hello, bullets.
Nygaard getting Newgard getting a little out of line here with the 9-8. Trying to work that big stack on the final table, soft bubble.
Nasser's going to re-raise. 70.
There's the 3-bet. A re-raise to 77,000. Round 2, Salvatore Bonavena.
John pulls the button over to Salvatore in the small.
He's in the small blind, and he's got kings.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm all in.
Salvatore announces all in from the small blind.
Bonavena shoves for 681,000. El Nazar snap calls.
Nasser has two. Salvatore has two kings.
Lo sapevo.
Bonavena, the at-risk player, and way behind.
El Nazar cannot believe how many chips he's going to end up with at the end of this hand.
But Nasser does have Salvatore covered. Salvatore is the all-in player with the king of diamonds and the king of spades. Nasser has the ace of hearts and the ace of diamonds.
This is going to put him at 1.4 million if aces hold. That'll be good for the chip lead.
Absolutely. King high flop. Oh.
Five of spades, queen of spades, queen of clubs.
Oh my goodness.
Salvatore is in the lead.
What a time for your aces to be cracked.
Turn is the seven of hearts.
People complain when it happens in a free roll. Imagine being in this spot.
And he's going to double through.
This is just devastating.
It's the double up for Salvatore Bonavena.
Yes.
Passion and enthusiasm from the Italian. El Nazar taking it well, all things considered.
James, I know how El Nazar feels. I don't know if you remember that time I had aces cracked in the 150-pound tournament at the Hippodrome, but
yeah,
very similar feeling for me.
John has two red.
Jonathan Duhamel all in. Sebastian Ruthenberg all in.
Ruthenberg covered by Duhamel, barely.
So Ruthenberg, the at-risk player, but a 4-1 favorite with 5 cards to come.
How much? 92.
92.
Sebastian is the all-in player. He's covered by John. Sebastian has two jacks, jack of spades, jack of hearts. John has two red sevens.
Let's deal the board and decide his fate. The flop is King 7 deuce, a set for Duhamel.
Middle set. Two of spades, king of spades, seven of clubs.
All right, no more. That's it.
John is now in the lead with the 3 sevens.
No more brutal suckouts.
Turn card is the 8.
Well, that gives Ruthenberg a little bit of hope. A spade on the river would give him a flush.
Or any spade that isn't the 7.
I'm rooting for Ruthenberg.
In order to double through. Let's see the river card, please. It's a queen of spades.
It is a spade. Ruthenberg gets there the hard way. Did get it in with the best hand. Deserved the double up.
He's a nice boy.
And Jonathan Duhamel is now a short stack. It was pretty short before.
Yeah, he's got to be on crumbs right now.
We're at 10 players, by the way. 2 tables of 5. Ace, queen, Duhamel all in.
Salvatore's going to pass. So we'll
Yeah, just 35K left.
Oh, all in for like nothing. Newgard, come on, buddy.
the all-in raise.
Even for you.
Frederick's going to pass.
El Nazar can't do it. He definitely does not want to go broke before Duhamel.
I think he has to, though. He's priced in from the big blind. It's next to nothing to call.
He's in the big blind.
John has ace queen, ace of clubs, queen of diamonds.
You're live, man.
Nasser has...
My bad, yo. Absolutely.
And that's why Newgard was thinking for so long, because he already had chips invested in the small blind. For El Nazar, it's kind of a compulsory call, and he's got live cards.
Yeah, at least he's live.
And he's paired his jack on the flop.
Nasser has taken the lead with a pair of jacks. John's going to be looking for an ace or a queen.
If I could just go back in time and tell Jonathan, don't worry about it, buddy. You're going to be fine. It's all going to work out for you. Guess what? In Las Vegas, believe it or not.
You're going to do the dirty on Matt Affleck and go on to win.
River's at 10. Let's have
So Jonathan Duhamel exits in 10th place, cashes for 42,800 euros, and that will take us down to the unofficial final table of 9. Hashtag embrace the squeak. As far back as 2008, we have audio evidence that the squeak was a thing in Prague.
Now I can't not hear it.
It's been going on for more than a decade.
Were we just not in tune to it? Now that I heard the first one, it's just ever present.
I think it's because the room's become quieter, so you're really hearing it amplified now.
Mm-hmm.
So they've had the same chairs all this time. Meanwhile, we have got action here. Bonavena shoves on Ruthenberg.
Man, oh man, this would be one hell of a flip. Button versus small blind. I don't see how you get away from this. Ruthenberg is one of the shortest stacks, right?
Yeah.
Nice floor. Nice floor.
Oh, shows the deuces like a boss.
Nice floor. Är du ready tam? Måste gå.
Juan Viserys and his sister May watching from the rail.
Hi, May.
King Queen for Ruthenberg.
Oh no, now he's got to get it in with a worse hand.
All in for his last 145,000. So we're going to see a few players who've been on the outer tables all this time. This is Konstantinos Alexiou, who's folded there. That is Massimo De Chico. He's all in with Ace King.
De Chico. Whoa.
And this is Franco Siriani, who's got tens.
What's up with all of these paisans, huh?
3 Italians at this 9-handed table.
Fold.
Good fold.
And looks like everyone else has folded, so Ruthenberg gets it in and he is dominated. And if Ace King holds here, we'll have the official final table of 8.
Frustrating fold there with tens, but you really don't need to put yourself at risk when Ruthenberg is about to bubble the final table.
8 of diamonds, 2 of clubs, 4 of hearts. Go ahead for Sebastian. Sebastian needs a queen.
Ace King is holding.
Sirianni's really cheering for an ace here.
Is it check? One more card to come. Sebastian needs.
Ruthenberg can only survive if a queen hits the river. No queen.
He just won the whole tournament. Nah, that's cool, man, to be that excited to make a final table.
It's the thing, a huge accomplishment. And Sebastian Ruthenberg has 1 win this season, was looking for his 2nd EPT title here in Prague, has to make do with a 9th place finish, which is worth 42,800 euros. So these are the players advancing to the final table, and yes, it is important to draw attention to the fact that 3 Italians have made the final. And 15 years on from that tournament, we are back in Prague with the PokerStars European Poker Tour, the final event of EPT 2023. And this is day 3 of the main event here at King's Casino inside the Hilton Prague. 54 players returning from the dinner break. 1 more level to play tonight, 90 more minutes of poker. And these are the chip leaders coming into the final session of the day. John Kite is chip leader, narrowly ahead of a former EPT champion, Steve O'Dwyer, both players with 2.3 million chips. It's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
How many spa trips today, Griff?
Just 1.
This is the new lineup at our final feature table of the day. Lars Garp, according to his world, 90 big blinds. More than 1 million chips. Now, Marley Sprague had that unfortunate run-in. Nut flush into straight flush, but she still has close to 1 million, 82 big blinds. At the opposite end of the spectrum is Andrei Pavalka, who is a shorty with just 7 bigs. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
But everyone else has 60 big blinds or more. Griffin, this is a deep stack table.
Very deep stack table, and going to be really interesting to see how Marley recovers after that brutal cooler towards the end of the last level.
Yes, hopefully we'll see a lot of intricate post-flop play over the course of the next hour and a half, with the average at this table being significantly higher than the tournament average, which right now is 713,000. Blinds right now are 6,000, 12,000 with a 12K big blind ante. First hand of the new level, we see Marley fold under the gun. Vlado Banicevic raises with the 7 of diamonds and another card.
That's all Banicevic needs.
Pavalka, who we established is super short, has the Spraggy. Ace-7 off. Not playing it, though. Attack from the small blind, or fold.
Doesn't he look like that guy Luis that just started working with us?
And Garp folds as well.
Banicevic looking like George Papard.
He loves it when a plan comes together.
Oh, George Papard also played Banachek. To answer your question, Sinistar, Marley was a known quantity in the poker world when she met Spraggy. Was already playing in some high-stakes cash games. I don't think played too many tournaments at that point.
Now, here is a hashtag fun fact, guys. Alexandru, the Romanian player at the table, is the friend of Stanislav, the guy I ran into in the poker room the other day.
Cool.
Stanislav, playing in his first ever EPT main event, got his seat via a 1K satellite, was very excited to be playing on the EPT, had a lot of nice things to say about us, Joe, and how we brought him into the game of poker. Well, his friend Alex, still in the tournament, at the feature table right now.
And it's the year of Romania.
That is an indisputable hashtag fun fact. Attack! Raising with 25,000 chips. And Marley defending her big blind with King Jack. And it is a king high flop.
Attack is cat spelled backwards. King Jack, flop top pair, get bet into, easy game.
Continuation bet of 14,000.
Ooh.
A check raise
from Marley. 55,000 total.
You better get that out of your system now. They're not allowed in France, right?
That's deals, Joe.
Pretty sure they have rules against check raising there, too.
I also heard that.
Also, every 3 levels, you have to smoke a cigarette.
So Marley back up over the million mark, playing more than 85 big blinds. So just 54 players remaining from that starting field of 1,285. Tomorrow we will get down to just 16. Tomorrow we're going to play down to the final 2 tables.
The sweet So 16. Griffin, are you feeling better that they're not showing their cards anymore after the hand? I know that was making you uncomfortable earlier.
It just made me think, Joe.
It's a game
How
of
would I
information.
feel?
You can't give away free information.
Oh, God, that's
I don't know if you
good
heard what I
impression
said.
of me.
That did sound a lot like Griffin. I wasn't even sure who was talking.
Yeah, I wasn't even sure I was talking or not. So I was like, what is this?
I don't know if you
Is it
guys heard me
recording?
during the last level, but I said I would have no problem showing my hands, but I would really need them to stop showing me their hands.
yeah.
Because there was so much bluffing going on. I would be like, please, no, just let me not know.
Uh-oh, kings for Banicevic.
What flag is that country? Is that country from? What country is that flag from? I meant to say, because it looks like something from Bionic Commando. Where in the world is Vlado Banicevic?
He is from Montenegro.
Oh, I should have known that. Nice one, Aki.
I wonder if he's a regular at Casino Royale.
And we do have a Montenegrin winner every once in a while in W-Cube Scoop like that. Maybe it's Vlado.
Very cool vampy name. One of the vampier names we get, Vlado.
It's like
Banicevic.
Vlad's too serious. He's Vlado.
Yeah. Yeah. Gives me what we do in the shadow vibes.
Action has been folded around to Lars Gopp, who's not going to play the Jack Deuce. Marley's got Queen 8 on the button. Deuces for Banicevic.
What do you do here, Griff?
Yeah, you know, you're playing 90 effective. It's just play it as a pure call, really.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't want to get weird. If you're 3-betting this hand, then you're just 3-betting too many hands. It's the kind of hand you're pleased to just sort of set mine. It's so rare to be this deep when you're this deep in a tournament that you just gotta peel it off.
Okay.
So 2 calls and a queen high flop. Advantage Marley.
Man, thank God we didn't 3-bet. We'd have bloated this pot for no reason.
Well, it is interesting because I would say anything between 10 and the low 20s in big blinds, you're going to shove over a button open a lot of the time. And then in that sort of awkward 25 to
40,
35, 40, you could probably just fold.
Okay,
So it's like a very straight, like, it's very clear how to play this hand with certain stack sizes, but that fold area is kind of an annoying one. It's just like, but you're just raising the button with a hand like Queen 8. but I can't risk shoving 30 bigs.
Well, thanks for that, because I feel like my question isn't as stupid now because it does vary depending on your stack size.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Because I was like, I feel like all three options
Yeah.
are viable.
Yeah.
So it's been checked to Marley a second time. Delayed continuation bet on the turn into a pot of 87,000. She bets 30,000. Felix on YouTube asks, can you root for anyone other than Sprague? You can. It's not compulsory to want Marley Sprague to win this tournament.
I think it was more of a request than a question. Like, can you root for anyone other than Sprague? Meaning you guys.
Lars Garp.
Garp is one of my favorite snacks.
Oh, yeah?
You know what Garp stands for?
What?
Good old raisins and peanuts. I'm thinking of Gorp. Sorry, Gorp.
Marley has taken the table chip lead. 91 big blinds right now. It was Robin Williams. I doubted myself for a moment. Who played Garp in the world according to?
Dana Carvey played Garp alongside Mike Myers, who played Wayne. Sam did have a pretty good bit last level saying that Marley's entire thing right now is one long skit. And it's how tournament chip leaders look.
Under the chair.
Nice. So when we were talking about the different outcomes to expect from this 60 to 90 big blind poker, yeah, you're just sort of in that area where you can start doing some set mining, and we're seeing a lot of it here with these pocket pairs. And so far, some very evenly distributed sort of hand ranking kind of potential hands. Finally some overlap here with this ace-5 of hearts.
Wow.
Attacks ace-6.
What an absolute dream spot to wake up with sourdough.
We knew this was coming. The compulsory re-raise with ace-5 suited, and a great spot for Schulze to squeeze.
Give that loaf a little pinch.
Schulze adds nearly 100K to his stack there.
Okay, thank you.
So sick.
Closing in on the 70 big blind mark. Cucumber asks, is this a 4 or 5 day event? Neither.
Thank you for your question.
It is a 6-day event. This being day 3. So day 4 we'll play down to 16. Day 5 we play down to 6. And then on day 6 we play down to a winner.
How about this one from In a Dream Snake Eater? Says, watching from Auckland while on holiday, earn from my poker winnings, deciding whether I should go to Auckland Zoo Museums or Sky City Casino. Go outside. Stop. I'm going to ban you. You banned. Go be on vacation. Don't watch poker on your vacation.
Philip, the Razor has a question for you, Griffin, about that last hand, the squeeze with the ace-5 and Marley folding 3s on the button. Philip says, with Marley's stack, should she have called there to set mine?
No, it's just such a... The pot's just getting so big, and you're kind of... It's not nice. It's not fun. It's not what you're here to do. To, you know, there be 300,000 chips in pre-flop. And you're just sitting there with 2 3s, even if you are in position against an uncapped range. I think it's really important when we're watching to remember that we can see the cards. It really changes things, you know. You're in flow in that moment, and it's just like, yeah. Sometimes he has ace-5 suited. Sometimes he has 2 kings. Sometimes he has ace-king off, ace-queen off. It's just he's gonna have a hand that plays pretty well to be doing that into 3 people. It's not just taking, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes
king 5 off or whatever.
Sometimes you'll flop a set, and so will they.
That's something I don't think about too much, but I know it's your deep fear. I know it keeps you up sometimes at night. I shouldn't tell people about your deep fear. Sorry, that was out of line.
Three's folding to the 3-bet. And we're going to step away from the feature table and go to one of the outer tables, which coincidentally was our previous feature table. Checking in on Tuan Mulder and Patrick Jarosz on a 9-5-4 flop. Actions on Mulder. That's 16,000.
I got to tell you, I got a special place in my heart for anyone that's had a battle with Tuan Mulder today. He is an animal.
Jarosz folds. And Mulder shows the 9 of clubs. I guess they're still playing the game.
That's good for top pair.
I really wanted to check raise.
Neil Farrell very invested in his phone. That's actually hilarious.
Marley's opened with queens. Sebastian Schulze, ace-10. He folds in the cutoff. Rounds the blinds. Andrei Pavelka, 8-6 in the small. Gives it up. With jack-8 of spades. Will Salah be on the attack? Jack-8 defends. Oof. Just the 1 spade, and crucially, Marley has flopped top set.
Now, what Joe's saying, if attack had like pocket 4s or pocket 6s, how sick would that be?
It would be sick.
Don't want to be on that side of things.
Continuation bet from Marley of 15,000.
Tell you what, I don't know a lot about it. Yeah, but I'm going to say it to that sizing. Not surprised that he wants to see a turn. Sometimes would happen in the form of a check raise, but it's going to just check call.
Marley would have loved that.
And now Marley needs to dangle the 2 options between betting the turn or checking back. Does the correct thing in this particular instance, recognizing that attack has so many floats, so many draws that are just, I mean, well, everything's probably drawing dead. If he does a 6, you'll probably get a lot of money there on the river anyway.
Oh, wow. The river lead, 27,000.
I don't know, this might work.
Imagine she calls because she's still shell-shocked from the straight flush. Nut flush.
You can't ignore those 11-star hands.
Quads.
A raise from Marley and the fold from attack.
That's how you do it.
Marles Barkley.
Up to 1.16 million, closing in on the 100 big blind mark.
Pavalka nursing a 5 big blind stack right now. And interestingly, no eliminations since we've been back from break. We're 20 minutes into this level, not a single KO thus far.
Yes, the deep stacked prophecy set into motion. Everyone playing over 60 blinds coming into this level except one, who is Pawalka, who just has 5 big blinds, so should find himself probably all in very shortly.
A good question from Pie Face Poker. James, the widget, how many players does it predict we will have?
I am consulting the widget right now.
It's weird. Why does he have to be on his knees and lighting a candle?
So this is day 3, right?
He's slitting a lamb's throat.
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that's a lot of blood.
No wonder things have slowed down. The widget has us finishing the day on 51.4 players, and we're already at 54.
Oh, I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting for the widget to be wrong. Come on. I hate that thing.
How does this work? Are we going to clean this up? The sacrifice
Somebody
goat?
will get it.
Yeah. Just blood on my shoes.
On your room key now.
Widget rituals. The widguals.
Cascap with a bad look-alike. Puliak and Ron Livingston.
I mean, that's a really obscure bad look-alike.
Bad. I like it.
I think if anything, he looks more like the other guy from Swingers. The guy that played Sue. You know what? How about this? Jack Quaid. I think he's a little bit better of a bad look-alike. For Puliak.
Yeah, Jack Quaid's better. Yeah.
But still not good, so it falls into the bad look-alike category.
Them's the rules.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, we're not looking for good lookalikes.
Schultz raising an early position with 5s. Marley Sprague defending her big blind with 10-4 of diamonds. And there is a 10 on the flop.
Sit one, but 18,000. Sit 8.
18,000 apiece, going to the turn. 7 of hearts, and Marley's now a 95% favorite. Checks again. Does Schultz slow down now?
Well, you have quite a range advantage here under the gun 1. Certainly you can put a ton of pressure on a weak 10 such as what Marley has. And you know what? Looking like he really is thinking about it here.
Here come the 25Ks.
Sit one, but
You're also just going to get a lot of folds from the draws on the turn if you bet big enough. You know, how is something like a Jack 9 or a Jack 8 going to react facing 60% pot on the turn? Oh, Marley.
Marley.
Yeah, pal. Not buying what you're selling, all right? Try me.
3 of clubs pairs the board. Marley checks a 3rd time. Does Schultz check it back? He does. Showdown. Marley Sprague wins another pot. Consolidates her chip lead at this table. 1.2 million now, more than 100 bigs.
Pretty dope.
$105 big blinds to be precise. To the outer tables. Mulder in action again.
appears to be a 3-bet pre-flop. You can see that button tucked over on the right side of your screen there, which means Mulder 3-betting the cutoff.
Yeah, D'Alessio opened. Mulder made it 115K pre-flop. And now we've got this King-Queen 5 board. And looks like D'Alessio has checked to Mulder, who has the pre-flop betting lead. Continuation bet of 65,000. And D'Alessio folds. And Mulder shows a 9 again. He likes showing 9s, this time the 9 of diamonds.
Still playing this, right?
Mulder up to 1.2 million. The Dutch Le Chiffre, as I like to call him. With the spirit of the horse. Back to the main feature table where Garp raised the button. Banicevic defended his big blind. Garp has continued flop for 13,000, and with trip queens, Banicevic has check raised to 43,000. And Garp folds.
Wicked Boyd wants to know why check raise that.
Well, because you want to start getting money in against flush draws, you know, over pairs, other like 9s, hands like that. And it's a way to balance against your bluffs, right? So if you check raise when you have the queen, you can also check raise when you're bluffing, and then they have to do that sort of guessing game.
I kind of like the Gilbert Garp joke.
Marley raising the button here with 7-5 of clubs. Schultze with king 9 of spades. Ace, Jack 9. Schultze flops best. Continuation bet from Marley.
Nice. A size up there.
I was going to say that looked kind of big to me, yeah.
Yeah. And it's designed to sometimes get folds as strong as that. Marley was some great. I haven't seen her play a ton on the feature table, but the times I have, great table presence. Kind of this, like, I don't really give a damn, I'm going to call you down kind of energy. It's a good vibe.
I will say that the people are commenting saying that she looks stressed. I don't agree that. I know Marley, and I know that she is, whatever amount of stress is normal for her. She is fearless.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You know, she might have like a stern look on her face or whatever it is that's going on right now, but Marley goes in with the attitude that she's as good as any player.
Yeah.
Again.
Garp with 6s, Banicevic with ace jack.
Oh.
You just can't help it.
I don't know what this time at least.
Action back on Garp. Second biggest stack at the table. Calls with sixes, and we go to a flop. Queen, Jack 4. Second pair top kicker for Banicevic. 9-1 favourite against Garp's pair of sixes. Garp called the 50K.
Yeah, this pot's getting pretty big in a hurry.
And that turn card has not changed anything.
Yeah, a bit of a loose call here on the flop from Garp, certainly, but wants to keep some draws honest. You know, if you are sometimes up against a hand like ace-5 suited, you're going to want to sometimes call the very small continuation bet on this flop, see if you can get a check down. This time, Banicevic should know that he's probably good here. The board has run out as dry as you can really hope for. Thinking maybe I can get some value from a king-jack, a jack-10 suited that called me free.
So again, looking at the field ticker, still at 54 players. 30 minutes into the level, still no eliminations during this session.
I mean, you would have expected we lost the player with 5 big blinds, but everyone else being pretty deep.
Yeah, and Pavelka has now had to post 2 of those big blinds, one of them constituting the ante. By the way, did you see that producer Chris had a bad lookalike for Andre Pavelka?
Yeah, I didn't know who it was, though.
John DeHart, star of Champagne and Bullets.
Oh.
Come on, pretty baby, let's do the shimmy slide.
It's rare you see a movie made by a true auteur. Writer, director, star, wrote all the songs. Yeah.
I kind of feel that we should get Griffin to watch this. This movie's up his alley.
It seriously reminded me of, like, remember when Sega CD came out and there were like movies you could play? It reminded me of like a Mad Dog McCree. Depending on what decision you make, it chooses a different video clip.
Okay, Pavelka is going to call.
Yeah, pretty nice hand to be up against the ace-king. Trying to flop some equity here, and that's going to be good enough. We're going to get all this in here.
Yeah, the old stop and go. 2 big blinds go in. Ace-king calls. Has the straight draw, has 2 overs, has backdoor hearts working for him. It is almost a post-flop flip. Pavelka actually a 59% favorite to survive here.
Wow. Thanks for nothing.
Second best hand I had in last 30 minutes. Same here.
Yeah.
Oh, the king on the turn. So now it's Pavelka who needs to hit a 10 or an 8 on the river. It's a 7. Here's a quarter. Why don't you buy yourself a personality?
That's from the movie. He's not saying that to anyone at the table, just to be clear.
And this John DeHart lookalike.
Let them live in the ambiguity for a second.
Eliminate
Just in case there's a James Hardigan heel turn, you know?
From the EPT Prague main event.
Both me and James save each
Get
other
outta here.
from ourselves
You
sometimes.
guys save me all the time. I feel like I'm just here to keep you sharp for each other, you know?
You ever seen one of those compilations of dads saving their children?
Yes.
Griffin is the baby in every single one. Just falling off of ledges, walking behind swings.
You always catch me. Always get me out of the way. Those are my dads.
So no more short stacks at this table.
No, the shortest stack is attack. Short stack attack with 43 big blinds. That is not short.
No, and so we're probably going to see, what, like a lot of slap fighting from now to the end of the day?
Love it.
Unless there's a real sick cooler.
Would love that.
I haven't had a short stack attack since I had those 50 pancakes.
Nice.
You're a big review guy, right?
The show review with
Yeah.
Andrew.
I'm forgetting his name.
It's a great show. I've not seen many episodes, but it's excellent. Yes, it's very funny.
The pancake one is a very famous one.
I don't think I've
Hoping you
seen that
get
one, actually.
reference, Yeah.
I think I'll have to write down the one that is my favorite.
I know which one it is. You don't need to write it down.
You know which one?
Yeah. Oh, no, that's not actually. Okay, yeah. That's even dirtier than the one I was thinking.
Why can't I remember his name? He's so funny.
So dirty.
He's great in all those. Those Jody Hill shows that he does with. Man, I can't remember anyone's name right now. Shoot.
It's funny too because if you write in review TV show, it's kind of just like gives you a bunch of reviews for random TV show. It's Forrest McNeil.
Yeah, but
the
he's
character's name.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try to. This table's so big.
Oh, nobody's buying that routine.
Andre watching on YouTube says, I'm going to lunch. I'll be back in an hour. We might not be here. There's 53 minutes left on the clock.
I think one of us should stay.
Run. And you might make the end of the show.
Marley with the best of it here. Going to want to throw out a bet of protection against hands, just like King 7, that have some equity, can really screw you on some turns. And bet some chips it.
Huh? New player coming?
There is a new player coming.
Do you need his ticket or?
Andrew Daly.
Yeah, no, yeah.
No, the new player is not Andrew Daly.
I think this guy's headed up now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
My first week in LA, I went to a stand-up comedy show, and Andy Daly, I didn't know who he was yet, performed, but he performed as a character, as a guy from the Deep South who just got off the bus that day.
Nice.
It was so funny.
That's just like such a freaking cool LA story. It like annoys me.
And Patton Oswalt was hosting
Oh,
the show.
stop. I can't do this. I need to come visit you.
But neither of them were like super famous at the time.
Yeah, I know. I want to see someone before they're famous too. Those are the cool stories.
Yeah.
Marley defending with King 10 against Alex's Ace 4.
I mean, we're getting to see Marley before she wins an EPT.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, I was just thinking that. I was like, you know, like this, like what we're doing now.
Ace high is still ahead on this 7-7-5 flop.
For instance, I knew Adam Driver was a star in Girls. I was like, this guy's.
He's on a show on HBO already, but.
Yeah, but it was like his first role. I was like, this is the new hot it guy. Then I got on the phone. I was like, well, listen to this. You know that new guy you're looking for, Mr. Hollywood?
It would be cool if you could invest in people like a stock.
You can do that with baseball. Like
You
sports
can,
players,
yeah. I know, but that feels weird.
Delayed continuation bet of 22,000 on the turn. Marley folds, and the new player coming to the table is Porrig O'Neill from Ireland. There he comes. And he has got 479,000, which is... No, more than that. Sorry, he's got more than $1 million.
Oh.
He's got 88 bigs.
Can't wait to see the competitive.
Patty O'Neill.
This will be your box now. You need to scan your cards.
Sure.
Sit 1 pass. Sit 3 pass.
Welcome to the table. Here's a terrible spot.
Don't even get to settle in. I just gotta play this baby pair.
Smartwatch alert. Smartwatch alert.
6, 7 pass.
Someone's sleeping on the job.
It's not even plugged in. Oh, boy. Ooh, fun.
You see, I love being able to use the excuses about game integrity. In fact, I hate the Apple Watch so much. I just want them removed from all wrists.
And we just lost Apple as a sponsor.
I don't like the Samsung ones either, to be fair. I'm completely brand agnostic when it comes to my general despisement of smartwatches.
Check. Can check.
He also doesn't like smart water or smart cars.
What is smart water? I don't actually understand what's smart about it.
Just don't get it. Smart people get it.
Yeah.
It's like, you know,
Something
it's
for
like an
smart
Emperor's
people.
New
Sorry,
Clothes
buddy.
thing.
Sorry, bro.
So you're not really.
So if you don't understand why you should be paying $1.50 more for a bottle
Yeah,
of water,
you
then
don't get it.
sorry, you don't
You're
get
not
it.
smart.
Sorry, buddy.
I just thought it was marketing BS and just making,
Yeah, no, it's not.
Making idiots think that they were
For smart
somehow
people.
kind of like, you know, getting something better for their money.
And Marley, if this gets checked through, and it does, another nice little pot for Marley Sprague.
Yeah, I can check.
Have some more chips.
Okay.
Call me Marley Davidson. I'm just riding through this field.
Remember earlier when we were
Yeah,
talking about the guy?
I
You know
thought
what,
it was a callback, yeah.
But his was this Harley. Can't do it, but you know, really highbrow stuff.
Is smart water like smart blood in the Bond movies? Can someone track your every movement once you've consumed it?
They can track your ding dong for paying more for water. Actually, I buy it because it looks better.
Yeah, I like the way that it looks.
Yeah, it's glossier.
That's a good way to describe it. It is glossier.
Sit 3 raised 25 or 6
added electrolytes. Genuinely.
It's what plants crave.
ATAC looking to go pew, pew.
As the Snowmans.
No. Ooh, Shelty.
Gets the 3
What are we
bizzle
gonna
again.
do? Are we going to squeeze? We're going to flat. Looks like you're going to
Oh.
flat.
Sorry, can I have my phone?
Is he allowed to ask for that?
It's not at the table, it's not a problem.
Probably that one.
Well, it's the player who didn't have a pair pre-flop who's now ahead post-flop.
Free turn. Hey.
Improves the trips.
Now,
will
it's,
say-
now it's a shame that both of these players chop if a jack comes.
That's true. Just one last thing on smart water. It kind of implies the existence of stupid water. And I just want to be safe and just drink the smart one.
Yeah, that's
You know?
why it's like, well, this is called smart water. What is everything else?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Also use promo code STAPES when buying smart water online.
I thought it was Stapes is smart.
They all work.
Smart Stapes. Good discipline from Schultz there. Another 3, technically 4 overs, but you know, when your opponent checks the flop and then bets the turn, really mostly repping a king. There's already 2 out there. What, next you're gonna tell me you have one of my 10s too? He did. Thanks. Up over 800,000 now.
So around 45 minutes left on the level, halfway through the last level of the day. 53 players remaining, so only 1 elimination so far during the session. Tomorrow, there'll be 3 more mini EPT tournaments to play online while watching coverage from here in Prague. Every day, 3:15, 6:15, 8:15 Central European time, a low-cost tournament with New Year Series tickets added to the prize pool. And on Sunday, the mini main events will award their respective winners gold power passes. Nick Walsh TV writes, woo.
I think it's more like,
woo!
Yeah, I prefer my interpretation.
Woo!
what up? What up, Swedes?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was
yeah.
my What Up Swedes one. I kind of, yeah. Oh, there's a Swede at this table.
Didn't somebody, wasn't there something that happened on the internet recently where someone's like, what's a moment that'll live in your brain forever from the internet? And somebody picked that moment.
Thorin, the Counter-Strike historian.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's got to be a nice little ego boost.
It was. I probably retweeted it.
You did. That's how I saw it. Certainly not following the Counter-Strike historian.
No.
I know you got a lot of time on your hands, but that would be...
Did you put notifications on for when I tweet, or you just came on your timeline?
I came on my timeline, but
Oh, yeah?
I obsessively read every tweet on my timeline, though, which is
Okay.
why I'm
So
usually
you don't
5
need to-
days behind.
Right. You know, one of the only people that I have notifications on
Oh,
What?
really?
James Hardigan.
Oh.
I would never do you. Are you kidding me with the amount of replies? I started to. Of course, I followed you both like that.
You tried.
And I'm like, this is a full-time job. I don't want one of those.
I didn't know it would count replies also.
It might not, actually. But it was still a lot, like whatever it was. You know.
Marley Sprague, table chip leader with 114 big blinds.
I think if Marley wins this event, we should start calling her Spraggy, and we should start calling Spraggy Ben.
That's such, honestly, just when I thought you couldn't think of anything dumber, you come up with something like that and completely redeem yourself.
Does that mean she's going to have to start wearing
I
tracksuits?
guarantee you everyone will be on board with this. The chat is already geared up. They'll never call him Spraggy again.
Something tells me we might be going to an outer table in a minute.
Yeah.
O'Neill with a dominated hand here, King Jack.
Is King Jack suited ever really dominated, though?
Yes. Thank you for your question.
No.
Playing close to 40 big blinds effective. No real reason for O'Neill to be raising here against this UTG range. Prefer to just play cool, play cool, play cool. Try to get 2 streets of value or play this all the way down as a bluff catch for Padraig O'Neill. $30,000. Gosh, these people in their turn leadouts on the board pairs, they're so annoying.
Is that a thing now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you are out of position and you call and then the board pairs on the turn, like the middle card that is way better for your range, you like lead out in this blocky way where it really kind of throws off.
It sounds befuddling.
Yeah, that's exactly how I would describe it.
Yeah. What about if you river a full house? Less blocky now, huh? More value-y?
Yeah.
What about a little... Or no, we go big here.
Might be a little...
125.
Nope. That is not... That's get over here!
Get over here!
And attack with not the greatest bluff catcher here with ace king high. Only, you know, there are some straight draws that have missed here. Actually, more than I'm giving credit for. It's not just about those king queens and king nines that you block, but it's about the 8-9s, the queen nines. These are all hands that would be calling pre-flop in the big blind.
Bro, you're losing to a
Maybe
deuce.
Something like a 7-9 or 7-8 suited. Would also float this flop with backdoor flush draws. So O'Neill does this from bluffs. He's really just representing a boat or quads. Wouldn't be making this very large size as a value bet with, like you mentioned, Joe, a deuce. Or maybe something like pocket eights. Good fold.
Talk.
Oric O'Neill, second in chips at the table, 1.1 million, more than 90 big blinds.
Boy, that was a really aggro squeak.
Well, we're going to go out to the tournament floor, check on action at one of the outer tables where Ramon Callejas is in action against the tournament chip leader, John Kite. Now, there's been a lot of action on the flop. King 9-9 is the board. Ramon checked. Kite bet 45,000. Ramon raised to 125,000. And Kite's now made it 245,000.
Well, this can only be kings versus king 9.
That is a call from Callejas, and we are going to the turn.
So we got a 500K pot just on the flop action.
Correct.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, John Kite, of course, I believe the chip leader coming into this level.
Correct.
So a lot of chips to splash around with. God, he looks like a chip leader.
Checks. Gets checked back.
Oof.
Okay, double paired board now.
It can only be kings versus 9s. Why else would they bet so much?
And this is a relatively small bet from Ramon on the river, just 75,000.
It's like a check.
Very unlikely that Ramon Callejas has worse than a 9 in this spot. It wouldn't be the sizing you would choose to bluff with. So this is probably a block with a 9, or even perhaps a block with a king to try to induce, you know, a repped king from our chip leader.
Induce whatever he was repping on the flop.
Yeah.
That's right, John Delano. This is a tickler. And that is a fold from John Kite. That huge pot gets pushed in the direction of the 2019 PSPC champion. He now has around 1 million chips. We can continue to follow Ramon. Listen to this, Griffin. Don't join in. Learn the melody. We are going to follow Ramon. Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey! And we are campaigning for Ramon to wear the jumper on day 4 so that festive Ramon can return and he can harness the power of the season, because I believe in Christmas.
I think 7 out of 10 was fair there. I have a problem with the lyrics, to be honest.
Well, you're gonna find out when we get off.
It's still Ramon at the end, right?
Yeah,
Not
Not Maron.
He does not become Maron at the end.
Okay.
No, Griffin, that's
Sorry.
right. His name doesn't change.
I thought it was some sort of like transformation, Christmassy.
No,
you
no.
know. What's your favorite Christmas movie, James?
Die Hard.
God, you're so lame.
What's your favorite non-controversial
Yeah.
hot take Christmas
What's
movie?
your favorite Christmas movie with Santa in it?
Or The Christmas Spirit, or A Christmas Miracle?
I mean, it's equally cliched. It'd be It's a Wonderful Life.
We talked about this before. There's like one Christmas scene in that movie.
The whole movie's set at Christmas
No,
time.
it is not.
Have you seen Klaus? The animated Netflix one?
No.
Really good.
Okay, how about like a non-nerdy film school
Yeah, sorry.
Christmas movie too?
I mean, Jesus Christ, how many parameters are you guys going to set?
I have a soft spot for Arthur Christmas.
Arthur Christmas, I didn't mind. That one's okay.
I always have 7 deuce. You open cutoff, I have 7 deuce every time, I swear.
Do you know what's a great Christmas movie? Go.
Yeah, it is. I should watch that this
Go.
Christmas.
I picked Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Another great Christmas movie.
Christmas Story, great choice. Christmas Vacation, great choice.
Doesn't look at all like you're just Googling Christmas movies right now.
Gremlins.
Gremlins is another one of those, ugh, I gotta be different choices, but I do love Gremlins.
It's a movie set around Christmas. How is it not a Christmas film?
Is Hook a Christmas movie?
I don't know, someone says the word,
I just
there's
feel like
presents in it.
Yeah, I feel like it's a Christmas movie. I watched it a couple nights ago.
Home Run Jack.
Run home, Jack.
25,000.
Good form, Peter.
This classic matchup. Go see my movie Jingle All the Way.
Actually, I have to hand it to Yanis on YouTube. Anything but Love Actually is the correct answer.
I gotta find you guys that TikTok. You're gonna love it.
Did you hear my flip earlier, James, when you weren't in the booth? It was hot Die Hard takes versus hot Love Actually takes.
Love Actually is an objectively bad film. It is not a well-written, directed, or crafted film.
Bad Santa I like. I think Elf is a great choice.
Elf is great. Elf's really grown on me over the years.
Did you watch Family Switch, the new Netflix Christmas movie?
No, I didn't. I was about to, and I looked at the reviews, and I said, you know what? I should probably watch this new Julia Roberts movie instead. Was it good?
No. No, but I love body switching movies. It might be my favorite genre of movie.
With all this Christmas gubbins going
Yeah,
on,
what
I
did we
missed the
miss?
fact that we ticked down from 53 to 52. Remember Ferdinando D'Alessio? Gone. Out,
Really?
KO'd.
Wow. A little bit D'Alessio.
I really can't recommend that movie enough to you personally, by the way, as we see.
Hold on to the
Marley
future.
3-bet. No, the
Let
Leave
the
the
World
World Behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, starring Ethan Hawke, Julia Roberts, Kevin Bacon, Mahershala Ali.
I like to call her Juro.
It's the Esmail movie, the Mr. Robot guy.
Sure.
Just very, very interesting film.
I had to watch the newest episode of Fargo last night, and then I had to sit quietly and think about it.
I heard it's great.
Enough. So good this season.
I only watched the first 2 seasons.
Enough is enough. Nothing. What do you mean nothing?
Bluffing? Are you bluffing with that statement?
I don't know. We'll find
They're
out,
still
I
pure
guess.
anthology, right? I don't need to watch the other ones.
There's a light connection between the seasons, but it's more like Easter egg connections than actual necessary for the story.
Snowman's.
No.
Nobody ever picks Jack Frost as their favorite Christmas movie, where their dad dies and comes back as a snowman.
You know what? Rise of the Guardians.
Rise of the Guardians is pretty cool, but is
Yeah.
that a Christmas movie?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the owl one. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
one
it's
with
Santa.
Jack Frost.
No,
yeah. Yeah, that counts. Santa's in it. It counts as a Christmas movie.
Okay.
Because there's also Legend of the Guardians. I want to make sure I get them right. Rise of the Guardians is the Jack Frost movie. That movie's great. And you know what that director went on to direct? Spider-Man Across Into the Spider-Verse.
Oh, wow.
That was his movie before that movie.
10s versus 8s.
10 still ahead. What the hell is going on out there?
Could win with a bet here, but you know, what are you trying to fold out? A lot of the time you're just hoping somehow you're up against 7s or 6s here.
Check to showdown. Garp adds 75k to his stack. Close to 100 big blinds. Oh, he's not done.
Got a lot of announcements to get through. Scrooge did not live up for me. I rewatched it the last few years. I remember really liking it, and then I rewatched it, and I was like, what the heck was I talking about?
Action folded. Round to Marley Sprague in the cutoff.
Yeah, I kind of struggled with Hook a little bit. I really enjoyed it, but there's
Yeah.
some things going on in that movie that are just crazy.
Well, maybe I have bad cards, I don't know.
Yeah.
Pocket sixes on the button for Vlado Banicevic. He raises. Queen 4 off. Puliak with a decision.
Race.
Okie dokie. Year of Romania.
He's a Lupiliak.
Banicevic could flat on the button and go set mining.
I mean, you can't fold. You gotta let them know you can't be pushed around.
Yeah, these can be quite popular big blind 3-bets. The one big, one small. Because if they were both a bit biggie, they'll probably flat them. If they're suited, you would also just call them. So this is the ones that you want to mix in as bluffs. It's nice also because you're going to fold out some better queens, which is real nice. You know, you're not going to get a defend here from the Queen 10 offs, the Queen 9 offs.
Jack 10 tray.
Sorry. Sorry.
All the.
Is it possible to get the water?
pressure on Lupiliak
Yeah,
right
this
now.
is a tough continue. I mean, you kind of just have to get to continue telling the story and hope Banicevic has something exactly like this. Maybe something like ace-8 suited that might fold to a bet on the flop. But you recognize, you know, when you find yourself in this spot, you recognize that some of the time my opponent's going to have the king-jack suiteds, the ace-10 suiteds, the ace-jack offs, maybe even an ace-10 off. So just hoping that this time that isn't what Banicevic has, and that if he does have something like sixes, he's prepared to fold, but he's reaching for chips.
Call you.
Wow. A good call from Banicevic, who's better than a 4-1 favorite,
Oh!
but that queen on the turn gives Lupiliak the advantage.
And this is why you should never play any hand ever.
Lady Luck. I'm ruined.
Checks to Banicevic.
He's like, now just showdown. Thanks.
I mean,
I'm good.
You're probably not feeling great about this now, but yeah, seeing that check could be something like an ace-X for Lupiliak.
Who has a lock on this.
And now the window has been slid open for Lupiliak to get value from a hand that maybe he wasn't super confident with on the turn. He felt okay about it, but now it's just like, okay, my opponent's got a jack here or a 10. I can maybe squeeze a little something out here. I'm just going to throw in all my time bank chips.
He's got 3 cards.
That was strange that he threw all 3, or did he owe them, I guess? He must have owed them.
No, I think he's basically putting them out there, saying take as many as you need as I think about what to do here.
Right.
So we're already into the first time bank.
He's not, like, committed, right?
No,
Only-
not
okay.
at all.
Oh, you really?
Oh, a tickler.
Oh, a tickler. The tickler Lupiliak.
Oh, what's Banicevic
put him
doing?
in.
Oh, wow.
These two deserve each other.
I will say, oh my God.
Yeah, he's raised.
I will say
mean-
quite, sorry, James, quite hard to rep anything here. This is, you know, this is a bit.
Well, let's start with this. What is the worst hand you can be raising here for value?
Ace-3, which might have called pre-flop, would have maybe called a
So you
small
can't
bet.
raise queen jack.
No, I think you would have just bet that hand on the turn to get it in, right? Lupiliak, part of the reason why, by the way, is because Lupiliak can have kings or aces. Would have played this, 3-bet from the big blind, check the turn when, you know, there are a lot of 2 pairs there, and then bet the river.
Guys, on his
So-
he's on his last time bank, by the way.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
he's got to make a decision at the end of this 30 seconds.
I think that he might be folding, but he must know that nothing really makes sense.
Yeah, but neither does he.
He's almost out of time.
Would King 10 ever just bluff here? 10-9. Pocket sixes. Oh no, he's watching this right now in the future, isn't he? I guess he'd be listening to my voice right now.
Okay, that was the last time bank card, so this is the final countdown.
Okay.
15 seconds.
Doodaloo. Nice.
Makes the call. And
Got
that
him.
Is a big pot for Alex Lupiliak as we approach the end
Let's go.
of the day.
Year of Romania.
Up over $1 million.
did a little Spirit of the Horse reference too at the end there.
And the good news is he's only got to get through another 15 minutes or so, and he'll get 6 new time bank cards at the start of play tomorrow.
That was one for the stream.
Yeah, that was the hand of the day, I think.
Huh?
Wow, that was the hand of the day. It was...
I don't know. I kind of feel like the nut flush and straight flush might have been the hand of the day, but
I think I need to change my game.
He's not laughing.
Not too much time left.
What the fuck going on?
Good, we get more time back tomorrow.
ah, nice one.
Oh yeah, sure.
To the outer tables we go, and it's back to table Mulder. He's in action against Patrick Jarosz again. Mulder has checked the turn. Action is on Jarosz. The board is King 7-6-4 with 3 diamonds. 8 on the river, 8 of clubs. Lax.
Luscious locks.
All in, shoving on Patrick. It is all in to call.
Jarosz has been struggling a little bit with Tien Mulder all day, getting a little unlucky here, getting, you know, bullets thrown at him here. Had that brutal pot earlier on the feature table, losing kings to the 2-pair Jack-10. He's going to finally make a stand. He wants more time. Oh, I don't know. You can fold that. Oh!
He folds, and is Mulder going to show? He's going to let Jarosz look at it.
Oh boy. Now
Show
we all,
one,
we
show
all
all.
got to see it.
Jack-9 of diamonds. He flopped the flush.
Good fold, good fold, good fold.
And back to the feature table. In the next couple of minutes, the clock will be paused, and we'll find out how many hands we have to play before the end of day 3.
I was kind of deferring to you there, Joe, to do the noise, but do you mind if I do it now that you haven't done it?
Sure.
That wasn't good, right? I've gone backwards.
They're not all going to be great.
Can you do it?
Ooh, I did bad. I spit my gum out.
That was really impressive, yeah.
Well, it's impressive that I managed to have gum in my mouth this entire level.
That
Until
was
then.
impressive.
Nothing but professionalism from that side of the room.
So I'm pretty sure my dad is actually watching the stream. And Dad, just so you know, and others, that there's the reference for the Spirit of the Horse because it's his avatar. You know, and the Poker Stars. Just give it a little.
Yeah.
It's like a little display picture, Dad.
I love the fact that you're having to justify to your father why you're doing horse impersonations on the internet.
I am neighing on the internet. Yeah.
Did you tell your dad I bought his book this week?
I didn't. You just did. You just told him.
I just told him.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Benger.
Audiobook too.
Read in the voice of Robin Benger.
Yeah. Good voice, my old man.
Ribbon!
Trip 5s on the river.
Ooh, nice river here for O'Neill.
Is it my imagination or has this guy been beaten up on this whole level?
Yeah. Has not been good. Been getting a lot of those.
He's been under attack.
Yeah. A lot of those strings around the feet, the ATAC. What do you call those things?
Your Achilles?
No. He's the ATAC, the Star Wars reference, and the thing, they put the thing around the ATATs
It's
and
an
on Hoth.
AT-AT, yeah. But it was a cable?
Cable, yeah. That's the word.
All right, Mr. Benger, it's great having you. Maybe maybe you just tune out from now on. Maybe tune in earlier tomorrow when he's a little more with it.
Oh, wow. Half of his chips just went in the middle. By the way, we're down to 49 players and still have a few hands to play tonight.
Ooh, and attack is not going to have many chips left after he's
No.
forced to fold this.
I'm not sure that he's going to get called here. I think he might get raised.
That's what I mean. After he's forced to fold.
Yeah, I guess the only consideration for O'Neill here is if I do shove, is he going to call me with the king that he's value betting here on the river? Probably not. So do I even want to bother putting in that extra 137,000 just in case attack has something like 9s full or, you know, 6-7 suited, which could be a raise under the gun. But you know what? He's like, ah, no, this is a bit too strong. You're going to have to ruin your day.
All in to call.
No.
But here's the problem, and I alluded to the fact that when we came to this hand that he has been on the receiving end of so many bad beats, so many bluffs, and I kind of feel that he might draw a line in the sand here and think, I've got top pair and I'm going with it.
Like in Hook.
You won't cross it. Garp's giving his time cards for him.
I think he's on the last time bank now.
Yeah, he is, but he didn't see it go in. He was looking away when Garp pushed it forward.
Only beating a stone bluff. Attack knows it. 137,000 still good for 11 big blinds. Let her go! No!
Calls all in and is out on one of the last hands of the day. He has been under attack this whole level.
Yeah, I'd be making a pretty quick getaway here, too.
Cashes for 18,260 euros. Meanwhile, Porrig O'Neill chips up to nearly 1.5 million. He'll be ending the day probably inside the tournament top 10. So the clock has been paused. And I think we're going to have to
change the game for the better.
break a table. So there's going to be a slight pause for that to happen. But also, we need to find out how many more hands we're going to play today.
Chip race. Oh, sorry.
You can take it for free if you want, but...
Sorry. What is that, 70?
Yes.
70.
I don't feel that bad for betting you now.
What did you have?
You watch it on the
I mean, we play 3 more hands, you can tell me.
What did you have?
I had a 3-bet fold.
I had a 4-bet fold.
That's not a 4-bet fold. I actually thought you had it.
Here's 50 for you.
King, queen of diamonds.
Oh, we had the same hand, but mine was offsuit.
Is correct, right?
Yeah.
More aggressive player wins.
Or more stupid.
Yeah. It's lucky.
Well, just before that hand on the main stage, Patrick Jarosz gets the rest of his chips in against Preben Stocken.
Stocken blocking.
Jarosz with King 6, dominated by Stocken with Ace King. King high flop, 6 required for Jarosz to survive. Ace on the turn, and it's all over.
Oh my.
Must have been pretty short to shove the King 6 off from the cutoff. Just wasn't Patrick Jarosz's day.
So we're actually at 47 players right now, and still waiting to learn how many more hands will be played tonight. We've just broken a table, and that means we're going to get 2 new players on the main stage because we're going to be 8-handed at pretty much every table now.
I would just like to take a moment to dance on the grave of the widget.
Finally, we got one on it, huh?
This has happened before. The widget has been out. But what happens is the tournament will slow down tomorrow and the widget will catch up.
I understand. The widget's very good. Don't get me wrong. The widget's like almost unbeatable. So I got to revel in the occasion that the widget's off.
So, Dad, the widget is...
Oh, you're doing the smart list thing.
What's the smart list thing?
They always explain things for his sister.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that.
But you got 2 more.
Whenever they do their Hollywood speak, Sean's always like, "No, okay, but for my sister in Wisconsin."
Yeah, that's good.
Last time he steals my big
The
blind.
first look deal.
We get another player.
You're not gonna be.
I will.
We're gonna get 2 more.
I think they just announced that we're going to play 5 more hands.
Okay. The full 5, huh?
Yep, the full 5.
So lucky.
It's always between 1 and 5 hands, or 2
No,
and
it's
5
3
hands?
and 5.
3 and 5?
Hold down the fort, Joey. I'm going to the facilities.
All right. Let's see if James gets back before the next player does. Mr. Benger, what's the worst thing that Griffin ever did growing up?
See if he messages me.
What was the thing that you like had to do the thing where you sit at the kitchen table and just slowly rub your hand
Oh no,
over
I
your
can't
face?
I can't repeat this.
My hand hurts from shuffling chips.
Jeez, check your privilege, huh? Some people would wish for 1 chip in this tournament right now. This guy's tired from shuffling so many of them.
It feels weird.
By the way, just so you know, that check your privilege was spelled CZ.
Oh, I see. I thought that was
Because we're
also
in the Czech
also
Republic.
the answer to the worst thing you've ever done. Yeah, there was this one time he embarrassed me on ESPN. Hey, we know this fella.
Yeah.
It's Diogo Coelho.
It is.
And Umberto Ruggieri.
Yeah.
5 hands. It's a trade-off for being famous.
Looks like Ruggieri.
Famous for 5
No, I
hands.
have to pay
Yeah, it doesn't have the
blinds.
chips that he used to
To be
have.
honest, quite cheap.
Correct.
Still, though,
What are the
over
blinds?
700,000. Looks can be deceiving. Those are all big boy chips. No blues here. I only deal in yellow greens.
Looks can be deceiving. I'm actually 6'2". Ace-10 suited for Coelho. The Alchemist.
How much do you think? 500.
Garp with King Jack suited. Fun hand that. Can you really play it after the gun open? Can you fold it? You can't fold it? Griffin was saying no, but his mouth was full.
Too pretty, the King Jack suited. You're all blocky. You send a message to the new player at the table.
All right, well, that message is, how about a re-raise to 75,000? It's just 3 of those green chips.
Yeah, sure.
Tricky one, ace-10 suited, because ace-10 off, you're just throwing it right in the muck. But ace-10 suited, it has some playability, but then you might be up against something like ace-king or ace-queen. If it comes ace-high, you might bust. And there's 47 players left, and there's so much pressure on it. I'll see a flop.
Coelho calls. Let's see how blocky we are.
Ooh.
9-8-4, heart, heart.
Garp's not going to be thrilled by this board, but still his range advantage. He's the one repping the jacks through aces, so can comfortably bet here. But Coelho's call pre-flop is pretty strong. This is kind of the bottom of his hand range here, isn't something like an ace-10 suited. you know, an ace-jack suited. So if that happens to be the ace-10 of spades or even the ace-10 of diamonds is not that easy to continue with, even though you do have a total of 3 of them.
But if he doesn't have the bottom of his calling range, you're going to have to fire twice sometimes, right? To get like an ace-king or an ace-queen to fold.
On what I'm throwing down. Oof.
God.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You can just
make the best
slide
hand.
in the yeah, slip in the back door.
I wouldn't know.
I don't think Garp is going to be motivated to bet this card, however, because the top of Coelho's range is something like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, something like ace-10 of hearts, ace-jack of hearts. So quite happy to take a free card, hope for a river like this, and then oftentimes call a bet, and if not, find a value bet. Try to get some value from a hand like 2 10s.
They are using the shot clock at this table, right?
Yeah, look, there's a time bank card being
Okay,
used.
good.
Now we changed the rules when we left.
I just feel that this hand is like, you know, kind of taking a while.
All right, I got a great bad lookalike for Garp. Frank Caliendo. Master impressionist.
I don't know if I know who that is.
I don't know who that is.
Please get a photo up. The best lookalikes are the one you have to...
And he's a very famous comedian, but mostly in America.
Oh, yeah, that's really good. So this is a very big bet from Coelho, and because Garp is too high up in the range with that king, going to pick it off. Gosh darn it.
That's 1 of 5.
Where I missed that action? Or what?
Check off up.
Ah, check off. Some injection there, yeah. For some reason I thought he bet 45 kills.
So how many hands left then?
4.
Feels like a lot.
It is.
It's the second most number of hands there could be left.
Never a good hand when you 3-bet, 4-bet.
Thank you, graphics.
King Jack is a good hand, suited and...
Under the gun open? I don't know.
Ace-4 for Vlado Banicevic. He folds. Sebastian Schulze is in the hijack with King-5. Round to the button. Origo O'Neill with Queen-9 of clubs. Raises. Small blind out, big blind. Diogo Coelho again. Jack 10. Wow, I heard a bottle get knocked over and now I've heard a bottle smashed. There's a lot going on with the bottles.
As people are leaving the room, there's probably a lot of bottles left under chairs.
Coelho's defended.
Yeah, just with 12 big blinds behind, looking to flop something.
Has flopped second pair, but it's top pair for his opponent. O'Neill continues for 18,000. Coelho calls. Eight on the turn.
More equity.
Checks to O'Neill, who's near enough a 9-1 favourite.
Coelho just so dominated by this particular combo of O'Neill.
Yeah.
The 9 in hand. 89 to 11% doesn't seem right.
It
seem
doesn't.
Fair. Now betting over a quarter of your remaining stack, and you're sitting there like, dude, where's my car?
No, and then.
What?
And then?
And then? And then? and then?
9 on the river?
No,
a 5. Tang asks, when does this day end? Allegedly, soon.
Yeah, going to be a dry enough run out, I think, for the Irishman to go for it all.
Yep.
Yeah, Coelho's only got 86k behind, so this is enough to put him all in. And it would be a hero with that 10.
No flush draws on the flop or turn here. So that's going to give you more pause, more reason to find a fold. It's not like your opponent's going to have something like ace 6 of clubs because there's a second club on the turn. All dry, pretty much pure repping, a queen or better. You know, having a jack in hand is pretty bad as far as blockers go. But does call it off.
Oh, and we are going to lose Diogo Coelho on one of the last hands of the night. 47th place finisher.
GG, guys. Enjoy.
And we've still got 3 hands to play.
Really don't like people on that too.
Coelho felt like he had a real shot at it the last featured table.
I forgot about the
Probably pretty disappointed.
This is the nuts.
At least I didn't get really lucky this time.
1.6 million now for O'Neill. By the way, every other table, they're bagging chips. We've still got 3 hands to play.
You have to work for your chips, making big hero calls. Sorry? You have to work for your chips and make big hero calls.
Who?
You.
Oh, me? Yeah, I get the hard chips. You are getting the easy chips. What's this?
True. So far.
3 and 4 off and half the
Let's have a couple of raise and take it, Griffin, just to balance things out.
A couple RNTs.
Yeah.
You're bored.
That's the plan.
Thank you, Marley. Throw it away, Vlado.
Don't you even think about it, Schulz. Your turn, James.
Take a hand off, O'Neill. I guess he can't really.
Not this one.
Okay, we just need the button and the blinds to have diddly squat.
Sit the next couple plays out, Umberto.
Good man.
Okay.
Now, there's no small blind. It's just Lars Garp in the big blind.
Ah,
Lars.
Doesn't matter what you'd say to him. He's not folding this puppy.
Lars.
He's seeing 3.
Lars!
Somebody get me Gop. Oh,
great. This is going to play through the streets now, isn't it?
Yeah, with those backdoor clubs as well. O'Neill can afford to call a check raise if that's the line Garp elects to go with. Certainly an argument for also just calling and keeping the bluffs in there.
So after this hand, we're going to take a 20-minute break and come back for the last 90 minutes of the night while we play the last two hands.
No.
Not folding to the check raise. O'Neill calls with just 10% equity. And that board pairing on the turn is not good for Garp.
No, because you're going to expect your opponent to have some kings here, which you would be drawing dead against, but against this combo, in a lot of ways it's quite a good card for O'Neill because it affords you a free card and makes it so you're not drawing dead. You know, if the turn was a 9, you're just drawing dead.
It's good. Right, 2 hands left. We're almost there.
No good start.
Almost home and hosed.
What's the difference between home and hose and home and dry? Feels like two
Fine when I win.
competing
But button should be in the
phrases.
Yeah, button should be on the,
Yeah, I know I'm last.
Hosed means you've had a wash.
So you're dry after the wash?
Yes.
Okay.
I think everyone else finishes, just us playing.
Every other table is finished and you've still got 2 hands to play. Get on with it.
Hey, what hand is this, James?
The penultimate hand.
You put that down, Shells. You let that go, O'Neill. That's quite enough out of you. Queen 4 off. Could have just given her a walk. Get a Garp.
Wait, who are we rooting for?
Marley Spraggy.
Well,
I can't unsee Frank Caliendo now.
Like Newman in Jurassic Park, surely Marley's about to say,
12,000 ain't gonna work. We're raising bottom pair up in here. It is now the ultimate hand.
Yeah, this is where you drop the pen and you take out the sword to finish this day.
maybe I won't.
Why are you giving me 5? You need some change, guys. I see.
The bank.
You wanna buy this?
Hey, job.
Yeah, it sucks when you have so many ships that you have to get the other player's
Honestly,
ship.
such a tough life.
was last time.
All right, here we go. The ultimate hand.
Mm.
And O'Neill's got pocket nines.
Finally.
Hey! Hey!
We're done, right? That's it? It's over?
That is gonna do it.
What do you guys got done there?
Right, they're going to race off the 1K chips.
80?
80?
80K, yeah.
And looks like it's Marley Sprague who's going to be buying up those 1Ks.
Not quite the chip leader anymore.
She will be coming into play as one of the biggest stacks, though. Nearly
60.
100 big blinds at the new blind level tomorrow, which will be 10,000 and 15,000 with a 15K big blind ante.
She lost chips at the start of the day. Oh, that wasn't hers. Okay.
So day 3 draws to a close with 46 players advancing to day 4. Tomorrow we play down to the final 2 tables. Tomorrow we try to get down to the final 16. Action starts on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels at 12:30 local time. That's 12:30 Central European time.
Love when the song comes in. Dun-dun, dun-dun, dun-dun.
So a great session for Marley Sprague. Up to 1.4 million.
Very impressive.
But Prague O'Neill was only at the feature table for a fraction of that session, won a lot of big pots, and is up to 1.6 million, more than 100 bigs. No shorties at this table. Even with 31 big blinds, Vlado Banicevic is a long way from the danger zone.
Danger zone?
No.
Oh, because, oh, sorry.
Apologize to your father.
Sorry, Dad.
A reminder of the prize money. Right now, we've hit the 18,260 euro payout. Once we get to the final table in a couple of days' time, we'll be paying 6-figure scores. And when we get to Sunday, we'll be crowning a champion, presenting the winner's trophy, and giving that champion more than €1 million in prize money. Still 3 days to go. Only halfway through our live coverage from EPT Prague. If you want to find out what's been going on here at the final stop of EPT 2023, check out what Howard and Jack have to say over at the PokerStars blog. Of course, you can follow live updates from selected tournaments, including the main event, on Poker News as well. And watch the live stream tomorrow as we play down to the final 2 tables. 46 will become 16. Kicking things off at 12:30 CET. We will see you then. Thanks for your company today. Join us for day 4. For now, Griffin Benjer, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, Sam Grafton, and me, James Hartigan. It's good night from Prague.